Almighty God, you are sovereign over all of your creation and over all the affairs of this earth, including the city of Fresno. Under you, power is entrusted and power is taken away. You have told us to pray for those in authority over us, so we pray for this council to be wise in doing what is best for all the people of this great city, and to be courageous in doing what is right despite pressures and temptations to settle for less. When they disagree in that challenging process, may they model for all of us respectful civility. We ask you, God, to bless them and their staff and advisors, that together they may faithfully do what you have instructed by your ancient prophet. May they seek mercy for what our wrong actions actually deserve. May they love justice for all, especially for those who are weak in this world's power and needy in this world's economy. And may they walk humbly with you, God. This I pray to you in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you could all remain standing, we have a special treat this morning. Sorry about that. The national anthem, we have a special guest, Kelsey Schulteis, will join us now for the singing of the national anthem. Welcome.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You may be seated. Kelsey is our Miss Fresno County. Thank you very much for being here and singing for us today. Our first item of business is to approve today's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, there are. Let's see. The first change is File ID 17416. The proclamation Women History Month is being removed from the agenda. Number 2 is File ID 17419, which is the 1:30 p.m. hearing. That hearing is to consider an application by the property owners to delist the Frank J. Craycroft home located at 6545 Palm Avenue from the local Register of Historic Resources. And that is being continued to a date and time to be determined. The third change is item 3C, file ID 17375. That's the state revolving fund low interest loan. That should not be subject to the mayor's veto, and it's marked as it should be. Fourth change is item 3F, to terminate the service agreement for fire protection and emergency services with North Central Fire Protection District. The October date initiating discussions is wrong. It started earlier in 2016, and the city managers to provide a date, and that's 3F. The fifth change is 4A, which is a Senate bill, the California Values Act, related to to California becoming a sanctuary state. That will be heard at 1:30. And then the final change is 5A, which is a closed session conference with real property negotiators, APN 08115 has been removed from the closed session, so only 2 parcels remain for discussion. Those are all the changes.
Thank you. Member Chavez.
Yeah, I'd like to remove item 4A, the SB 54 resolution.
Member Brandow.
Yeah, Council President, I would like to make a motion to keep item 4A. That's the resolution to oppose becoming a sanctuary state. I'd like to keep that item on today's agenda if
I'd
possible.
like to second that motion.
Hey, we have a motion and a second to leave it on the agenda. The screen is clear, so let's go ahead and vote electronically.
Council President, can we just, a yes vote keeps it on, a no vote keeps it off? What is it?
Yes vote will keep it on the agenda to discuss, and a no vote will keep it off the agenda. We have 2 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstain, so the item will be pulled and not heard today. Thank you. All right, and at this time, are there anybody else want to do anything with the agenda? All right, let's move to our ceremonial presentations of this morning, the 2017 Women of the Year proclamations. What?
Council, did we vote to approve the agenda?
Oh, we still have to vote to approve the agenda. All right, let's go ahead and do that before we turn it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. A screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Motion carries 7-0. The agenda is approved. And now we can turn it over to Councilmember Paul Capriolio.
Well. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is a great morning. One time more. Let's go. Good morning, everyone. That's it. Thank you. Wow. This is what happens when it's a day for women. The chambers are packed. Everyone's got a smile on their face. And this is, to me, one of the best days of the year as a council member. So I'd like to first thank Kelsey Schultheis for the beautiful song and rendition of our national anthem. Round of applause for Kelsey. You know, she, this past year, she was Miss Fresno County 2016, and she's a wonderful girl, wonderful talent, and she'll go a long, long way. And in fact, she wants to go to law school, so we'll probably see her in court or on the dais sometime soon. For me, it's such an honor to be here and celebrate. This is the second year in council history where all of us unite as a council to recognize Women of the Year, 2017 in particular. Today it's our privilege to celebrate these great women who inspire us, who work hard, who take the passion that they have for our community and make our community so much greater. It's a wonderful group of women that we have, and you'll see and meet them individually as we go along. Okay, the other thing that this is important is that this is Women's History Month as well. And so we had a proclamation for that. We thought, why do that? We can do this fantastic celebration here and honor the women of everywhere, especially in Fresno County and Fresno City. First, I want to give thanks to Pardini's for sponsoring the event. We couldn't do it without a partner like Pardini's. Round of applause for Pardini's, please. Also, I want to thank our elected officials. This is such a special celebration. They've joined us in honoring these amazing women by providing certificates of appreciation. And those certificates are from the offices of Congressman Jim Costa, Senator Tom Berryhill, and Assembly members Dr. Joaquin Arembula and Jim Patterson. If anyone here is representing those offices, would you please stand? I know I see a few people here. Please a round of applause. Thank you. Thank our electeds. We really appreciate that support. It's my pleasure to begin the event with a woman that many of you know as the eyes and ears of law enforcement. Yes, it's true, Roz, it's true. And yeah, you guessed it, it's Roz Clark. She's sitting right next to the Chief of Police. Roz, would you join me and would you escort her down here, please, Chief Dyer? Okay, folks, we're really fortunate to have Roz in our community, and she gives a voice to so many neighborhoods in the city of Fresno. And she originated, before it became a national phenomenon, the Neighborhood Watch program. It started right here in Fresno, started right here with this wonderful lady. Well, yeah, yes. Another one of her attributes, she's so humble, but very vocal. So, Roz, we want to thank you for being such an advocate for the safety in our neighborhoods. You embrace that role with such enthusiasm. You volunteer, you plan, you host neighborhood events, you get things going. You've done this for, I don't want to say how many years, but it's a long time, and we sincerely appreciate that. When she sees a need of the community, she gets out there and she helps. She gets involved. She steps up. She doesn't talk the talk, she walks the walk. And we're so proud of you and so thankful for you being here in Fresno. So please help me in thanking Rosalind Clark for all her work and efforts and tireless dedication, and congratulating her as the District 4 Woman of the Year 2017. Chief, do you have a few words?
Very, very few. A few words for a great lady. I will say I've had the privilege of knowing Roz probably for the last 30-plus years, and she has been an incredible inspiration to our department, to our neighborhoods, and we will never know the crimes that did not occur as a result of Roz Clark. We'll never know the lives, honestly, that were saved as a result of Roz, and she is an incredible woman, someone that I believe has a lot of gifts stored up for her in heaven, and she is someone that has endured as well. She lost her husband, Fred, this past year, and has never lost one single step of energy. So, Roz, we love you, and we thank you for everything you've done for Fresno and for the Fresno Police Department. God bless you.
A little shaky. First of all, thank you very much. This is quite an honor. I do firmly believe that our neighborhoods and the residents that live in them have to work together, have to know each other. I'm going to take just a second and tell you how I became so involved in Neighborhood Watch. We were operating apartments in the Lowell area, 2555. And I was down there one day, and a little kindergartner came to the door, and she was absolutely hysterical. And I said to her, I was so worried of what may have happened to her. And I was so, and she said she had seen someone from school stick a needle in his arm, and the blood gushed out, and it just terrified her. And I said, something has to be done. And that's what started me. I went to the mayor, I went to the chief of police, I went to the area commander, and I said, we've got to do something. And he said, fine. The area commander said, okay, you do it. You become involved. And I said, I already am. And I do believe that we do have to protect each other, know who we are in our neighborhoods. And I go by I have it pinned up on my wall in my office, and I'm probably going to say it the wrong way, and I apologize for that. But Martin Luther King made a statement that we will all, and it's probably not the correct wording, but we all have to work together or we will certainly perish as fools. And I believe that. And I hope everybody in Fresno believes that. Thank you.
Thank you. There are all your certificates, and we thank you again. All right, take care. Chief will escort you back. Thank you, Roz, so much. More flowers. This is Roz's daughter. How are you? Yes, I know. Thank you. Next will be Esmeralda Soria, District 1, City Council, Fresno.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to take just a couple minutes as the only woman on the council to say a couple remarks. I'm very proud to join you guys this morning in celebration of Women's History Month. So women have played a vital role in the course of human civilization and in the evolution of this great country. From raising families to leading armies, we have become the writers of our own destiny. We have demanded equal treatment and the right to vote. In fact, 3 years from now, we will be celebrating the centennial anniversary of the women's suffrage. Let's reflect on that and remind ourselves that while we have accomplished much, we must not take for granted the rights and liberties that we've attained as women. There's still much more to fight for. There's still equal pay for equal work. I don't want to get too political. But we all know that in today's age, the rights that brave women fought for, are on the chopping block. However, today is a special day as we highlight the stories of women that are contributing in a positive way to our local community. When I first became elected, I also recognized women from my district, and I am so proud that this council has decided, with the leadership of our former council president, to institute a Women's History Month celebration here in the council where we recognize women across the city doing phenomenal things and making the city of Fresno a better place for all. In this room, I'm proud to say that I see very powerful women. I see the Rosa Parks, the Jane Addams, the Dolores Huerta, the Susan B. Anthonys, the Amelia Earharts, the Sandra Day O'Connors, the Sonia Sotomayors. We have women that every day are selflessly giving of themselves and their time to build a better Fresno. And many of them are the first to accomplish this much. Again, let's not forget that there's still many ceilings to break. We have yet to have a woman president, and we have only had 7 council women in the history of Fresno. Let's make sure we continue to build the path for the future generations of women so we no longer are having to be the first at everything. I want to thank and congratulate all the women here for their leadership in the city of Fresno, for their commitment to give back and really pave the way for the future generation of women that will soon take over and fill your shoes. So again, I want to thank all of the women here and really celebrating that we're all writing our local history and making a difference in our community. So with that, I will call up my Woman of the Year for District 1. And that is Patience Milrod. Many of you guys know her. So I've come to know Patience now for probably 4 or 5 years, and I'm very grateful. She's actually my neighbor and lives in District 1. But I'm very grateful because I've seen her over the years, and I know that she has a history and a passion for being a community advocate and for really trying to give a voice to those in our community that may not have a voice or may not be at the table many times. She is an attorney. She is very well accomplished. She focuses in her work in doing research, policy advocacy, collaborates with a number of community organizations in the city of Fresno that deal with issues that impact the underrepresented groups. She was also very instrumental just recently. This council, with our new mayor, passed a new ordinance to address the substandard housing that impacts many families here in the city of Fresno. And I will say that she has been a strong advocate on housing issues, has been working very diligently to push all of us. We may not agree all the time, and that's what I told Patience. We may not agree all the time on how to get things done or on certain issues, but I do appreciate her passion, wanting to fight for what is right, what she believes is right, and really trying to improve the lives of families throughout the city of Fresno. And so I'm very proud of the work that she's done, of her commitment, in really working with all of us and also keeping us accountable, because I think that it is very important. So I want to thank her for all the work that she's done here in the city of Fresno. Very involved also in the Tower District, with the Tower District specific plan. She was very instrumental with that, with a number of other folks. But again, has been very involved, has found ways to make sure that we are improving the city of Fresno. So I want to thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Okay, already.
Paparazzi.
Thank you. Just a couple. Thank you to Councilmember Soria, to her amazing staff. Thank you to Councilmember Capriolio for making sure that this is a citywide celebration, taking a good idea from a woman and executing it. We love that.
I want to thank my mom.
And we thank Mrs. Capriolio, too. As Councilmember Soria said, the work that I did in the Tower District, I did with a bunch of other people. The work that I did on the housing issues, all of that is with other people. I owe them huge debts of gratitude, as we all do. They don't get honored, they don't get a beautiful wrist corsage, they don't get a proclamation, and they are working their hearts out for the benefit of all of us, and we owe them deep thanks. I thank my friends inside this building. You know who you are. I won't call you out. And I thank the council for being good sports, because when I stand up here to address them, I'm not, we're not always seeing things the same way, and they listen, or at least appear to, so I appreciate that. But most of all, I thank Paul Pierce, who is the love of my life. He is my lifeline to sanity in a great deal of craziness often. So here's to you, Paul Pierce. Thank you.
Our next presenter will be Member Brandow, District 2. And thank you, Member Soria. That was well done. Good morning, Steve.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am very glad that we do this. This is the second year in a row that we've done it. I think it's a fantastic way to celebrate in our community. My Woman of the Year for District 2 is a good friend of mine. She's a lady that I've gotten to know since becoming a councilman. I had heard a lot about her. We used to go to the same church, and I'd always heard about this great lady that's doing a lot of great stuff. And then when I became the council member for District 2, I found out that everybody was right. So I would love Linda Albarrano to join me up here. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Linda. As a councilman for District 2, I found out real quickly that there's one area of Northwest Fresno that's highly organized, and that's Pinedale, the community of Pinedale. And so the Pinedale community gets together in a monthly meeting and talks about all the issues that face it. Linda is the star, one of the stars. I better not say the star, because there's a couple other stars there, right? So there's a number of stars that come together monthly to make sure that the citizens of Pinedale have their needs met. And sometimes they put my feet to the fire to make sure I help, right?
That's right.
But yes. Inside of that conversation, I've got to know Linda and meet Linda. The reason I want to honor her, the reason I chose to honor her, is because she is one of the most giving people that I know. She sacrifices hours night and day for people in Pinedale. Most of the time, a lot of the time, it's about children, right, Linda? And so she is very giving. I know, I'm going to give you one example. This last year became the first year that we had what's called Santa's Village in Pinedale. Santa's Village had been operating, yes, right, yes, thank you, yeah. Santa's Village had been operating in the city of Fresno for several years in other locations, but we brought it to Pinedale. The police department gets involved. Linda really organized it. And Linda was just right there as a cornerstone organizing it. I remember the night that we had it, she invited me, and I wore my boots and my jeans and my tuxedo. And we had the best time giving out gifts to kids and meeting people's needs and making people happy in Pinedale, that you kind of wonder, how many Christmas presents are these kids really going to get? But they got extra gifts that night, and it's all because of Linda. So Linda is so giving in the community that I wanted to honor her as Woman of the Year. So could you give her a round of applause, please? Thank you. Yeah, perfect. I'm going to do that in a second. Now, my chief of staff, you can sit down for a second. My chief of staff thinks this is a bad idea. I want to put this corsage on Linda. So we're going to see how this works. Thank goodness it's a wrist corsage.
This is strictly professional. Okay?
Yeah. I did it. Hold on a second. I told a little personal stuff of what Linda did, but I want to read a few paragraphs so that you get to know her a little bit better, okay? Whereas Linda Amparano has been a dedicated advocate for the betterment of the Pinedale community and serves as the director of the Pinedale Neighborhood Resource Center for Pinedale Elementary School in Clovis Unified School District, and whereas Linda Amparano has built partnerships with businesses, nonprofit agencies, local churches, and city officials to improve the quality of life for students at Pinedale Elementary, which includes getting support for school supplies, clothing, food, and in some instances, helping families have their power turned back on and increasing the number of school volunteers. Whereas Linda Amparano has been recognized, this is a very big one. We actually honored Linda here last year for a major award that she won, and this is what this one is about. Whereas Linda Amparano has been recognized for her commitment to the community and was recognized in 2015 as the Fresno County Employee of the Year. Can you imagine that? Let's give her a hand for that award. She was the recipient of the Clovis Unified Crystal Award and was instrumental in Pinedale Elementary School receiving the Golden Bell Award for her work at the Resource Center. And I want to say one more, I want to read one more of these. Whereas Linda Amparano enjoys spending time with her husband Richard, daughter Ursula, and son-in-law Adam, and grandson Ethan. I would like the three of you to stand up, please. Richard, you as well. This is Linda's family. Thank you for joining us. And you know, a lot of times you say when you honor somebody, if you're honoring somebody, you honor their spouse. So I do want to say, Richard's a pastor in Pinedale, and his church is very giving. They pass out food to hundreds and hundreds of people. And not just at holiday time, around the year. They find people with needs and they meet their needs. So thank you, Richard, for being a helpmate to Linda. Linda, I know last time I put you on the spot. I don't know if you want to say anything or not, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to greet the people, okay?
Thank you. Oh, wow. I'm so excited. This is an amazing honor. When I see the women that are being honored with me, I'm like completely humbled. You guys are legends. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm here. I do want to thank God for his amazing favor that he has on my life. I have his supernatural favor, and I'm completely aware of it. It's not because I'm so wonderful. It's because he is so good. And I want to thank my family. Steve is right. They sacrifice a lot for me to do. And all the women that serve our community, your families have sacrificed, for sure. And so I do thank my family and my friends. And I thank my family for being here. And, you know, so a lot of times people wonder if our councilmen really listen. You know, if you guys really do your job, people want to know that. They think you don't really do anything. And, you know, I just want you to know from experience, I know this guy does, 100%. Because when he first became councilman, our community center was given to a nonprofit, and unfortunately, it was not a good match. And the people that took it over, it just didn't work. It wasn't our community center anymore. It felt like we were the stepchild going there. And so that was one of the first things I talked to Steve about, and a lot of us did. And one thing I know for sure. When I was younger at that community center, it's a special place. That's where I met my husband at a dance one night.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a wedding. They used to have receptions there, and I met him that night, so it's like super special. But when I was there, I was 14 years old, and I worked there and through a youth program. And unfortunately, I wasn't a good role model back then. On my break, I went out and this doesn't sound good, but it makes me do what I do. I went out and I smoked something I shouldn't have smoked. And so I walked in and I reeked of it, and my boss walked out and I reeked of it, and my eyes were red, and she goes, "I want to see you in my office right now." And I'm like, oh. Anyway, I got fired. Good job. She fired me. The woman another lady that worked there said, "Oh, I wish I would have found you. I ought to just sent you home." And I thought, oh, she is so cool. She would have just sent me home. No, she was not cool. That woman was not cool. Now I know. And so now I am committed to be a positive role model for our children so that they can look up. And I keep a picture. I went to Pinedale School as a child, and I keep a picture of me on my desk, and they say, "Who's that?" And I'm like, "That's me." And they're like, "Oh my gosh." And I'm like, "Yeah." You know, so, and then they come to my house, and we have a joke that we should get an open or close sign, because people come all the time, like all hours of the night, you know, and so it's usually open. And so, but it's so important, and who was it? Milgard said some patience, yes. You said something about accountability and how that is what changed me. I came to know the Lord, that completely changed me, but really accountability changed me. And I was given amazing role models and mentors. I went through H. Spies, and Keith Bergdahl sent me to be trained for community organizing in Boston and St. Louis, and I learned a lot of skills, and I took those skills back to our community. And our community doesn't have a good reputation a lot of times, but you know what? I've heard good things about Pinedale. Yeah. You know what? And that's my goal, is to hear good things. We have good people there. My husband's family's been there 5 generations. You can't find that in Fresno very often. It's a good place. We're recently on a health journey. I've lost 80 pounds. You know how awesome that it is? I buy my vanilla at Cost Plus Imports, and I'm like, "Hon, I need vanilla. Let's go walk to Cost Plus." We can walk all over River Park. It's so close. We're like, you guys, we have the best neighborhood in Fresno. It's so cool. So, but what happened was, to go back to Steve right now, we kept going to him and telling him, "We want our center back, we want our center back, we want our center back." Last year he came to us and he said, "Okay, we have money in the budget. You're going to get your center back." And we got our center back November 9th. And we had a big party on December 16th to celebrate that. And there was so many partners. The police department, Roz was there, bringing broken neighborhoods back. We have business partners. We have churches, nonprofits, so many people that support our community and that make a difference and that work. And so I'm so thankful, and thank you for listening to our community and doing your job. You did your job well. I'm proud of you.
You can see what I mean. You can see how can a council member face this, right? So she really put my feet to the fire. She was the driving force, and I really appreciate your impact upon not just Pinedale, but the city of Fresno. So thank you, Linda.
I have one thing.
Okay.
Okay, so I know. You guys are like, hurry up, Linda. Okay, so there are two more things. There's 2 songs. No, it's not a pipe. No. No. There's 2 things. There's 2 songs you all need to Google today. Wake Up Everybody by Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, and I Gotta Try by Michael McDonald. Now, those should be our city's mantra. You got to listen to those songs. It's true. And so, the kids, when I won Fresno County Employee of the Year, they don't really care about that. And you know, they're really not going to care that I won Women of the Year. But you know what they care about? I know how to play kendama. Uh-oh. And I want to give you a kendama.
How do you play kendama?
So you'll be the coolest.
Go, Steve.
You'll be the
Oh, no.
These.
Oh.
No pressure, Steve. No pressure.
You know, I was athletic.
That's going to keep him busy for a long time.
So we're going to have the coolest councilman because he's going to learn how to play that. So he's going to have to practice because next time I see him, I'm going to have to keep him accountable.
Linda, let's have your family come up and get a picture. This is the proclamation that we're giving you for Woman of the Year for District 2. And I'll have you hold that. Richard, if you'll join us, and Priscilla and Adam. All right, come on up.
You can stand next to Steve. It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Linda, I'm really happy you overcame your shyness with the microphone. And thank you for telling us about your journey. Your journey was fantastic. Thank you. Next will be Member Oliver Baines III, representing District 3. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Council President. And like my colleagues before you, I want to just take a moment and thank you again for instituting this last year. This is our actually second annual Woman of the Year, and it was under the leadership of Councilmember Capriolio, from the suggestion of Councilmember Soria, that we have this, and your mother. And so I thank you for this, because this is becoming one of the best I think presentations we have in Fresno. So my Woman of the Year is Leanne Eager, and I'm going to have her go ahead and come up right now. So I'm going to embarrass her a little bit, because she is a friend of mine. But most of you have heard of Leanne Eager, who is President and CEO of Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. So you hear her name a lot, you probably see her a lot, but not a lot of people know what she does. And over the last couple of years, I have been incredibly honored to find out what she really does. So Leanne cares so much about our community, intensely. She travels the world bringing businesses back here. Any business that you've seen arrive in Fresno over the last few years is probably because Leanne Eager has something to do with it. She goes all over attracting businesses back to Fresno, but she attracts them using a positive message about Fresno. I have seen Leanne stand before this body and remind us that we're a great city and that we deserve great things. And she goes all over the world telling people that about us. And it's because she believes it in her heart. And so that's what she does during the day. And the rest of the time, she is herding all of us around like cats. She's like our Pied Piper. Many people don't understand that this, Leanne, truly is one of the unsung heroes of the Fresno historic story. There are going to be so many things that have happened in our story, Leanne, that may not have your name behind it, but a lot of us know your name needs to be behind it. I affectionately call her the Queen of High-Speed Rail. So if anybody knows anything about high-speed rail, I learned everything I know about high-speed rail probably from Leanne. She has been an advocate for all of the jobs that are coming here. She takes care of all of the businesses that have been impacted by high-speed rail. Her and her staff, I see some of her staff here. But the passion and drive that she gives to our community, really, Leanne, is unmatched. It is truly an honor that I call you a friend. I'll tell you, she inspires me. There are times when I feel like giving up, and it's a call, and Leanne calls me at the right time and reminds me that we shouldn't give up. Reminds me that what we're doing is worth it. And so, for all of those reasons, this is my Woman of the Year, Leanne Eager. Hold on one second. And while we're saying, I see the chairman of the board of the EDC in the audience, Mr. Ed Dunkel. I'm going to have him come down. This is Leanne's boss. Now, for all of you that know Ed, the fact that he's anybody's boss still cracks me up. But you want to say a couple things?
Sure. Well, if I would have known I was doing this, I would have dressed a little better. I apologize. I have to go out and see some contractors like Mr. Raven over there, and they'd make fun of me if I was in a suit. So, this is an honor to be up here with Leanne. I've known her for quite a while, and the best thing, or one of the best things I've ever done in my life was I'm on my second term as chairman. The first time the spot for president became available, and Leanne had joined the EDC, 2 years prior? Okay, and I saw something in her that was incredibly special, devoted. She loves our area, and I thought, man, she is the perfect fit. We've got to make this happen. So anything I've ever done right, it's right here. So she's she is so devoted. She cares about this community so much. She's tireless. It's hard to keep up with her. So what she's done for our community will never be probably truly understood. Anywhere you go in the state and the nation, people know her and know what she does for our community. So I want to thank you. She's a dear friend. She's great for us, and she deserves this award. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Leanne, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think the people owe a little bit from you.
Thank you. So I'm going to try not to cry. Just recently, the governor nominated me to be on the State Workforce Development Board. And I have my assistant, Merritt, back there, and she's like, okay, this is number 17 board that you're on. You have to stop. But in that, if any of you saw that, right at the front it says your name, and then it says your age, right? That's the first thing that they say. So I did get a lot of people contacting me saying, oh, congratulations. The other half of the people contacted me and said, you're 61 years old? That has to be on there. But thank you. But in that, in looking at, I'm 61 years old, but it's just starting for me. It's just the beginning of all the great things that we can do. And I can tell you the reason for that is because in my life, I had a mentor who convinced me not only that I could change the world, but that I should change the world. And that doesn't make any difference whether or not you're 11 years old, of which my granddaughter Jillian is here, who went before the High-Speed Rail Board Authority in Sacramento and spoke when she was 8 years old. She was just recently spoke at the Children's Equality Day, stood up. But my mother, who, we don't care about age, right, Mom? My mother, who's going to be 89 this year, taught me that it doesn't make any difference what you do or how you do it. You do your best. And just recently, as I was growing up, she worked, she went to school, she taught kids, and she taught kids always on the south side of town. After she retired, she read to the blind. Just recently, now at 89 years old, she's teaching Syrian refugees English. So I have this mentor that tells me that we do this, and we do this forever. I think I tease Oliver that when he says, you're not going to retire yet, I'm like, I'm just going to die in my chair. I think that's all I have. But I do this work because of Oliver said, I do care about this community. I was born and raised here. I absolutely believe in my heart that this is the best place for people to live and work and raise their children. And we need to make sure that everybody else around this state, around this country, and around this world knows that Fresno is the best place that there ever is. And I will continue to take that message out to everybody who will listen to me that this is that place and we deserve the very best. So thank you so much. I appreciate this.
I'm going to have your family come up. And I'm gonna do what Steve. I'm gonna borrow Steve's move and put the corsage on. It's gonna work. All right. Oh yeah, this is what it is. All right, and we have a. Come on in. All right, we're ready to take a picture.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Leanne. I'm one of the guys that tried to keep up with her in D.C., and it was impossible. I was worn out. So you do a great job. We appreciate you, and thank you so much. Next up will be District 5, one of our newest members, Luis Chavez.
I don't know about new. I've been here 7 years. It's just a staff.
Well, you're a voting member now.
So we've had a great cast of Women of the Year up to now, and I started thinking of words to describe my nominee, and I picked her because she really embodies what Southeast Fresno is, with class, with pride, with passion, and we've all seen those commercials, the most interesting men in the world. Well, she's the most interesting woman in the world. And I really do believe that, and you're going to find out why here in a couple of seconds. Her first bio was actually about 3 pages long, but we shortened it quite a bit. And I'd like to call up Miss Penny Raven up. So, a little bit about Miss Penny, and she has been a great friend, a great mentor. She's also my neighbor, as we call ourselves, the Huntingtonians on Huntington Boulevard. But she is the Huntingtonian extraordinaire. Okay, she's not just a Huntingtonian. So Miss Penny was actually raised in Selma, California, moved to Fresno in 1963 as the bride of Larry Raven, who happens to be here too. They created California's first franchise convenience markets, our Pantry Markets, with 11 stores, and pioneered the first self-service automated gasoline pumps in Fresno. But wait, there's more. Their 3 meat markets were called Holy Cow. As a licensed real estate broker, they opened the Raven Company in '74 and still operate it today. They've owned, developed, and built subdivisions, establishing homes for over 1,000 families right here in our community. One of her highlights, Ms. Penny, and some of you might remember this, avid Fresno Bee writers. Tim, we're talking to you here. She was actually she wrote 3 times a week the society column called Party Line for the Bee from 78 to 87. I wasn't born yet. I was born 79. She hosted Special Edition, weekly Comcast TV show for a year, and gracious living editor. She wrote for Fresno Magazine from 2003 to 2012. Her community service began in 1975 when then Councilman Mark Stefano appointed her to the Fresno Citizens Participation Committee for America's bicentennial celebration in 1976. The Raven spearheaded the planting of thousands of red, white, and blue petunias around the palm trees on their street, Huntington Boulevard. So that's why they're there. Okay. and it was officially named America's largest private bicentennial display. So Ms. Penny and Larry founded the Huntington Boulevard Homeowners Historical Association. Thank you for that. In 1987, and she served as president until 1997. The highlight, and this was my favorite because I remember that as a kid growing up there in Southeast, was when they brought and ran for 21 years the 3-week-long Candlelight Christmas on Huntington Boulevard. That was a special occasion. We got to bring that back. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, he's my neighbor on Huntington now.
Okay. Good. A decade-old, 8 stories tall redwood tree was the highlight of the event as it was proclaimed the nation's tallest, largest living lighted and decorated Christmas tree. And in 1978, she was a Democratic candidate for Lieutenant Governor of California. She also served as president of the Fresno Cancer League and Jackson Elementary School PTA, and Ms. Penny was appointed in 2005 by the Fresno County Board of Supervisors to the Historical Landmarks Records Advisory Commission and is the current chairman. So the last part I'll say is honors have included the naming of 50 most influential people in Fresno, receiving the San Joaquin Valley's most fashionable award. I wonder why. She appeared in the television miniseries, and I know a lot of you are going to go Google and YouTube it, because I did when I first found out about it. But she's been in a couple of movies, Pretty Woman, Princess Diaries 2, there's a fan right there, and Valentine's Day. But her proudest accomplishment is celebrating 53 years of marriage to the man she adores, Larry Raven, and being mother of their sons, Tay, Corbin, and grandmother to Corbin and Stephanie's precious Bella, Carson, Audrey Grace, and Declan Raven. So please give a round of applause to Miss Penny Raven. Now, before we let Miss Penny Raven speak, I had told her 2 minutes. So, clerk, if you could set the timer there for... She won't follow that anyway, Miss Penny.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so delighted to see all of you here and for me to be here. And I have a special thanks to Luis for selecting me to have this honor of Woman of the Year for Fresno City Council District 5. This was totally unexpected, and I am so impressed by the accomplishments of the other Women of the Year, and I congratulate them. My first official activity, as you said, began when I was appointed by the City Council 43 years ago to the Citizen Participation Commission, and I've always had an interest in making Fresno better and preserving historic Huntington Boulevard, where we have lived for 44 years, and we're delighted to have Luis on our street. My belief in the fact that I could achieve a goal is rooted in the way I was raised. As a child, when I would tell my beloved late father, Alan Nicolini, a former professional football player and coach, I can't win the track race at school, or they're having the spelling bee, I don't think I can win that, and he would just say, there is no such word as can't. And so, with this running through my head, I'll go to page 2. I would win the race and win the spelling bee. Then 53 years ago, when I married the love of my life, Larry Raven, I would say to him something that needed to be changed, and he would say, don't complain, change it. So therefore, that has meant I have had a lot of interesting experiences because complaining is so much easier. And, and my usual choice is, of course, as you will know, is to make a change. So that is a very time-consuming challenge. When we embark on a plan to accomplish something, Larry is always the visionary. He has the ideas, he has the skills, and I am the organizer. So when I am working on a project, I am enthusiastic, and I involve anyone that I see. My family, my friends, and many people that are total strangers find themselves helping on projects. But I don't think I'm asking them to do something to help. I think I'm offering them an opportunity. And probably most of you in this room have been offered opportunities. You truly share this honor with me today, all of you do, for the important roles that you have played in making so many dreams come true, and I am grateful and thankful for you. Our two sons, Tag and Corbin, had the idea to create Candlelight Christmas on Huntington Boulevard, and it did delight tens of thousands of visitors over the 21-year run. Also on Huntington Boulevard, when we painted the lampposts in 1986, Council, you're going to love this, it was the largest private improvement ever made to city property at that point. And they're still gold and black, and that it was covered by Sunset Magazine at that time. Our sons are loved and appreciated more than words can say, and my great desire is to instill in Corbin and Stephanie's children the world's most precious grandchildren. And if you could stand up for me, please, my sweeties. Okay. We have... okay. They're precious. We have Bella, Carson, Audrey Grace, and Declan. And I hope to instill in them the belief that they can make Fresno and the world a better place. Thank you. And, okay. And always... this is just silly. And I always come, when I come to the city council, poor things, they've seen me many times, but I always bring them something, right? So you knew, So what I brought you today is a box, and it's filled with little coins, and this is for you to share, babe, not just yours. And it says, "Sweet wishes from Penny Raven, Woman of the Year 2017, District 5," on the back. And we'll have some of those for you, too, later today.
Wow.
Okay. So there you go, Louise. Okay.
Thank you, Miss Penny. I wanted to make sure that the box wasn't ticking when you handed it to me. So did I forget to address one of her concerns in the neighborhood? Can we have the family come up for a picture? Barry? Who's next, my colleague?
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Penny. And next will be one of our newest council members, Gary Bertafil from District 6.
First of all, congratulations to all the women. It really shows the tremendous accomplishments of so many people in our community. I want to commend Councilmember Capriolo and Soria for doing this. I mean, we do a lot of proclamations, but this is something very, very special. So what I would like to do is invite my honoree, Gail Piferini, to come on up. You know, obviously, greatest servants that we have in our community, in our country, are our military, our police, but also our teachers. I mean, they're on par, obviously, with those folks. Let me read something about Gail. And first of all, let me just say, I met Gail about 33 years ago. That's when I met my wife, who happens to be a teacher. And my wife, along with Gail and her friends, I got to learn all of what's involved in being a teacher, a primary teacher, and the tremendous responsibility that all teachers have, obviously, in shaping the hearts and minds of our kids. They work with them every day. And Gail is the personification of what a totally talented professional teacher represents and what it means. I'm going to read a couple of things about Gail. She received her bachelor's degree in child development, a multiple subject credential in elementary education, a learning handicap credential in special education, a master's in administration and leadership, along with a preliminary administrative credential. Gail also obtained a resource specialist certificate of competence and a youth certification for teaching English language learners. She began teaching in 1980, so that's 37 years teaching, as a special day class teacher, educating first, second, and fifth, sixth graders at Ewing Elementary. She worked for a brief period at Clovis Unified as a seventh and eighth grade resource specialist. She returned back to Fresno Unified, worked as a resource specialist at Carver and Powers Ginsburg Elementary Schools. She was chosen to be a PAR teacher, mentoring beginning teachers. She has worked at Addicott. She's been spending most of her years, I guess, at Powers Ginsburg, teaching students with severe handicaps and orthopedic impairments. After having spent 37 years doing this, Gail's retiring. During this time, Gail has taught several grade levels, supported countless teachers, worked as an administrator, served on several committees, has been an integral part of a leadership team, and helped implement mainstreaming and inclusion at her school site. Gail is an accomplished teacher, and Gail represents what teaching's all about. They don't do it for the money. They do it because they have a heart for working with kids and for educating kids and loving kids and shaping their minds and hearts, as I mentioned before. We honor Gail today, but we honor all teachers today through Gail, because she has done for 37 years what so many teachers do every day. They get up every day and work hard, often for not much thanks, often for a lot of criticism, but they do it because they love children. And Gail, thank you for 37 years of what you've done.
Thank you so much. I'm going to cry. Okay. I have been very lucky to do what I have a passion for, is working with children, especially teaching reading. I love teaching beginning reading to children. It's very exciting to see when a child does not know how to read, and then that light bulb goes off and you see that happening. So I'm very, very lucky to do that, my passion. I want to thank Gary Bredefeld, the City Council, and Gary's staff for this honor. It's really quite humbling, and I really feel like I'm in such a neat company with all the women that are involved in this. It's really nice to see. I know when you gave out your coins earlier, my brother looked at me and says, "What are we getting?" So anyway, yesterday I told my students, okay, she has one for you, Brian. Yesterday I told my students I was coming here, and they looked at me, and they weren't really impressed, but I was impressed. So one of the students said, "How long have you been teaching?" And I said, 37 years. And he looked at me, his mouth dropped open, and he goes, "Wow, that's how you got so old." And I said, "Yeah, that'll do it too. But you gotta love first graders." Anyway, and I have some of my Powers staff from past. I've worked with some great people over the years. I've been able to learn from them. Very hardworking people. My Powers staff, past and present. I really appreciate all of you. And I just want to do a shout out to my family. My sister Paula is here. My brother Larry. My brother Brian. Love you guys to the moon. You guys are amazing. Corey and Matthew, my nephews here. You guys, you know how much you mean to me. You're my world. And then my brother-in-law Billy, he's been in our family since probably 8 years old, so he's like brother to me. So thank you for coming. Bree, you are so special to me too. And Barbara, thank you for coming too. You are so special to our family. And my friends Susan and Vicki and Susan Bredefeld too. And last but not least, I didn't forget you. Love my life there, Mimi. She has brought so much joy into my life, so thank you. And my nephew Matthew just had twin little girls who are very special to me too, Mia and Ava. And I also have nephew Andrew from Larry over there. So, but thank you so much.
Let's take a picture with this.
Okay.
Congratulations, Gail, and thank you and your family for being here this morning. Next, we'll have our council president from the 7th District, Mr. Clint Olivier.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present to you the District 7 Woman of the Year, Kim Contreras. Everybody, big round of applause, please. Thank you all very, very much for being here this morning, and congratulations to all the other winners who are still with us out in the gallery this morning. It's really an achievement to be recognized. This is a great program, Councilmember Capriolio and Councilmember Soria, that we do this here in the city of Fresno. Kim lives in District 7, and she's an unsung hero. And she's really representative of many, many other unsung heroes who work hard day in and day out to not just lift up their neighborhood or their street, but to lift up the people who live in the entire area, to lift them up not just physically, but to lift them up spiritually. And it's people like Kim who not just are a part of the rich fabric of our neighborhoods here in the city of Fresno, but really are the fabric of those neighborhoods. District 7 is interesting. It's really an interesting study in the city of Fresno because within it are some of the wealthiest people in our community that we live with, and also some of the most economically challenged people in our city live in District 7. So it's really an honor to represent them, but it's also very enlightening because the district is so diverse. There are people who are doing very well, and there are people who are struggling. All of them, however, need people like Kim to lift up the children who live there and those neighborhoods. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of Kim's accomplishments, and then we'll go ahead and turn it over to her. She lives in the area of First and Belmont in the Hidalgo Elementary School area, and she's lived there since 2002. She lives there with her husband, Manuel, and her kids, Ian and Sophia. She started at World Impact, which is a Christian organization, in 1993 that helps to transform the community. She tutors for kids who go to Hidalgo Elementary School. She mentors people in the community through her job and also people she meets throughout the community. She runs a weekly Bible club that she personally will go out and get neighborhood kids and bring them to the Bible study. She provides cultural training for the community as well as oversees the interns at World Impact. She's a ministry leader and has helped countless families who are going through those tough times to get back on their feet. She collaborates with nonprofits, the First Presbyterian Church, Youth for Christ, Made for Them, and Mercy Street. She helps run a Bible camp with First Presbyterian Church and has done that for 10 years. She coordinates events like sporting events in her community. Is there anything you don't do? And the whole time while she's serving others, she manages to serve her family, and she's raising two great kids, again, Ian and Sophia, 12 and 7, and she's married to Manuel. And so Kim is our Woman of the Year in District 7 because not only does she keep her household in order, but she does so much for her community, her neighbors, the people who live around her, and she's very deserving of this honor. Let's give her another round of applause, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, one of the things that bits of information we received when we asked for a little bit of your story was you said there's a burned out home in your neighborhood. We have quite a few burned out and boarded up homes in the neighborhood where we live. And so can you tell us about what happened or what you did?
Well, just want to say it's a privilege to be here and to really stand on the legacy of so many great women. Thank you, Council, for hosting this kind of event. It is a a joy. I have to admit, when they called me, I went, "What?" I think you might have the wrong person. You better follow me around for a day. When I told my kids, "Will this mean you'll listen to me better?" They didn't say so. So anyway, all that to say, it is a joy, though, to be up here and really to represent the family that Clint Olivier is referencing, is just to live in a great neighborhood where you get to learn how to work together well. And I think of a Chinese proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And I really believe that deeply in my Christian faith. God has challenged that. Love God, love people. My success is rooted in the success of my neighbor. And so just really grateful to actually be a part of these families' lives, to have a chance to share life together. And the family that you talked about, we had a partnership with Fund, which is a great organization in our city that goes and helps families that are in a place of crisis. And again, just unsung heroes. Bob Dittmer runs that organization. Cece, another great gal in the Lowell neighborhood, really on a daily basis just trying to watch out for folks that are in a vulnerable situation. And so they came in and were able to help us work with this family who had lost their home. Eight kids. Find new housing, find a new place, and to be a part of their lives. We kind of joked we took them camping, but they were already kind of camping, if that makes sense. I said, not really sure this was much of an excursion for you. It's more of one for us. But just to build that relationship, to just say, hey, we are here, and we want to be a part of what you're going through, and that you're not alone in this. Really just, I know many of us have already expressed this today, but just really know that I stand up here because of all the brave women I work with every day. The moms that have endured just crazy stories to be here in my neighborhood and to be providing for their families, doing jobs that many of us couldn't do, frankly, with great skill. Thankful for the Hmong grandmother I remember meeting who hid our soldiers in Vietnam many years ago. No one will ever know her name in the newspaper, but I got to hear her story and got to walk alongside her family for a season. So I just think those are the names and the faces that flash before my eyes as I stand up here, that it is really not so much my award, but theirs. And so thank you for letting me do that, to stand here today and just say there are some amazing women, and to live in neighborhoods where we can reach out across different class and social economic barriers, and to do that well is really the real work of what makes our city such a great place. So thank you so much for letting me be up here today.
Okay, let's go ahead and have Kim's family and friends come on up, all of you now, for a picture. And this is the proclamation, and which contains a lot of really neat whereases for you about your life and all the great work that you do. Let's get everyone up for a picture. Thank you all so much. And Kim, you are an inspiration. Thank you very much. See if there's something. Oh, wait.
Congratulations again. Thank you, Council President. Before we get too far down the road, we're almost ready to conclude. But I just want to let you all know that we have some great food from Pardini's outside the doors here to enjoy and celebrate this momentous occasion. And the women in this room are absolutely incredible, and so are the men. But the women are our leaders, and I wanted to thank you all for being here. It's a very special day, and these are members from Pardini's. I've seen you all for so many occasions because they support the city of Fresno each and every day with fantastic food, great service, smiles on their faces. Yes, we have smiles. So I wanted to present the certificate of recognition to Pardini's for all their support in this wonderful event. So let's take a photo. Come close.
Okay.
Thank you all very much. Oh, one more picture, guys. They're so anxious to get out there and give you guys the best service in the world and serving that wonderful Pardini's food. Hang on one second. Okay, Laura, don't go far, please. So I want you to meet my Chief of Staff, Laura Rios. Marty's on my staff, just recently acquired. We're very happy with her. Is Kathy in the room somewhere? These are the people. I'm up here with a microphone, right, in a suit and all that. These are the people that put this whole thing together. Just so you know, we have the proclamations. We have the frame proclamation. We have a gift from the city of Fresno, a beautiful bag. You can't quite see it, but inside this bow right here is the City of Fresno Woman of the Year pin. And we're going to give each and every one of you this information, this packet here, because you're so wonderful. And thank you all. And I couldn't do it without my team here. Another round of applause for Laura and Marty. All right. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks to my colleagues. And their representatives are the best. And Penny, did you want to say something? Oh, okay.
Thank you for thinking of this. That was just wonderful. And Esmeralda, I have something for you if you want to come down, please. Okay. And then, would you like to have a group picture with all of the Women of the Year?
We're going to do that out in the lobby. But we can do it now if you like. Okay. With all the wonderful representatives from each of our districts as Women of the Year for 2017, please come forward and join us for a photo opportunity. I guess I get a cigar instead of a flower arrangement. And you need a bouquet too, Penny?
Well, no, I gave them.
Oh, okay. But it would be... Yes, of course. All right. And I'll get my cigar later.
You have candies like that.
You have to get close for the photo op. More, hey. The professional camera. I am so lucky to be surrounded by all these beautiful, intellectual, giving, wonderful ladies from the city of Fresno, and thank you all again. And let's go outside and enjoy the celebration. Chief, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And thank you all. We'll do it again next year. Hope to see you all here.
Council members, let's resume business at 10:15. If council and staff could return by 10:15. 10:20. 10:20.
has asked us that we issue a reconveyance of the trust deed in reliance on a holdover of $600,000 in the Fultonia escrow. So the holdback is there as a Plan B until escrow closes or the NSP escrow closes on the NSP property or 10 days from the closing of the Fultonia. In step 2, the agreement calls for the transfer of the NSP properties subject to the city's NSP loan and the housing successors loan. And then step 3 amends the NSP notes consistent with the transfer and repayment of debt from those properties and provides that at the end of the loan term, the properties are transferred to the city. That, in a nutshell, describes the deal. And let me go on to add that the primary objective of the Fresno Housing Successor is to assist in the supply of affordable housing, to secure long-term availability to lower-income households, and to efficiently guide resources to serve and maximize those objectives. This transaction would serve all of those benefits. The initial loan of $600,000 led to the rehabilitation of 39 units, thus increasing the supply of affordable housing. The 55-year covenants on those 39 units remain with the Fultonia property, ensuring their long-term availability to lower-income households. The Fultonia buyer has experience in and supports the purposes of affordable housing. The eventual resource of that $600,000 loan with small incremental payments over 30 years, now with this transaction, we receive immediately $100,000, which will be redirected back into affordable housing and its program objectives. And this transaction also expedites the payment of the remaining $500,000 balance over 14 years instead of 30 years as in the original agreement, thus helping to serve that same objective. We are also in a better position. We're in second position rather than third position. And lastly, as contrasted with the current NSP contract status in which the repayment proceeds would not begin to revolve back into affordable housing for about 15 years, and then at a rate of half, only 50%, the approval of this transaction before you to title the property to FRC will result in 100% of those net proceeds immediately being redirected back into affordable housing. That's the conclusion of our points. If you have questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
I was going to say, hello.
I'll interpret for you, Council President.
Sorry, I broke it.
Council President, may I point something out?
Please.
For this item, it's a joint item between the city and FRC, the corporation, the nonprofit corporation of the city. The board of FRC consists of the council as well as the mayor, so the mayor may vote on this item too.
Okay. Thank you. And so at this time, we will go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bobby Ward, London Properties Investment Group. I'm one of the brokers on the transaction right now on the Fultonia deal. And sitting in the audience here, Marlene already very eloquently touched on the points that I was going to bring forth with regards to the transaction. We're not completely privy to the inner workings of how the RDA, the city, or TFS Investments have worked these deals. But what we do know is that in the marketing of this property for close to a year, we met a lot of obstinate buyers that did not want to carry forward with the covenants and the restrictions that were a part of this property through that RDA redevelopment. And in finding the current buyer that we have now, Mr. Tim Calkins, he is somebody with history in running low-income properties and also who is very willing to carry forward with that agenda. So the one point that we did want to bring forth is that we are in a situation where we have a very ready, willing, and able buyer and somebody that has the vision to carry forward on the property. We think he meets that criteria. And again, in marketing the property for close to a year, it was very rare that we would meet a buyer that would have that type of, that would receive that, the conditions and covenants in the way that he has. So we are just hoping to appeal to the council here that you will see that approving this deal to move forward is the best thing for everybody and the residents of that area that are occupying the property.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and return it to council. Member Baines.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Marlene, for a very succinct staff presentation without kind of revisiting all of the details because you've done that already. I just wanted to thank you in particular, along with City Attorney's Office, and particularly Doug Sloan and Bruce Rudd and Mayor Brand also as well, and Tim was out there somewhere too, and I want to thank him. This is a relatively complicated deal. I don't want to pretend like it isn't. It is for a whole host of reasons, but I am happy to say that I believe that this what we are presented here with today is a win-win-win scenario. Most importantly, like the speaker just mentioned, we get a chance to keep these covenants with a buyer that is willing to carry that out and with a vision on that property that is so important for our affordable housing crisis that we have in the city of Fresno. I want to thank Terrence Frazier for coming up with, for being patient, for taking that making that initial investment. It was tough. And we get that, and we're appreciative of the investment that you initially made in order to make that happen, and look forward to the continued partnership that we have with you in the city. And listen, this is going to be a good thing for affordable housing, going to be a good thing for the FRC, so I'm happy to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
I will keep my remarks very short, but I too echo the comments just made by my colleague. I want to thank all the parties that came together to make this deal happen. I know one of the concerns that I had initially was the affordable housing covenants, which many of you guys know that's been an issue that I'm very passionate about, and know that in the city of Fresno we're always trying to work and figure out ways how we increase the number of affordable housing units. So I'm pleased to hear that we have a very committed buyer and that they will continue to afford those residents units that will be affordable. And so I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
At this time, the screen is clear. And there is a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to this? Mayor? Member Bredefeld? No? Okay. The mayor does get to vote on this item. So if there's any opposition, seeing none, it passes 7-0 with 8-0.
7-0 for the council and 8-0 for FRC.
Okay. Thank you. We move now to the approval of minutes. The minutes from the meeting of March 16th, 2017. Are there any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
I will second. There's a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries 7-0. It's time now for council member reports and comments. Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, I just wanted to, City Clerk, we're going to be bringing hopefully finally the issue on the marijuana recreational marijuana dispensary ban on April 27th at 2 p.m. for a timed item. And one other thing, I've talked with the city manager, the mayor and I have talked, the city attorney. We had I don't know if you would call it a district meeting on the water issue in August. It was, I don't know if it's just district, but it was citywide almost, really, on the Northeast Treatment Plant. And in August, the city staff said we'd come back and give them an update. That was our third meeting. It's been now 7-8 months. And I know we're in litigation. That's a real issue, and I don't deny that. At the same time, we somehow have to follow through on what we said, is that we would update people on all the research that we've been doing. And I mean, it's clear we released the report from the EPA. It's clear, our water that we deliver is clean, safe. It has, and it will continue to be. But I still think we need to provide some updates. So I would just ask that in light of the fact we obviously have this litigation going on, we still need to follow through on what we pledged in August, which was that we would come back. So I don't know if that's city manager or city attorney, if you want to respond to that.
I can't tell you anything right now. What I can say is that we'll talk to the administration and you, and we'll work on getting that done.
Okay. Thank you.
Just add that the challenge for us is that at the time that we met with the community, there had been no legal action taken by.
True.
Now that there is a handful of individuals who have initiated legal action, we are in the midst of now having to defend the city, and so that has made our ability to go back to the community even more onerous and difficult, because whatever we may say is, someone would tell me, could be held against you later on. So I understand where you're trying to get to, and I too am grappling with that dilemma. But we also have legal counsel who's also advising us as a result of the lawsuit being filed.
Let's see if we can get to a place where we can have some kind of meeting. I don't know if there are parameters we can have in terms of what we can say. And if not, then I think that's something we need to put out there to people so they understand why we're not coming back. So I just would like to get that clarified. Thank you.
Thanks, Council President. Really quick, I wanted to, and City Manager, this is probably going to be for you too. I got a number of calls yesterday on a report that Reuters ran over lead poisoning in our children in the 93701 district. I don't have, I wasn't even in town yesterday to get a report or a briefing. Can you give me some insight as to how that story relates to Fresno and the veracity of it?
My understanding is these are findings from 2012. And over that period of time, we had received federal funding in which we, if you recall, invested about $2 million in lead abatement, and it's primarily coming from older homes, older housing stock where they use lead-based paint, so that the dust and exposure to that is what we believe, and the county believes, is the source. It's not the water, and we are going to be applying again for abatement funds to try to mediate the impacts to those residents, but it's primarily associated with older housing stock. There are some other communities that were also identified outside the city of Fresno that also have a similar issue. But again, it is primarily the source, according to the health department, is lead-based paint that was used back in the 40s and 50s on a lot of the older homes that we have in our neighborhoods.
Okay. A couple of things. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to disseminate information to the public. One, are we prepared to demonstrate that we're sure it's not coming from the water? I mean, I hear what you're saying. I want to make sure that we can completely rule that out. And then two is applying for the federal funds. Is that all we can do, or are we going to kind of come up with a plan of action? I know three of us share the same zip code that they're talking about here on the council, so I just want to make sure that if there's something that we think we can do, we're doing it.
Well, we're looking for again, we're going to apply again. We weren't not successful the last time, so we're going to apply again. There might be an opportunity to use, and we have been in some cases using CDBG on home rehab when it's owner occupied to mediate or mitigate that. Of course, we're hearing all sorts of things now about whether or not there's even going to be any CDBG funding.
Sure.
But we are, again, in our conversations with the county, it is not the water. Water, and even the county health officials yesterday affirmed that the water is not the issue.
And they've stated that in writing?
Yes, it was actually in the article.
Okay. All right.
So,
okay.
The issue is, and has been, as we said a year ago, we are aware, the county is aware of high concentrations of lead due to lead-based paint, and elevated levels of lead in blood, especially amongst children, that there is an issue, and it is primarily in our older neighborhoods.
Okay.
And that's where we need to focus our attention.
All right. Well, thanks, City Manager, for that update. Sure, we'll be monitoring the situation closely, and I definitely want to hear about what our actions are going to be for that community. And secondly, Council, I need to make you aware. So the first part of this week, I was in Washington, D.C. with my Air Board service. And there's some things that we should all be aware of because they're relatively serious. So there's some good news and bad news. So the bad news is that I made you all aware several months ago that the EPA did not give us an extension on our latest PM 2.5 plan. And essentially, to not get into too much science about this, what that essentially means is we don't have an approvable plan before EPA. And it has triggered a sanction clock for our entire air basin that includes 8 counties. And that sanction would essentially, the beginning of the sanctions would cause us to lose all of our federal highway funds. And those funds are about $2.5 billion in our corridor. Following that, it would essentially call for a federal takeover of the air basin from the federal government, EPA, in order for them to bring our region into compliance. Some of the remedies that are being floated out there are no drive days, no farm days, no construction days. And I think we should all be aware that it's not like one day here or one day there. You're talking about 155 days that they would do this in our valley. So many of you have kind of heard me talk about the concern about this over the last year or so. We are in the imminent stages of this at this point. So a delegation on the Air Board has been going to Washington, D.C. a few times. I've made you guys aware, and we always try to make sure we're putting our case forward. Now, here's the good news. We had a series of extremely productive meetings. We even met with, which is unprecedented, the new administrator of the EPA, Administrator Pruitt, who, quite frankly, we all collectively were very impressed with our meeting with him. He actually took quite a bit of time to understand our issue. We've never had a meeting with the administrator of the EPA. He has given us some assurances that he is going to work with us in a much better way than our previous experiences over the last several years. And we all feel confident that that's going to happen. That doesn't completely solve our problem. We need a legislative fix. And this council should be aware that within the regulatory authorities of our air district, we can regulate all stationary sources, which basically means businesses. We have no authority to regulate mobile sources. 85% of our pollution problem, criteria pollutant problem, are from mobile sources, basically the trucks that run up and down the valley that we have absolutely no authority to regulate. We are asking the EPA to, while we know we will not be into air quality attainment, we're asking the EPA to not issue sanctions if the sole source of our being out of compliance are from a source that we have no legal authority to regulate. That seems to be a very reasonable argument that both sides of the aisle, both Democrats and Republicans, seem to be listening to. As many of you know, air quality is a very contentious topic in our nation's capital. So just to give you a rundown of the meetings that we had, we met with Congressmen Costa, Valadao, McNerney, and Olson. McNerney he's from Stockton, California, and Olson is sponsoring House Bill 806 right now that would kind of overhaul the Clean Air Act. Last year, I think we were supporting that bill. This year, we have taken a neutral position because our issue actually isn't in the bill. And we also met with Administrator Pruitt, and we met with Jeff Denham's staff, and the executive director of the Air Board actually testified at the committee hearing yesterday that we were all present at. So this is a very serious issue, Council, and I'm keeping you all apprised as we go, but we are probably about 18 months away from sanctions starting, and they're prescriptive, so there'd be nothing we could do to get out of it. So we're trying to avoid that. Thank you.
I wanted to say congratulations and thank you, Member Baines, because I've worked the Hill with you, so to speak, and your recitation of all those committee meetings and things that I've attended with you, and I've seen you in action. You're a great advocate for our city, and on this particular issue especially, because it is very complicated. And you do a great job, and thanks for the update, and keep up the good work. We're all behind you, sir. Next, we had a great morning honoring some amazing women. This morning, I hope some of you or most of you are here. So I want to congratulate District 4's Woman of the Year, Roz Clark. And I want to take a moment to thank those that made it all possible. to my colleagues for making it another successful event, and you chose some fantastic women to keep this tradition going. I also wanted to thank the City Clerk's Office, Vance Veers from ISD, John DeLucia from Printing, Russell and Michael from Facilities for their hard work and for making this day a special one for the honorees. And I wanted to thank my staff for their amazing work, Laura, Marty, and Kathy. They're amazing people. They're amazing women. They should all be women of the century, in my view, but they did a great job, and I can't express my appreciation enough for them. On Monday, along with some of my colleagues, we attended a reception held by the Mexican consulate, David Preciado, in honor of our good friend, Mayor Lee Brand. It was a welcoming reception. It was a great time. We met a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that stand behind our fantastic mayor and we, the Mexican consulate. So thank you all very much.
All right. I mentioned this last week. I wanted to hit it one more time before next week. Next Wednesday, March 29th, we have a Veterans Boulevard Town Hall at Hernan Barstow Elementary School. That's at 6265 North Grantland Avenue. We're going to be talking about the Veterans Boulevard project, where we're going to be going back and asking the federal government for $45 million, along with Councilman Baines asking the federal government for relief from the EPA standards. So we're going to be asking the federal government a lot, and we're going to hit them up for $45 million for Veterans Boulevard, which leads into it's a beautiful segue to my second comment. The item that was pulled earlier today was my item to oppose SB 54, which was about creating California as a sanctuary state, which, if we've heard anything from the Trump administration, is not going to fly too well with that administration. So Sacramento wants to pick a fight with Washington, D.C. The odds are good that the Trump administration will fight back. And beautiful projects like Veterans Boulevard in the city of Fresno, a lot of other things that we get federal dollars for would be put in jeopardy, all for a political statement being made by our friends in Sacramento. And I want to just say that my colleagues did not want to hear about that topic today. So in the beginning of the day, they pulled that item. I made a motion to keep it on. I was outvoted. So the majority of council up here did not want to have that discussion. And that's cool. That happens from time to time. It's politics. I can deal with that. But what I would like to do, in lieu of not having that conversation, is I'd like to ask, leading into, and I'm glad that the mayor is here today, but leading into budget talks, if we could have a short, maybe 20-minute workshop in the next month or 6 weeks about the types of things that we get from money that comes from the federal government. So council members and the public get a chance to hear how money comes to the city of Fresno and what types of projects are dependent upon that money. And then secondly, in Mayor Brand, I don't know how this is your first budget, but inside of the first budget, is there a contingency if that money is withheld from the federal government? And I talked with City Manager Bruce Rudd about this a little bit yesterday. He shared concerns because usually we budget on money that we count on it coming in. And so, you can even take the Meals on Wheels or any one of the different items that we budget for, we have to know that money's coming in. So we're going to need a contingency if we don't get federal money this year. And now I am not predicting doom and gloom, but as a responsible city elected, I feel like I have to ask some of these questions. So my goal at the beginning for the opposition to SB 54 was not to talk about some of the crazy and very complex and very important aspects of immigration that I do believe our nation needs to deal with. But it was to simply focus on monies that come to the city of Fresno from the federal government, and that money, beautiful things that we use that money for in the city of Fresno, is it going to be put in jeopardy because Sacramento wants to make a political statement, and we might have to face those consequences. I don't know. And I really don't even know the outcome, but I felt like I wanted to take that opportunity to raise our voice. So I wanted to put that on the record, and thank you, Council President.
Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have a few items to just report on. One, yesterday we had the State Assembly Healthcare Committee that was here in our chambers talking about actually also a very important issue related to the American Health Care Act, which I believe Congress is voting on today, and really the impacts and what it means for the residents of Fresno. I am very concerned about what's happening also at the federal level. We've seen studies or reports show by the Congressional Budget Office how many jobs we could lose. Here in Fresno, it's estimated about 6,000 jobs, over 516,000 million in economic impact, and just thousands of the most vulnerable residents being impacted are seniors and children that would be impacted and not have health care access. And so I'm concerned about that, and so I was grateful that our local assembly member, Dr. Joaquin Arambula, along with the Chairman Wood, were here to ensure that our local community knows of the potential impacts and so that we're ready for it. Lastly, and I do want to thank staff, Helen, Takahashi for helping us make sure we secured the room, our ISD staff for helping with the press conference that preceded the hearing. So Mike Kuntz and Mark Stevens, thank you for your help in making the event a successful event. The other just comment that I wanted to make, there was a meeting earlier, a public meeting regarding the 99 realignment, Clinton to Ashland, and some of the impacts that it will have as it relates to the high-speed rail project. A large portion of it is in District 1, west of the 99. They will be impacted and affected by the multiple street and freeway overpass closures. And so this public meeting really allowed the public to ask questions, express their concerns so that they're addressed and that this construction stays within the time frame so that we minimize those impacts. I will be actually having follow-up community meetings in the next month to continue the discussion as it relates to the closure of the 99 realignment and also as it relates to building the pipeline from the water project that we voted on earlier last year when I first got elected, 2 years ago now, I guess. And I know I met with Public Work DPU staff yesterday. We'll be working on doing some outreach so folks know the impact on the closures on McKinley near Fresno City College later this summer. Then lastly, I just have a question for the city manager. I know that I've asked you through email, and we've had several conversations about the Tower District satellite station. Some folks had the impression that we would have had an item today on the agenda, so I just wanted to see if you can give us an update. This has been an issue that was brought to our attention over a year now. In a community meeting we had where over 300 residents showed up voicing their concerns as it relates to just increasing crime, property crime in the Tower District. So just wanted to see if you could give us an update so the public knows kind of what to expect, since we don't have anything on the agenda today. What's the time frame that they can expect to see this item come before us?
So yes, we can. The property that the police department had been looking at, once we started looking at the actual numbers, exceeded the amount of appropriations provided by council, which was $25,000. Additional TIs above and beyond what was being discussed in the lease was going to reach approximately $80,000 to $100,000. So as a result of that, we started looking for another alternative. We have identified another alternative. We're in the process using the broker that council and the broker agreement that the council approved last year is negotiating the terms of that lease, and we anticipate that we will have sometime I think we're shooting for the middle of April, since there's no meeting first week in next week. We believe that we will have the lease for the Tower District. For District 4, somewhere, I think it's around Shaw and 6th, And knock on wood, we will have a lease for a new Northwest Police substation somewhere around Shaw and Marks Avenue. So we hope to have all 3 leases back to for council's approval sometime in April, in anticipation of a May 1st move-in, or sometime around the 1st of May, for at least the riding station in D4 as well as your riding station in the Tower District. The substation in Northwest may take a little bit more because it requires additional tenant improvements far greater than what we anticipate at those other 2 sites. So I would look for a move-in date. You report to your constituency that you probably should anticipate a move-in date sometime early part of May.
Which is probably earlier than what we had anticipated with the other building, correct? Just because of all the tenant improvements that it would have. Okay, perfect. So just wanted to make sure so that the Tower District residents know that we're still working on this. While it may not be on the agenda this afternoon or this morning, the city manager is working on it, and we will have something hopefully by May where we can go do a little ribbon cutting. Thank you.
Bruce, I wanted to thank you on behalf of D4 for your hard work. I really, really appreciate it. I know you've been very diligent, as always, and thank you.
I just want to echo my colleague's request that the federal budget allocation be equally as important. I would also like for staff to look at the state budget and how much dollar amounts that is, because if we're going to ask ourselves to be shot in the left foot or the right foot, we better know how much it's going to bleed. And so I like that to be part of the conversation as well. And we actually agree on outlining those budget numbers. Totally. Thanks.
Okay. The screen is clear. Mayor Brand, you wish to speak? I got some extras over here. No. This is a conspiracy. Mayor. Okay. Here.
You got it. He's got it.
So, getting complicated up here. I just wanted to say that we had a great reception with the Mexican consulate. I'm going to reciprocate and have the Mexican consul come to City Hall with a ceremony, so let everybody know in advance. Thank you.
Okay, the screen is clear. Are the folks here from the Tioga Sequoia Brewing Company for Frez Yes Fest Day? All right, come on up. Let's do your proclamation really quick. We did have a proclamation. It was a last-minute ad requested by the administration. I want to go ahead. Mayor, did you want to come down for a photo op? And I'll go ahead and present. Now, you folks are doing, I'll let you do most of the talking and we'll get through it quick, but you folks are doing a new beer flavor, right? Like in honor of our Fresno Grizzlies? Okay, we'll have you talk about that. But it's Frez Yes Fest Day. And this is, how many, you've been doing this since 2013? You know what, let me let you folks do all the talking.
Yeah, so Frez Yes Fest was created in honor of our anniversary downtown. We started brewing in 2011, and we decided to celebrate in 2012. And it was so overwhelming with the support that we got from our patrons and people coming from all parts of Fresno to support us. We decided it was bigger than us, and we decided to name it Frez Yes Fest. And so the next year, that's what it became, and it's been growing ever since. It's really a community event that brings people from all walks of life, from all over the Fresno and the Valley, to get together and have a block party downtown and have some fun. And so far, it's been super successful. We've also had some partners since the beginning. Downtown Partnership has been with us since day one in getting the correct city permits and licensing to host the event. New Rock 104, Hammer from New Rock, has been with us promoting since day one. Mike Oz has been our number one promoter and coordinating all of the music and talent and food trucks and vendors since day one. I don't know if you want to say anything or no. Okay. We've also been partnered with FrezYes.com, Frez Yes Realty, who's been a great partner and advocate for us since day one as well. Obviously, the name fits. And then obviously Kevin, our brewmaster, who makes all the beer downtown. Every year we feature a new beer, something creative. This year it was our Frez Yes tribute beer that's dedicated to Fresno Grizzlies and their 20th anniversary. It's called Take Me Out to the Ball Game. It's a peanut butter and Cracker Jack brown ale. Kevin can maybe talk a little bit more about that.
Well, this guy is always presenting a challenge for me. He comes up with these crazy ideas, and I got to come through. But last year was a strawberry blonde for the mayor that was here, and that went over pretty well. And this year, he wanted to do a tribute to the Grizzlies, so he's the one that came up with a Cracker Jack idea, and I had to make it happen. So we, in the craft brewing industry now, are going crazy creative. We are making stuff out of everything almost, and so nothing is off the table really. So pretty excited about how it turned out. We actually had a base of a brown ale, and we added some certain flavorings to give it a close to a salted caramel type flavor, but actually decided to put Cracker Jacks in it to pull it off. So, we do what's called dry hopping, which is after the beer is finished, we put extra hops in, and that really makes it a profound flavor. So I figured we'd put Cracker Jacks in and dry Cracker Jack it. So it actually pulled off some of the flavor of the caramel off the popcorn and the peanuts. And, it's going to be one of those polarizing beers. You're either going to love it or hate it, but it definitely tastes like Cracker Jack. So it's pretty good. So not too sweet, pretty good. So pretty excited. Come try it. Mike can talk some more about the proceeds and how some of the proceeds are going to a certain event or charity or.
Yeah, so this year is the first year we also enabled a donation aspect for the tribute beer. So for every pint of beer we sell of this beer, we're donating $2 to Sunnyside Little League and Junior Grizzlies. They're splitting that 50-50. We hope to raise at least $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 to support those groups. Yeah, that's about it.
Frez, yes.
Thank you. I'm kind of crashing the party here because you're on my district. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, well, I'm definitely going to have a beer. I remember the strawberry blonde. It was great, and they have a cucumber flavored beer there that is just absolutely refreshing and awesome. The Frez Yes event is fantastic. It draws people really from all over the region, not just Fresno. You go there, it's absolutely packed. So I look forward to this event. We love having you in the district. Love what you guys are doing. I'm beginning to really love craft brews, by the way. The strawberry blonde and some of the other ones. So I'm waiting for you to name a beer after our new mayor. He has a name.
It's called the Bald Brew.
Bald Brew. You heard it here first.
Whereas the Tioga Sequoia Brewing Company has celebrated the community in the city of Fresno since 2013 through Frez Yes Fest Day, and whereas Frez Yes Fest Day brings people together to celebrate the food, music, and specialty beers of Fresno, and whereas Frez Yes Fest Day brings positivity to the city of Fresno and its residents, and whereas Frez Yes Fest Day supports local businesses and artists, bringing growth to the economy of the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the 23rd day of March to be Frez Yes Fest Day in the city of Fresno. Congratulations. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and do consent calendar. And I know there is all right, let's just, like I said, I beg your pardon for kind of going out of order today just a little bit. But it is a special day here at City Council. All right, let's move now to the consent calendar. Is there anything that any council member wishes to remove from the consent calendar? Any item? Member Bredefeld?
1J.
1J. I'd like to remove 1M. At this time, we'll now go out to the public. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address any item contained on the consent calendar? I'll call you up. Seeing none, we'll return it to City Council.
Motion to approve.
We have a
balance of
motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item carries 6-0 with Member Brandow absent. Now we'll move to the first item that was removed by Member Bredefeld, item 1J. This is a Finance Department.
Hi.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. The fees of $67,000. This is with Bank of America, continuing a contract with Bank of America for the city banking services. What's the fees of $67,000 and $164,000? What are they for?
Well, the 164 is what we're paying right now. We're going to pay an additional 67 under this agreement that we are bringing to you today.
And paying for what? I mean, why are we paying?
Processing our checks, processing our cash, processing in checks that we receive, processing checks that we pay. Basically, any banking service that you might get in a business, we're paying for right now.
And how much are we depositing with Bank of America? I mean, what's the city
Right now, we have a balance of about $15 million with them. It fluctuates, but we keep around $15 million with Bank of America.
So, and there's a deposit rate there going to increase. If we renew this, they're going to increase this from 0.2% to 0.3%. This deposit rate is what it said.
Yes, that is correct.
So I'm wondering about this deposit rate because those rates seem much higher with other banks than 0.2, 0.3. As I just did it in a review, a cursory review, it seemed like they were much higher. I'm wondering why we're just getting 0.2, 0.3. We've got $15 million, and I'm wondering why we can't even negotiate something where we're not even paying fees because they got our $15 million, and they're certainly making a lot of money on the $15 million. Can't we negotiate something where we're not paying them almost $250,000, $60,000 in fees?
Well, that's what we plan to do. We're going out with an RFP for banking services right after this. This is just basically a bridge agreement just to get us up to the point where we can issue the RFP and look for other banking services. But at this point, we think we can strike a deal once we get the competition in place.
But this is what we've been paying all along, right? I mean, you're just bridging on an interim, so this is the deal that we've had all along. We've been paying 0.2%, and we've been paying all these fees on.
No, they've been paying us 0.2% on our deposit.
We've been getting a deposit rate of 0.2%, but we've been paying almost $250,000 in fees.
We've been receiving 0.2%. We've been paying $164,000. Now we're going to get 0.3%, but we're going to pay about $250,000.
Right.
That's what's going to happen.
Okay. I would expect, I've never deposited $15 million, but if I was depositing $15 million, I wouldn't be expecting to be paying $250,000 in fees to have the privilege.
And that's why, as the controller said, that's why we're going out to RFP, because we believe we can get a better rate. I will also remind the council, we haven't had $15 million sitting in the bank for quite some time.
Okay.
And so we are in a better position, like a lot of other places, including our credit rating, now that we do have cash in the bank. When you don't have a whole lot of cash, you're not going to cut a whole lot of deals on with trying to leverage that investment because there is no investment. So that's the good news.
Okay. I'll move the item.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Motion carries 6-0. Okay. The next item is 1M, and I removed that. I guess what I would like from the sponsor, Councilmember Baines, if you could briefly just give us an explanation of what the item entails.
Well, I'm going to get into all of the particular legal aspects of it, but it's an item that this council approved last year. So, do you want to go back to to that? I mean, are you asking?
What does it do, and why? I mean, I opposed it at that time, and I guess the question I have is why has it come back at this time?
Well, we had to make some amendments to the original deal, and I'll let the city attorney talk about the amendments.
Yes, if I could call up John Holtzman, our labor counsel, to address it. He's familiar with all the nitty-gritty details.
Good morning. Good morning, members.
Yeah.
John Holtzman. So there, with a project labor agreement, we negotiated with the Building Trades Council. Building Trades Council then has to take that project labor agreement and get it signed by every one of its affiliates. And one of the conditions that we have when we sign a project labor agreement is that it must be agreed to by all of the affiliates, because otherwise it really wouldn't be effective in preventing strikes. In the course of running it by their affiliates, and we had been in contact with their affiliates during the negotiations, but it was obviously a negotiation that took place rather quickly, and they weren't able to reach all of their affiliates at the highest levels where these need to be approved, often in Washington by the unions. So two of the affiliates, one is sheet metal workers, and the other is iron workers, had very, very minor changes, basically, to what we had agreed to. With respect to the sheet metal workers, there was a side letter on sheet metal workers. It's Exhibit D to the project labor agreement you approved on December 15. The sheet metal workers at higher levels wanted slightly different wording in that agreement, but the essence of the agreement is the same, which is that for sheet metal workers only, that off-site prefabrication of sheet metal is covered by the project labor agreement. This is the sheet metals. This is part of the sheet metal agreement's master collective bargaining agreement, and applies around the state. We deal with this issue all the time. They wanted slightly different wording in that. The second was on the iron workers. The project labor agreement that you approved subjected the iron workers to drug testing under a uniform policy. The iron workers actually have a stricter policy for drug testing under their master collective bargaining agreement. They wanted to be clear that that they would in fact be covered by this drug testing under their master collective bargaining agreement, which is stricter. And those are the two substantive changes.
Okay, thank you very much. Nicole Gehring from ABC, you came by to say a few words about this item.
Thank you, President Olivier, for pulling it off the consent. Members of the City Council, Nicole Gehring with Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California chapter. I was here 3 months ago, obviously spoke against the project labor agreement, and wanted to get it pulled off consent to have discussion to find out what exactly is in these side agreements, what that specific drug impact language actually says, why the agreement under the sheet metal workers is expanded to add Central Valley in Northern California and Sacramento. We don't have a copy of that, so we don't know what that actually says. That particular local is not a signer to this agreement. And why are we adding now off-site fabrication? That's going to add additional costs, and it's going to now restrict further abilities for local contractors to do any off-site fabrication of the work, because now that's going to be added to the project labor agreement. It seems to me that it's very concerning how quickly this project labor agreement was put together back in December to get it passed through, and that we now have to come back and put these additional items that could have been added at the time, and now we've put them in consent. But also like to see, how this is going to impact conditions for contractors who are not in the U.S. or who are perhaps in other countries that could be doing this off-site fabrication, and how are you going to monitor and keep them in compliance with how is all this going to be done under this project labor agreement. I want to remind you that a survey was recently done by the State Center Community College District, and it was devastating, the impact of project labor agreements to the local community. The survey found the following: 67.7% of contractors who are local said that PLAs do not add value or benefits. 70.9% of the local contractors said the PLAs add cost, and 54.7% of them said they would not bid on projects with a PLA bid out by that local government. So I would encourage you to get more information about what these documents say, find out what the actual cost is before you vote on this item or vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Nicole, do you have a recommendation from ABC? It's a vote against it now or get more information moving forward?
Well, we have a long-standing position that we are opposed to project labor agreements. So I would, if this council wants to, obviously this item coming up as an amendment is now going to have other council members who haven't had to vote on this before to now be put in a position to vote on this. So, I mean, obviously our recommendation would be to vote no.
Thank you. Member Bradefeld.
Yes, I think Nicole raised a lot of questions. I'd like city staff to respond to all the issues that she raised. And the other thing is I really do wish that staff had, I know Councilmember Baines put something together, but why didn't staff put something together in terms of this issue and explain a little bit more clearly why this was coming before the council?
And I can speak to a little bit of that, Councilmember, since I sponsored the item. We actually kind of went through the public debate on this a few months ago, and this is a kind of a minor amendment. So today we're not necessarily here to reopen the entire debate. We probably are here to talk about the amendment only. Nicole raises some questions. All of those were raised before, right. Frankly. There really aren't any different questions she's raised here today, but to whatever extent staff wants to respond, you've asked for that response.
Well, you're right. There's a side agreement, and we don't need to debate PLAs supporting them or not supporting them. This council in December 2015 voted for this. But there is a side agreement, and I'd like to understand what the purpose of that side agreement, not purpose of PLAs.
Sure. So, John Holtzman again. First of all, to be clear, I'm obviously not weighing into the whole question of PLAs or any of the policy questions here. I'm only here to tell you about what it says. But if you turn in the PLA to the existing attachment D, the speaker from the ABC is incorrect in what she said about any changes to that agreement. The existing agreement that was approved in December with the side letter for sheet metal specifically said that all contractors would be bound to the off-site fabrication language of the master agreement, exactly what the current one does. It specifically cites the Central Valley chapter as well. So in substance, there is, in my view, zero difference between these two provisions. The language that sheet metal like to have in their side letters that they try to do uniformly throughout the state of California is a reference to not just the master collective bargaining agreement, but to a national agreement. So that's the actual, if you put aside all just the words, that's the actual change. And I will say, I know from personal experience, having negotiated a great number of project labor agreements, that the sheet metal workers uniformly require this prefabrication language. There is, as far as I know, not a single project labor agreement in the state that doesn't make allowance for off-site fabrication in the situation specifically of sheet metal workers. And as far as the iron workers go, again, I mean, we could go through the details of the drug testing plans, but the reality is that this is a drug testing plan that is used throughout industry, throughout the country for iron workers, which is a very, very dangerous profession.
So this is not changing anything about the PLA. It's just changing what is a standard thing, which is what you're saying.
That's right. In my view, neither of these changes have substantive importance, and I would have said, I mean, the thought that would have run through my mind, certainly ran through my mind when the Building Trades Council came back to us with these changes, was, well, then why make them at all, which is probably what you're thinking. But the answer to that is because different unions do need to sign on, and some of them, when they go back to Washington, have specific language that they insist on. I do not believe that this has any substantive impact on what was approved on December 15th.
And for that reason, I will support the item.
I make a motion to approve, Stafford.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Let's go ahead and vote electronically, please, on this item. Motion carries with 5 yes and 2 no. Thank you, staff. Okay, and we have been jumping around. I want to take unscheduled communication right now at this time. Is there anyone here who wishes to address the council on any? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Ben Burquam, and I am, how do we go up again? 4947 East Dakota. It's a business address. I was originally going to come this afternoon with Councilman Brandau's resolution to oppose SB 54, but when I heard that it had been pulled, I decided to come now. I typically don't wear a hat indoors out of respect, but I respect our president, and I believe this issue has connection with him with the disrespect that he's been shown since he took office. I think it's disappointing at minimum to have this body not hear and not actually take a vote on this. I can understand some of the council members' concern with their what they consider their constituents, but I would remind council members that your constituents are legal voters, not illegal voters. And this bill, SB 54, gives sanctuary to criminal aliens that have been taken in by law enforcement and should be deported. From a city standpoint, I understand as well that there's concern about losing funds. Beyond that, our state representatives are derelicting their duty to uphold their oath of office, and I believe anybody who opposes this resolution is doing the same. Our government primary function is to protect its people. And we, the people, are the ones that you're to protect, not outside influences, not immigrants, not illegal immigrants. I would ask you if you went to Councilmember Soria or Chavez, if you go to Mexico from Central America illegally, what do they do to you? And it's kind of a rhetorical question. They kick your ass out, excuse my language, and because they have sovereignty, just like we do. So I would support this city standing up. I believe the state is enforcing a law. It's standing against just law, and I believe if they stand against just law, it's our duty as citizens of this state to stand against them, and I would call all citizens of the state to stand against them. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on any item that's not contained in the agenda? Seeing none, we'll close unscheduled communication for the day. Thank you. We move now to our 10 o'clock a.m. Scheduled hearing, just a bit behind. This is a hearing regarding the vacation of a portion of Arroyo Avenue Public Works.
Good morning, Mayor Brand, Council President, Council members. My name is Jason Cammett. I'm the Chief Surveyor, Public Works Department. I'm here today to ask Council to open a public hearing for the vacation of a portion of Arroyo Avenue and also a portion of an alley northeast of 8th Street between State Route 180 and the Dry Creek Canal. This hearing was set by Resolution of Intent 1114-D, which was approved on consent on March 2nd, 2017. This vacation has been properly noticed and published in accordance with the Streets and Highways Code. It is being requested by John Valentino. The request is to accommodate Development Plan Deed 16046, which is the proposed development of the renovation adaptive reuse of the Acme Machine Company building. The development requires vacation of a remnant portion of Arroyo Avenue and a portion of an alley adjacent to the south. Both areas are blighted and a maintenance liability. For these reasons, staff recommends the approval of this vacation request. At this time, I request Council to open a public hearing for comments, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you, staff. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council President. Dirk Pushall. I'm here on behalf of John Valentino and his company, Truxell Valentino Landscaping, who own the property at 212 8th Street. If I could put this on the projector, it kind of gives you a visual reference of the property that we're speaking about. It only has to do with the portion of the alley and street immediately adjacent to the Valentino property. That's what it looks like today. It's abandoned. The city forces haven't been in there to maintain the alley for many, many years. This will provide an opportunity for us to clean up the alley. We have also negotiated an agreement with Fresno County. We are immediately adjacent to the Fresno County kitchen, jail kitchen, and we have purchased the property that's identified on this diagram as Fresno County so that we can combine these properties and make a more functional access route to and from the Valentino property. Again, the tangent of alley that we're vacating only affects the rear of the Valentino property. It has no effect on adjacent properties. So we thank staff for their recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them of me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll return it to council. Member Baines?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Okay, item carries 7-0. Thank you, staff. On 10:15 a.m., item number 1, this is actions pertaining to proposed water capacity fees, Department of Public Utilities.
Thank you, Council President, City Council. Water capacity fees. This agenda item is a couple of things we'd like to request. We'd like to hold a public hearing regarding the proposed water capacity fees. We are introducing a bill today to create the water capacity fee, and then we'd like the resolution to amend the master fee schedule to adopt the water capacity fee under the public utilities section. So with that, I'd like to make a presentation and get it started before the public hearing. So, as we've talked about before, this is recycling some of this that we did 2 years ago when we approved rate increases for the residents of Fresno to build the Recharge Fresno program. Pretty basic. Water, can't live without it, can't grow crops without it. It's a necessity of life. The issue that we are facing is that we have an overdrafted aquifer throughout the San Joaquin Valley. USGS had estimated it's about 1.5 times.
Hold on 1 second. Oh. We don't have the presentation on our screen. Thank you.
Thank you. About 1.5 times the size of Pine Flat Reservoir every year in the valley, and that's continuing to be a problem. There's a House resolution currently in consideration in Congress trying to address some of those issues. What does that mean here in Fresno, though? It's a valley-wide number, and so here in Fresno, if you can see on the right-hand side there's a little dot. It's called Fresno, and underneath that is the cone of depression, as they call it, that currently exists under the city. It's a result of just how we've managed water historically. Legally, we were doing what we were allowed to do. But in September of 2014, the governor passed a law and required that we change the level of service that we provide for our water system, and that we needed to now move forward and find a way to refill that hole. The law is pretty specific that during non-drought years, we need to manage our water in a way that we increase the groundwater levels. So that's the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Of all the things on this slide, it's really the box in the lower left-hand corner that it's going to be done. The question is, do we do it or does the state do it? The way the Chapter 11 in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act gives the state the authority to intervene and take control and establish their level of service to make the groundwater levels rise back in the city. And again, the state, and this is from a letter that we've gotten from the Department of Water Resources. State's primary role, step in when local government agencies fail to exercise their responsibilities. So this council in February 26 of 2015 exercised your responsibility and approved a rate plan to allow us to build the Recharge Fresno program so that we could start to recover the groundwater underneath the city and fill in the cone of depression that exists. This whole Sustainable Groundwater Management Act really creates a new normal for development planning in the Valley. This is an article that was about 3 weeks ago, and the gist of it is here on the right. A local government wants to approve a new development project. That local government has no access to surface water to support that new development. That development proposes to rely on groundwater extractions for their water supply. The local government acknowledges that overdraft is going to occur as a result of those extractions. And the irrigation district wants that local government to replace those extracted groundwater withdrawals or pay a fee to compensate for those. The resolution is going to come through the court system. We'll probably see this play out a lot in the Valley as a result of this. So that's the new normal for a lot of folks. But the Fresno's new normal is a little different. We will have new development in the city of Fresno, and that's going to result in additional groundwater extractions, without question. However, the city has surface water allocations to compensate for those extractions that are associated with new development. You as a body have access with the new FID conveyance agreement and our CVP contract, have access to about a little over 200,000 acre feet of surface water that you can make available for the existing residents and new connections that will come into the system. Those allocations are sufficient to bank surplus water in the aquifer for both current and future connections, makes us more drought resilient. And this water capacity fee is really intended to address how do we provide the infrastructure so that we can provide this new level of service that's required as a result of this law. Again, in 2015, you approved a rate plan so that the existing ratepayers can provide that, achieve that level of service. Now we want the water capacity fee so that new connections help us maintain compliance with that new level of service. In 2015, this is what you approved, $429 million capital program for these projects. These are all ongoing right now. We are moving full speed ahead throughout the city. Councilmember Sawyer talked about it earlier. We're going to be meeting with her because we're running pipelines right through her district, and we want to make sure that we're being user-friendly and trying to accommodate everyone's interest as much as we can in that disruption. These are the projects. We're building them throughout the city. Big program, biggest program in the history of the city to address this groundwater overdraft. So let's talk about how we start this water capacity fee discussion. The first thing we want to think about is just, well, how much demand do we have to provide for new development? And so this is the demand curve that's been prepared for the water capacity fee program. It's right out of the general plan, the 2035 general plan. It's a 1.85% growth rate, about 224 gallons per person per day. And you can see on the right, we had been, increasing our water demand, and then the drought hit, and then we've been dropping slowly. We're hoping the drought has ended. We didn't get a one-year reprieve, but we're hoping this drought has ended. That 1.85% growth rate that we're forecasting in my 30-year career of doing water supply planning for cities, just smaller than Fresno, lots larger than Fresno, I've never done a growth projection that's 1.85%. That is really, really low. And so I'd like to see us, if we do the things we were proposing to see that to go a little bit more. We'll get the jobs, get the economy going, that'll go up. So that is by no means an aggressive growth rate for a city of this size. So here's what's been happening recently. We've got the blue bar shows you how much surface water production we've been putting into the system. The yellow or green bars are showing you how much recharge we've done. The difference between those two bars adding up and the demand is the groundwater overdraft. That's that hole I showed you earlier. That's how you get a hole. You just suck the groundwater out, don't put enough back, and you create a groundwater overdraft condition. And that's with our surface water treatment plant at 30 MGD. In 2018, we will open the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant, and we will have a Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant at 80 MGD. Northeast will be running at 30, and this is our SGM compliance plan, this new level of service standard that we have to provide, and we will create a groundwater surplus condition in the system. So this is the chart I show you, and we talk about with the residents out in the community that if nobody moved into the city of Fresno, This is how the system would look. This is how the system would behave. And our existing ratepayers are compliant with this new level of service requirement to meet the requirements of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. That's what that looks like. But we anticipate we're going to have people moving to the city of Fresno. Again, people will go, businesses will go, industries will go where there's water. And you as an elected body have 200,000 acre feet of water you can make available to those types of interests. So we're going to have some growth. And so the question becomes, so now ratepayers have paid their share. How do we accommodate that growth curve that we anticipate having and still maintain this new level of service requirement that we have to have? We have to have a surplus. The law is very clear. Non-drought years increase the groundwater levels in the system. And so right now the current plan is to build new wells, new recharge basins, new pipelines, which we've always done. We're very good at that. The city's very good at that. But to comply with this Sustainable Groundwater Management Act piece, we've got to bring more surface water into the system. And so the new development will pay for the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant expansion from 60 MGD to 30 MGD so that we maintain that level of compliance that we're looking for. So when people ask, and we get this asked question a lot, when you talk about new development paying for itself, what does that look like? Well, this is existing ratepayers paying to get themselves at the level of service we need. And this is what it looks like when growth pays for itself. All the facilities required after that allow us to accommodate them, bring them into the system, and keep us in balance and at this new level of service we have to provide. I wanted to review a few of the things that we heard during the community forums on the 5-year rate plan. These are exactly verbatim what we presented to you in 2015 on February 26th of 2015. What was the community at large emailing us, telephone calling, putting postcards when we had all the forums around the city? What were they concerned about? Water affordability and equity are important. So what did this body do? You guys established a water affordability credit program, which allows $5 per account income qualified individuals. So we checked that box. What happens if we don't advance the capital plan and rate plan? Well, the state wrote us the letter. You're going to do it or we're going to do it, but it's going to get done. The city has credibility issues. Prior to me getting here, there was some concern about our ability to push a program like this forward. But I'm here to report today that we're on schedule, we're on budget, everybody's being safe, and the quality is exactly as we expected. So we're delivering what we had promised we would deliver. What's the reliability of the city surface water entitlements? Pretty reliable. With the new conveyance agreement, again, you have access to over 200,000 acre feet of water. You're using about 130 now. So we have 70,000 acre feet of water that we can make available to new businesses, new industries, new residents that want to come to our city. What happens if we get additional financial support from the state? And again, that did happen. From the time you guys closed the public hearing on February 5th of 2015 to the time you approved the rate on February 26th, the state stepped in and said, we're going to finance this thing 100%. You're not going to have to go to New York City to go and get the money. We're going to make the funding available to you. So we did that and we adjusted the rates accordingly. Are we certain the Recharge Fresno plan will meet the state's requirements of Sustainable Groundwater Management Act? Yes. They've approved all these plans. They've approved the funding. And we've, as part of our participation in the North Kings GSA, have indicated to that group, we're coming to the table with this program. We're coming to this program with this plan, and we're not changing it for anybody. This is our plan. This is what we're doing. What's the status of the conveyance agreement? Done. December was approved. 200,000 plus acre feet now available to you, and we're ready for people to come to us and take advantage of that supply. The last bullet, we have to check the box from February, is new development should pay its fair share of program costs. And that's what we're here today for the water capacity fee. So let's talk a little bit about the water capacity fee. It's defined on how you build the water capacity fee, how you calculate it, is defined by law. You guys learned a lot about the law when we did the 218 process. We had a lot of people wanting to sue us and take care of things that way. There's also a law that says when you do a capacity fee, things you have to do. So there's two components that we can include in a water capacity fee. The first component is anything that is existing in the city right now, today, that provides capacity that benefits new development, we can charge for that. The other component is new facilities to be acquired or constructed in the future, which what we've shown, there's a plan to do that in the future. So those are the two components that we could include in the capacity fee. And both of those components are in the capacity fee for consideration today. The capacity charge cannot exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing that service. It's in the law. Can't do that. Can't charge more than we think it's going to be. Capacity charges shall be in a separate account. We're going to do that. If this is adopted, there'll be a separate fund created for the water capacity fee. And the capacity fee shall be expended solely for the purposes for which the charges were collected. We're not going to build a garage. We're not going to build a park. We're going to build new facilities to benefit growth. That's what this money is limited to. It's a restricted fund. So the recommendation is to transition to a single water capacity fee applied uniformly across the city. Right now, we're a geographically based UGM system, which made sense in the old days when we were drilling wells in different proximities, and this one had contamination, this one had yield problems, this one had taste. All those things made sense to do it that, but now that we've got this Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, we need to move surface water all across the city for recharge and for potable water. We need to go to a different type of system, and that's what we're proposing, a citywide, universal program. Why we want to do that? We need to provide availability, reliability, and drought resiliency for new customers. Again, I showed you the chart. You doubled the rates on the existing ratepayers so they could have an available, reliable, drought-resilient water supply. That's done. Now, if new people come to the system, we need to make sure we have water for them that's available, reliable, and drought-resilient. So we want to accomplish that for the new people that come. We need to make sure we equitably cover those costs for the new folks. And we can't exceed the estimated cost of providing that service. We want to make sure that people pay proportionate to the benefit they receive. Again, that current UGM capacity fees, very, very complex. You can see they're just around the border of the city. 21 areas for water supply, 5 areas for wellhead treatment, got recharge, bond. It's a very complicated system. But again, it made sense at the time based on how our water supply was provided in those days. However, it's not been, the most recent of those fees was updated 10 years ago. Most of them are 20 years old. They do not recover the cost, provide capacity or new expanded connection system. An example of that is there's an agenda item you'll hear later today where we're asking the state to provide funding to build a 6 million gallon reservoir at Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant. That's a facility that was built to accommodate new growth. Not enough money, had to value engineer it. We had to take out that tank at the time we awarded it. Now the ratepayers are paying for it. We want to avoid those things where we have to come back to the ratepayers and say, hey, we didn't collect enough. I need to put this on your back. So those are the kinds of things we want to start to avoid. Does not recover the cost from non-UGM areas. You can see the UGMs right now are just on the periphery. If you're inside that, you're not paying any fees and you're adding to the connection, which diminishes our level of service if we don't have the funds to get that level of service up. And it is administratively burdensome. I hate to tell you it's hard, but it is kind of difficult to kind of manage that many accounts and make sure we've got all the money in the right place and doing the reimbursements. So, facilities required new growth. Showed you the chart earlier. So our existing demands, normal year demands, because we've got this drought going on, the normal year's demands are about 130,000 acre feet. Based on the general plan, those population forecasts, we need about 190,500 acre feet. You just do the subtraction. We estimate that we will have 60,000 acre feet of new demand in the system that we'll need to accommodate for. And again, that's at 1.85% growth rate, the lowest in my career that I've ever forecasted. I've never done less than 3. Most people are 5s and 6s. So 1.85 is not a crazy, wild, off the charts high rate. It's a very low rate. So what are those, now that we know what the demand is, what facilities do we need to provide? And again, to meet this new level of service prompted by this new law, again, the existing ratepayers have paid to meet that level of service. Now we want to add new connections, make sure we maintain that level of service. So there's $12.7 million in the water capacity fee for existing facilities that exist in the system that provide benefit to new connections, $12.7 million. And those are facilities that have not been paid for yet. We're still paying debt service. The ratepayers, I should say, are still paying debt service on it. The whole bond issue was about $126 million. So we're taking $12 million of that and applying to the water capacity fee. The other portion is the groundwater wells, new groundwater wells, recharge facilities, and water distribution pipelines. That'll benefit growth. We're still going to build new wells. We're still going to build new recharge basins. We've still got to build pipelines in the system. That's about $143 million of that facilities. And then the last one here is the new surface water treatment facilities and finished water transmission facilities at $82.4 million on the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant. A lot of discussion about that number. $78.6 million on the pipelines to deliver that water out into the system. Now, how comfortable are we with that number? Well, I'll tell you how comfortable we are with that number. Every month, we are processing invoices from contractors on the Northeast Surface Water Treatment. I know what concrete costs, I know what pumps cost, I know what conduit costs. We know what everything costs because it's market-based pricing right now. It's live data. We know what it costs. Same thing on the pipelines. We are processing invoices every month for new pipelines as contractors are building them, submit their pay requests. We know what the pipelines cost. We know what the trenching costs. We know what a heavy equipment operator costs. We know what a backhoe costs. We know what everything costs. It's kind of like a builder when he tells you what a building costs, dollar per square foot. Well, how does he know that? He's got his invoices from his roofer, his plumber, his painter, his stucco guy, all that stuff divided by the square foot. That's what my cost is, dollar per square foot. We're doing the same thing right now. We're getting invoices every month. We know dollar per gallon what it costs to build a water plant. We know dollar per inch diameter what it costs to put in a pipeline because we're processing these payments right now. So now we do the math to do the water capacity fee. So there's groundwater distribution system assets that benefit growth. That's the $12 million on current debt service payments we're making. We have the new infrastructure that's bearing growth. Again, that's the new wells, new recharge basin, new pipelines, kind of the old model we've been using. That's about $143 million. So total, those two is $156.5 million. It's going to provide the demand for 60,000 acre feet. It's just division. Divide that by the acre feet, $26.07 per acre foot, $5.984 per acre per 100 cubic foot is the cost for groundwater distribution system assets benefiting growth. Now we go to the surface water. Really, this is just driven by the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Can't drill more wells unless you provide more surface water to balance it. So this is the cost to do that level of service. Got to maintain that level of service. Surface water treatment class, Northeast expansion 30 to 60 is 82.4. Again, we're processing invoices every month. I know what it costs. Regional transmission main, 78.6 million. Every month we're processing these invoices. Total surface water treatment and transmission, 161. It'll provide this balance, this 33,000 acre feet. Again, do the division, 4,792 per acre foot, $11 per 100 cubic foot. And now you get the total water capacity fee. You get the groundwater items and the surface water items. It's $16.984. That's the math to get to the water capacity fee, doing the two components. So a little more math we have to do. We have to convert this now to how people are going to connect to the system. By ordinance, when you connect to our system, you have to connect with a meter. You're going to be a metered connection. Each meter has a different amount of flow it can flow through it. So think about it. You got a glass of water, real skinny straw, don't get a whole lot of water through a skinny straw. Big fat straw, you get more water through a big fat straw. Same thing with a water meter. Smaller meter, less flow. Bigger meter, more flow. We know how much you can move through a meter per year. You take the 16.984, multiply by the amount of flow you can get through the meter, and you get the water capacity fee by meter size. The industry standard across the nation, every utility, is the 1-inch meter. That's kind of the standard meter size. So a 1-inch meter is $4,246 per connection. So what would Clovis do? Right? What would Clovis do? Well, here's what Clovis would do. Clovis would charge $4,182 in their high development area, and we're at $4,246. So we're about $60 difference there on the and ours is calibrated now for Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Theirs has there's going to have to be some recalibration on their part to get it up to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. What would Clovis do on low-density development? They charge you $6,846. We're not going to charge you that. We're going to charge you $42, $46, wherever you are, whatever meter size you got, that's what we're going to charge you. And you can see how we compare with some of the other folks in the valley. Like our water fee, we're at the lower quartile. Like our solid waste fee, we're at the lower quartile. Like our wastewater fee, we're at the lower quartile. The city council has done a great job of, constraining that stuff and keeping us at a point where we are very affordable for new people wanting to come to the city and requiring services. So let's talk a little bit about what we've been hearing during the course of our engagements with the industry. So here's a couple of things. Here's some things we've heard. City proposes to deny fee credits or reimbursements. Actually, the city is going to reimburse and issue fee credits to developers required to install water supply facilities as a condition precedent to project approval. So we're going to reimburse. If I make you put in a well, I'm going to reimburse you for the well. Put in a pipe, I'm going to reimburse you for the pipe. City proposes to limit term of reimbursement agreements to 10 years. That was in the original. Got some comments back. We've eliminated that, so there's no time limit on the reimbursement agreement. City should not apply the water capacity fee to approved tentative tract maps. Agree, city will not apply water capacity fees, and that's just a matter of law. If I'd like to, I couldn't. It's against the law. I can't go back and reach back into a map that's already been approved and charge a fee to it. Can't be done. I asked my city attorney, and they reminded me, can't do that.
Tommy, can you tell us how many of those do we know? How many vested maps we have in the city of Fresno we know will not be impacted by this proposal?
I do know that number. So right now there are 100 tract maps that have been approved and this fee will not apply to. And on those 100 maps, there are 10,000 lots. So you think about maybe 2.5 people per lot, 25,000 people get added to the system and don't pay the fee. So we've got some capacity for people who have existing maps to go ahead and get connected and not pay the fee.
So we made sure that won't happen in the future?
That's the plan with the water capacity fee. That's why it's a citywide fee now. So any new maps that come in, regardless of where they are, will have this fee applied to them.
So pay as you go, as the community asks, will be fulfilled.
Exactly. Fourth thing is the city should not present the maximum fee in the water capacity fee study. And the staff is recommending a reduced fee. So for the purpose of doing the calculation I showed you earlier, there's two things we can put in the fee. Existing assets that benefit development. And that was a big number. And after discussions with the building industry, we decided, you know what? We're only going to charge you for those components that we're still paying debt on. That's the $12 million. But we had to understand, well, what is our threshold for what might be possible? And that was just an index, and now we're down here at 4246 instead of the 6500. City's adoption of water capacity fee would violate CEQA. We've had a lot of discussion on this one, had a lot of attorneys, both sides, but the water capacity fees are not a project and not subject to CEQA. CEQA will be completed, when we need to do the project, and we'll advance that forward to the city. City should not include the Northeast expansion.
Can one of our attorneys just confirm?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Confirm that's...
Yes, the adoption of the fee alone is not a project for CEQA purposes.
City should not include the Northeast plant because the timing is uncertain and actual construction has not been approved. This is a planning exercise at this point. We've got to estimate the fees based on what we think the demand is going to require in terms of providing capacity for those folks. And so that we showed you the chart earlier. This is how the progression of demand will go. This is how the progression of facilities go. And those projects will be paid for based on the water capacity fee that we've calculated. A few things on the administrative side. If approved, the water capacity fee will become effective June 5th of 2017. There's a 60-day requirement. Water capacity will be charged for only 1 meter when 2 meter connections are required for reliability and redundancy. This really applies to multifamily, big 20-acre parcel. We want to make sure they have 2 connections, so in case one fails, they will buy 2 meters, but they'll only get the water capacity on 1 meter because it's really the demand is just the 1 meter.
Tommy, just wanted to interrupt you. It's 11:55, and we will be going to break for lunch at noon. So just a 5-minute warning for you.
I'm good.
And then, if you wish, you can continue your presentation after 1:30 when we return, at which time we'll do public comment.
So you're saying 5 minutes? I think I probably need 2.
Okay. Whatever. Just
Okay.
letting you-
Water capacity fees will be deposited into separate capital facility fund. Again, I'm not going to commingle it with anything else we're buying. The allocation of the fee and the revenue, debt service will get 50% of the revenue. Developer reimbursements will get 50%. And that 50% will get applied to existing maps that already exist and are due reimbursements. And then any new maps that come in that we require them to do something, they'll get paid. If those are all covered and we've covered our costs, then we'll bank the money for the projects that we need to build for new development. We'll give you annual reports on revenues and expenses. And what we'd like to do to avoid this 20-year delay or a 10-year, every 5 years we'll bring this back to the council, work with the industry. I think we've got a model in place now with the industry that we can work through this every 5 years. And the water capacity fee will increase annually based on Engineering News Records Construction Cost Index, just so that we don't let the construction costs get too far away from us. We kind of tracking, and so as construction costs increase, the capacity fee increases accordingly. And it won't, I can tell you right now, the CCI won't cover it all, but it'll help us keep pace. So what are we trying to do? Safe, reliable water system, sustainable and resilient water supply. This is this new level of service we've got to provide as a result of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And we really want to do an equitable and affordable financial plan. Ratepayers got to do their share. You guys had them do that in February of 2014. New development has to do their share. That's what we're talking about today. Everybody got to kind of pay their proportionate share. And again, we have that agenda item later today where, well, what happens if that doesn't happen? Well, if it doesn't happen, ratepayers got to fund the deficiencies in the system. Or we don't build a project, or we go into a moratorium. Those are those kinds of things that we would have to consider. Council President, that concludes the presentation.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and take a 90-minute break for lunch, and we will return for public comment promptly at 1:30. Thank you. When we broke for lunch, staff had concluded their presentation, so at this time we'll begin public comment. If anyone wishes to address this item, please come forward. I don't have any yellow cards for this agenda item, so we'll just go ahead and have you come on up and give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Here come some more people.
Hello. Good afternoon, Council President Olivier and council members. My name is Claudia Cazares with Granville Homes at 1396 West Herndon Avenue in Fresno, California. My comments today will be brief and to the point. They will focus on the revenue that is generated by the impact fee. Typically, you can expect that if a fee is calculated based on a specific cost item, then the fee generated would be used to pay for that cost item when it's built. In the case presented by the city, approximately $2,600, or roughly 62% of the fee, is charged to buy into the existing system. Additionally, $1,600, or roughly 38% of the fee, is charged for expansion to accommodate for growth, i.e. the expansion to the Northeast Fresno Surface Water Treatment Plant and the needed transmission pipelines. But that is not how the generated revenues are apportioned in the item before you today. One of the city's slides on their PowerPoint labeled administration or uses, as was presented today, earlier this morning, says 50% of the funds will be utilized to pay down old debt. 50% will be utilized to reimburse developers for their construction of city water mains, as has been pledged previously. That leaves zero for the Northeast expansion, yet 38% of it is charged for the Northeast expansion. I request then that you ask yourself, How do you save money for a house, yet use it to go on vacation? Are you telling the public that 38% of the fee is to expand the plant? Then how can you justify that there are no funds set aside to actually pay for that expansion? If a home buyer is going to be charged a fee or a tax for their impact, then those revenues generated should be utilized to mitigate for their impact. It's plain and simple. If the revenues are utilized in another fashion, then I argue that you are misleading the public on the use and of the revenues generated. Remember that there has been 4 different estimates provided to us for the expansion of the plant. It doesn't make sense to actually do design and make sure there are no contamination issues on that plant before you charge the new tax to new home buyers. This concern and others you will be hearing today are part of public testimony. We've provided this information before to staff, and we're only intended to make sure that the fee you approve is a just fee. Let me repeat that. The fee that you approve is a just fee that has been accounted for appropriately, and that is all we ask.
Thank you. Come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Council President, fellow council members, Josh Peterson, Wathen Castanos Homes, 1446 Toll House Road in Clovis. Sorry.
Come back.
Nothing personal. Okay, so I want to start by saying I went through the general plan update. I went through the development code. I did not see a business-friendly city at that point in time. I do want to thank the council for continuing the water fee back in November, allowing for 60 days. That was fantastic. And I want to thank the staff. We had a lot of good sessions. I think we met four or 5 times, and I think we made some good ground. When this was it? No. You guys met. We met 4 or 5. I think. I don't know. Anyhow, Bruce. You guys met 7 times. So anyhow, you're timing me so I get to the point. With respect to this fee, it started out as on a 1-inch meter at over $6,200 a unit. Part of this buy-in, I think everybody realized that it was really inappropriate. Nobody knew where the funds were going to be spent. It just wasn't a proper tax. That got thrown out. We're down to 2 components in my eyes, one for $156 million for growth. We agree with that. I have no issues with that component of this fee. Our ask is that the council move forward and approve the $156 million increase in water fee. However, what we do have an issue with was the $161 million Northeast Treatment Facility expansion and related infrastructure. Your city attorney had specified earlier that you can, and I think Councilmember Soria, you asked the question, can we charge this fee without getting through CEQA? He said, sure, you can charge a fee, just can't relate to a project. But you've got a fee in front of you that's directly correlated to a project. That's how you derive the fee. That's ridiculous. Tommy Escueda came up and said several comments about it being defined by law. So CEQA. You have to go through your CEQA. That is defined by California law. In addition, as we went through the staff report, there's been several inconsistencies. The cost has gone from $35 million to $55 million to $85 million. There's 30% contingency in that number. There's redundancy in certain items. In the staff report, you say you don't need ozone in the additional treatment facility. In the cost figure, there's $11.5 million of ozone included in components. I just think as we continue to whittle down through staff's report, this needs to be looked at more. The city needs to look at its liability as it relates to EIR and CEQA work. Go through the proper channels of doing your CEQA work, bidding the project, making sure it's sized appropriately, and then establishing a fee. And at that point in time, we'd be happy to support the fee. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you had them. Yep.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President Olivier, council members. My name is Todd Weinke, McCormick Barstow, Fresno Street, and I'm here on behalf of our client, the BIA of Fresno Madera counties. We would like to add our concurrence with the previous statements regarding the CEQA requirements and the inconsistencies in the staff report. We would also like to add our thanks to the process that the staff has gone through. We participated in those meetings, and found staff responsive. I'd like to focus on some very specific issues that we have with the ordinance. The first is there are circumstances in the ordinance that allow for the city manager to determine and require a developer to build a facility when it's supported by a standalone water system. We find that there's nothing specific that delineates that in the ordinance, and we have provided language in the past to recommended language in the prior letter asking to clarify that. Similarly, there's language related to the orderly sequence of development under the general plan without any specifics for enforcement of those provisions. Secondly, Mr. Escuedo touched on it briefly, but you have a policy that bases the calculation of the fee on a project and then disclaims that project. And we're concerned that you've now created a policy where you've claimed a nexus for the fee and then said there is no project-based nexus. So you're claiming a nexus, then disclaiming the nexus, and that puts us in a position of having to protect our rights in order to exhaust our administrative remedies should something occur related to that policy. And this is with regard to the staff report, which is based on a higher fee, that initial $6,500 fee, even though staff is now requesting a lower fee. And even though you're not being asked to adopt that fee, that is still in the staff report. Once again, we'd like to say thank you for the staff for their openness and willingness to talk on this, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
Todd, last name
Todd.
is Weinkoop.
Todd, is it the position of is the BIA supporting this fee increase or not?
I think at this point, and the BIA will speak directly as well, but I think at this point, along with my predecessor at the lower rate, and if the council deals with the issues related to this additional costs for the new construction and takes care of those open issues, I think they would support the lower rate based on just the growth on the existing facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Please come forward. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Taylor. I'm with Stoll-Rees, Sacramento, Capital Mall, Sacramento. I'm here on behalf of Granville and on behalf of Watson Castanos, and I appreciate the time, the opportunity to speak with you for a minute. What we would like to request is that the council direct staff to remove the the facility, the northwest facility, from this decision, and to direct staff to convene with my clients and other interested parties to work out some of the remaining concerns and issues that pertain to that particular facility. The rest of the proposal, we're totally comfortable going forward. Councilmember or Vice President Soria, you asked a question earlier this morning, which I think kind of cuts to the heart of it. And by the way, I should say that I submitted a letter the other day, and I hope you've had a chance to read that. I'm certainly willing to address questions. But to get to your point, which you asked of the city attorney, is this proposal subject to CEQA or not? And I will tell you, and I respect your city attorney immensely and have high regard for his determinations. As often happens, lawyers have different positions on things, and this is one of those things where we do. I will direct you, although it's in my letter, I'll direct you to the CEQA guidelines, section 15273, which deals with this particular issue. CEQA, generally the section talks about what CEQA does not apply to, but subsection B reads that rate increases to fund capital projects for the expansion of a system remain subject to CEQA. And so because these are increases that are specifically to support the expansion of a system, this is a carve-out. and it does remain subject to CEQA. The other point that I would make, which I think is very important, is that staff's representation today that this is not a project, and in order to be subject to CEQA review, a decision of a local agency has to be a project, and that's defined specifically under statute and case law. Staff's position is that this is not a project, which is all well and good. 2 weeks ago, on March 9th, when this was scheduled to come before this council, staff had a different position. And the position 2 weeks ago was not that this isn't a CEQA project, but that this is an action that's exempt from CEQA. And there's a series of provisions, about exemptions from this statute. But they weren't arguing that it's not a project. So fast forward by 2 weeks, and we're at the point where the argument is now that it's no longer an exemption issue, but it's not a project. And what's interesting to me is that this is sort of the reverse of the norm. Had staff taken the position that this was not a project at the outset and then decided for various reasons that actually it does constitute a project, but we're going to subject it to an exemption, that would be kind of a normal progression and a normal evolution of thinking. But to start with the premise that it is a project, we're going to exempt it from CEQA March 9, and then by March 23rd, have a complete reversal and make a determination it's not a project is very inconsistent. And so for those reasons and the reasons set forth in my letter, we'd request that we take a step back and have a discussion with the city about working through this, because we do think it's workable and it's resolvable.
Thank you. And if any of the council members have questions for you, then they will call you back up during their time.
Absolutely.
So you can share more when
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishes to address the council? Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Slater of Powell Slater, 7522 North Colonial Avenue, Fresno. I'm here on behalf of Lennar Homes of California and Lennar Fresno, Inc. Mike Miller, the division president, regrets that he can't be here and asked me to come down on his behalf. Mike had to be out of state for a corporate meeting. And we just wanted to come in and thank staff for spending the time that they have with the number of meetings that they've had, but wanted to reiterate. We just heard Tim Taylor speak. We want to join in with Tim's letter to you. There are a couple of letters, actually, and join in his arguments regarding CEQA in this process, and join in the comments from Josh Peterson and Granville Homes as well. We're here for you. Got any questions? But again, thank you for your time and looking at this. And again, we join in with Tim Taylor and Granville Homes and Wantha Castanos in their CEQA comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Please come forward, give us your name and address. For the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sorry, this is Semi Granville Homes. May I ask for indulgence for maybe a couple of minutes over 3?
What we'll do is if a member of the council wishes to hear more from you, then they'll call you up. But just out of courtesy to everyone, then we'll hold you to the 3-minute standard.
Okay. You've allowed that before, but okay, I'm not going to. Can we start the clock then at 3?
Thank you. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. We'll start it at 3.
Okay. Actually, before we start that, can you hand this out to council, please? 7 copies. Can we start when you've had the... Okay. Okay. When you have the packet, I will... thank you, Council President. Okay, we're on. First of all, I want to, like many of my predecessors, I want to thank both Tommy and Georgianne of working with us diligently over the last 8 weeks or 8 to 10 weeks on analyzing these issues. We also want to make sure that new home buyers pay their fair share so that your constituents are paying the correct dollars for this new fee. We just want to make sure that that is fair and equitable and addressed appropriately, knowing that it impacts entry-level home buyers much more than more affluent home buyers. Page 1 on the document that I just handed out is your staff report. The highlighted area says the water capacity fee program is intended to fund as yet unknown future projects. Page 2, from your Nexus study, identifies exactly what that project is. So either we'll have a project or we don't have a project, and that's kind of the basis of our CEQA questions. Page 3 is a page from the California Code of Regulations that just the yellow highlighted says rate increases to fund capital projects for the expansion of a system remain subject to CEQA. So this is a rate increase. You have the page 2 says exactly what the project is, and this is the law on page 3. Once the CEQA issue is addressed, then we want to make sure that a fair rate is charged to new home buyers. Whatever the rate is, we're just going to simply pass it through. So page 4 is a simple analysis of cities' 4 proposals on the cost of the plant. And then the numbers range from $35 million in 2007, 2006 was $61 million, and then today's number is $82 and $85 million approximately. And this plant, by the way, is going to potentially get built around 2035. We recognize the cost may be substantially lower in 2035 because demand for surface water treatment facilities is going to be substantially higher because of SGMA. Pages 5, 6, and 7 now. On page 5, just a little discrepancy on the water fee analysis, on the plant cost. The two highlighted areas call for ozone and backwash equalization, and I don't really want to go into too much of the detail, but on page 6, your other consultant says there's no need for ozone and backwash regulators. So that's a $13 million discrepancy. The point is, we just want to make sure that an appropriate fee is put together with the correct math. So our request is to adopt the fee, accept anything related to the Northeast plant, allow us to work with city attorney, the attorneys to work, and so that we can address and resolve the balance of the issues that are outstanding. Yes, Clovis's fees are higher, could be higher, but they have a much smaller population. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of the City Council. Mike Prandini, representing the Building Industry Association, 420 Bullard Avenue, Suite 105, Clovis. I just want to indicate that we, because of the controversy and the outstanding issues that were brought before the council, that we support the request by Josh Peterson to defer the discussion and fee element for the Northeast Water Treatment Plant, the expansion, until these issues can be resolved. I believe they can be, but it's going to take a little bit of time and discussion to get everybody on the same page, because obviously there's differences of opinion on what is occurring today. So we just respectfully support the request to continue that portion of the fee related to the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant expansion. Thank you.
Is there any other members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes as well.
Thank you. I have some to distribute to the council as well. Pass this on here. Alrighty, my name is Victor Gonzalez. I'm a real estate agent here from Fresno, California. I have been in this industry for the past 11 years, and I want to go ahead and speak to a couple different points. One of them being affordability. Affordability here in Fresno has been going down ever since 2012. And that is illustrated in a study put out by the California Association of Realtors. Based on that study, 50% of those who live here in Fresno can afford a home at the median price. Median price is about $204,000. So this will add a cost ultimately to new home construction, which we do have. We do have people in that industry with homes in that price range. So obviously, the ones who are in the entry level will be the most affected due to percentage. Also, what I distributed in front of you is a disclosure that has been going out for those who are looking to purchase homes in the Northeast Fresno area. There are 2 disclosures in there. One of them is from Guarantee Real Estate, and the other is actually an advisory put out by Patrick Connor from London Properties. Both of those speak to what is happening in Northeast Fresno, and it is a disclosure to those who are purchasing, which ultimately affects property values for those who live in those areas, and also puts increased liability on those who are working in that area as well. So I just want to make sure and urge council to take very careful consideration in any decisions that are made today or at any point, because they ultimately have very grave ramifications all the way through our constituency. That is all.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Okay. Seeing no further comment, we'll go ahead and return it to City Council. Our first council member punched up is Member Baines.
Thanks, Council President. First of all, Tommy and Team Jordan, the whole team, thank you for the presentation this morning. I think that it's very clear that we need to adopt a fee increase to raise our rates. I mean, I don't think, and from what I'm hearing, there are no arguments along that line. So thank you for a very thorough presentation this morning, and for making us understand and the public understand the importance of why we need to adopt a rate increase. I do want to ask a couple of questions, because I do need some, and I don't even know if I need clarity. Well, I probably do need some clarity, because I listened to a couple of speakers talk about whether we have a project or we don't have a project, whether it's CEQA or not. It may be more for the attorneys to answer, but I don't know if Doug or Talia, if somebody wants to weigh in and give me some clarity on that.
Yes. Well, first of all, yes, this is not the first time that developers' lawyers and the city lawyers have disagreed. We may disagree on this, but here's what we understand the law to be. When you're adopting a fee, you have to come up with the best estimate of what you would spend that money on. And that's what they do when they do the fee study. And there has to be a nexus between that fee study and the fee that you adopt. So you have to do that to justify the number that you come up with for the fee. That's been done. That is not a legal commitment to build whatever you estimated that you would build. I know that's a fine legal nuance, but it's a big difference. So today, you are not committing to build whatever is contained in that fee study. That's an estimate to come up with what you need for the fee. Then in the future, when it's time to build those facilities, it may be different than what is being proposed for the fee study. There's that possibility. It may happen 15 years from now, or it may happen 5 years from now. You have to take into account the different circumstances then. So that's why it's not a project under CEQA, because under CEQA, if you're adopting a funding mechanism and you're not committing to actually build something, it's not a project. So we believe we are very sound on the CEQA analysis that this is not a project for CEQA purposes.
Okay, so is it not a CEQA? Is it not CEQA because we're not committing to build something?
That's correct.
So then what happens when we start to build it?
Then you'll have to do CEQA. In other words, when you do a construction contract, you have to do CEQA by then.
Okay, so this is a fine legal nuance. So, question: if
interesting nuance,
yeah,
because just 3 months ago, this council adopted impact fee for police, fire, parks, and at no time is a CEQA. And even in 2007, when we've done this, nobody has ever raised the issue of CEQA. And we even had projects that we had talked about with the park impact fee back when we issued we adopted the impact fee program back then. So we have gone through this more than one occasion. This is the first time that I've ever heard at any time, oh, by the way, when you adopt a fee, you have to go through CEQA. You go through CEQA when you actually have a project. And we've had projects listed, but we didn't actually have the project, and the fee was adopted. And at although the arguments were different as to why not to adopt the fee, the fee was still adopted by council, and no legal challenge ever brought forward as a result of a CEQA violation.
So, I'm drawing a distinction between the water impact fees and this right here. But I'm curious as to, do we plan to build the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility?
So one of the things, again, with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, we've got to figure out a way to get more surface water into the system. Ratepayers are paying for the 80 MGD Southeast Surface Water Treatment. That's getting water into the system. As more connections are made to the system, they draw groundwater. We've got to put more surface water. Right now, the plan is to deliver that surface water out of the Northeast plant. But we could easily say, you know what? It's cheaper if we expand the Southeast plant. We also, in the EIR that the council adopted in June 2014, there was a proposal to build a Southwest water plant. Right now, we know a cost to do Northeast, but it could be an expansion of Southeast. It could be it could be the building of a new plant in Southwest. We've got to find a way to get more surface water into the system, though. So whether we do it at Southeast, Northwest, Southwest, we have to get more water in the system. Right now, our plan is built around, well, let's do it at Northeast. But we could do it build a new Southwest plant. We could expand Northeast, the Southeast plant. There are other options to get it, but otherwise, you'll have to do a moratorium because you can't get more connections to the system and not bring more surface water.
So what I hear you saying, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that at some point we're going to need to bring more surface water online from someplace, whether it's north.
Have to do it.
Okay, so whether we expand existing facilities or construct a new facility, at some point we're going to bring new surface water online.
Got to do it.
Okay, and if we expand new facilities, do we need to do CEQA?
You have to do CEQA. If we do any project to bring more surface water in the system will require CEQA. It'll be a project at that point.
Okay, all right. So let me make sure I understand this. We're going to bring more surface water into what we are contemplating right now is we think at some point one of those options may be the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. So just a quick question: would it hurt to do a CEQA? If at some point we do it, we have to have a CEQA analysis in order to build the plant? Is there a downside for us doing a CEQA analysis?
Well, when you do the CEQA analysis, you'll get a series of permits that people get, but they all have sunsets on them. So we could do it, and this permit expires in 3 years. This one expires. So we would do the effort, and all those permits would expire, and we would if we don't build the facility. So there's no value in doing it because that would just be a stranded document. We wait until we actually need the facility, just like we did in Southeast. We did it that way. The original Northeast was done that way. You do it right in before, and we'll probably apply for funding from the state. State won't give you any funding until the CEQA's done.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Tommy. And let me tell you what I struggle with, just kind of in listening to this. What my struggle is that I totally get all of the other fees being adopted. I'm all there. I am sympathetic to the argument, though, that if we're not sure when we're going to build the Northeast plant, or if we're going to build it, then why are you asking us to adopt fees on it right now? And if we do decide to build it in the future, could you come back and ask us if it comes in, 10 years, and we say, hey, we think we need more water capacity out here. This is the way we're going to do it. Can you then come to the council and ask for a fee increase and a full CEQA or what have you?
You have missed all those opportunities to have collected the fees prior to that. So the fee will probably be 5-10 times what we're asking for now, because you won't want to put that burden on the existing ratepayers. You're going to want to make sure the new development pays for it. So if we want the new development to pay for it, they'll have to pay cash, and that fee will have, we'll kind of like we did with the water plant. We kept waiting and waiting and waiting. Cost got more, rate plan got more. So again, similarly here, if we wait to charge the fee, by the time we do oppose the fee on new connections, it'll be a pretty high fee.
Right, but
plus along the way we've got to build wells, recharge basins.
But what if we don't build the plant?
Well, if we don't build the plant, that will tell you that there was no new growth in the system, and we will have not collected any fees. They're related. We don't need to build the plant if there's no growth, and if there's no growth, nobody's paying any fees. So that's why we want to make sure we protected the existing ratepayers. They're good. That's why I showed the chart. If nobody moves into the city of Fresno between now and perpetuity, we are compliant with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Ratepayers are covered. They did their thing. Now, as we add new connections, we can't lose that level of service where we are banking water every year. And to bank the water, you need to bring more surface water into the system. And so that's the money we're trying to collect, is to make sure we have enough money so when it comes time to build the facilities, make sure we're banking, we're good. That's the kind of the way the sequence kind of works out. Again, if we don't build the plant, that means nobody moved to Fresno. It means we didn't collect any fees.
Okay, thanks, Tommy. All right, well.
Oliver, do you mind if I ask him a follow-up question just based on that?
No, go right
Because
ahead.
I don't have that many
my
questions.
questioning is done, actually, Steve. You can go right
no,
ahead.
I'm not next, so I'm going to piggyback on your question.
Sure.
Okay. Tommy, if we pass fees, there's going to be some houses built. Somebody's going to pay those fees. And then, so it's not a yes or no to Oliver's question. It's not, so the plant might not be built. Somebody's going to be paying fees. Every house that does get built will pay the fee. And then someday, if we don't build the plant, or if the strategy or technology saves us, which I'm hoping for, and we have a shift in that plan, what about the folks that have paid the fees? And so Oliver asked that, but you said, well, if the plant doesn't get built, nobody pays the fees. But that somebody's still going to be paying fees starting as soon as this passes. Will they be reimbursed? What happens to those homeowners?
So the way I interpreted the question was, if we don't build the plant, correct?
Well, the fees start the minute we pass fees, and then the plant is still sketchy, and somebody's going to be paying fees. And then do they get reimbursed?
Again, the question is, so I just make sure I get the question right.
Yeah.
If we don't build the plant, is that part of the question?
Yeah.
Okay, if we don't build the plant, that means nobody moved to the city, and we don't need to bring more surface water into the system, and nobody will have paid any fees. You don't build the plant unless.
Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
Yeah, that's why I want to make sure I'm clear on the question.
I'm missing something. I mean, that's not. Well, let me ask you this: we pass a fee increase today.
Okay.
Because I don't know when would it start. 30 days
June,
from now, or when?
June 5th, 2017.
June 5th. On June 6th, somebody buys a house, and they get that house built. That house contains that fee.
It takes that fee, and we start putting it in the account.
Put it in an account. Then 15 years from now, we go, oh, well, you know what? There's a new technology. We don't even need that plant. Now, what about all those houses for 15 years that paid that fee?
Yeah, they would have paid for groundwater wells, recharge basins, and we would have paid. We still got to bring more surface water into the system. So whether the technology changes or not, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requires you bring more surface water into the system. So a new technology would just mean.
Is that the part that everybody? That's not the part we're debating. There's infrastructure that these folks agree with already, and now I'm taking too much time. And I thought I had a simple question. Okay. I'll wait until I can answer my questions.
You're actually next after member Chavez and then member Brandow. So you're up, member Chavez.
Tommy, that was one of the questions actually that I had, Councilmember Brandow. So with regards to what was brought forward, and I'm going to totally mangle this, do we need, is it an ozonerator?
Ozone generator.
Yeah, that.
You need it. And so in 2006, when the estimate was done, and I've got Carollo here. Carollo did the cost estimate in 2006. I don't want to clarify on the estimate. There was a discussion about there were 5 different estimates. The city staff has always relied on one and only one estimate, $82.4 million. We have never deviated from that number. Building industry presented us with an estimate from 2006 that was draft. It was incorrect. We found the correct one. That was the correct one. And then we said, Carollo, go ahead and revise the estimate. So we got the revised. So it's an $82 million project. So I want to just clarify. In 2006, when the plant was first started up, all the things the plant didn't have, the determination at that point was it didn't need another ozone generator. But now that we're, 11 years later, you need to have additional ozone generators for reliability, redundancy, and additional dosing capacity. And those generators are now 11 years old, so they're going to need some work. But these guys wouldn't have to pay for that. That's just O&M that the ratepayers will pay for. So the dosing rate is different. The size of the plant is different. We're going to need more ozone generators.
And then maybe this is a question for the city attorney. So when we do adopt these master fee schedules, have we adopted in the past any master fee schedule that did have CEQA in it? Because I think I remember an item back in December.
I can't think of any unless we also at that same time committed to build something. I can't think of an example, but it's
Which we're
possible.
which we're not doing today.
That's correct.
But hypothetically, we might.
If you also had an additional item where the council was agreeing to build something, then you would do CEQA.
See how confusing that is? Doug? Thank you.
No, I think you have to look at it this way. If all you're doing is approving a fee, there is no CEQA. If you're also committing to build something, then there's CEQA. And we're not doing that today.
Okay, I'd like to hear what my other colleagues have to say.
All right, cool. All right. Tommy, back to my...
Okay.
Okay, Tommy, so I've got to come back to my question then. Okay. We passed the fees today, July 5th. People start, homes after that being built, start including that fee. And so now you're telling me that fee, that fee that starts getting collected for years, it goes on for years, and maybe it's, maybe the demand is not quite what is projected. In the end, we don't need that plant. Do any portion of that fee get reimbursed, the portion that we're claiming we need to build a plant? Or does it just get lost in the shuffle of pipes and the other things we know we're going to need?
So there's not I just make sure we're clear, there's not a water supply model out there where you don't have to bring more surface water in the system and add more surface water treatment capacity. If we're adding people, if you're adding people to the system, they're going to need water, and you're going to have to build a plant.
Fine. Then my backup question becomes, we got a fee that's kind of built on this $85 million target number, right? And then there's going to be some population increase, but maybe it's only 10%. Maybe we say, well, we don't need to double the size of that plant. We need to add, a 5.
Right. Which is why
now all these people have overpaid.
Well,
they've overpaid. They paid for $85 million expansion. They only need a $15 million expansion.
So one of the comments you made was that in 15 years, right, what would we do without? So the way we've designed this fee is every 5 years we got to look at it, and we recalibrate it every 5 years. So we don't let that kind of thing get out of control. So we're always kind of recalibrating it every 5 years so we don't have exactly that condition happen.
It goes to offset future rate increases.
Right. And the other thing is it would go to offset future rate increases, capacity fee increases.
Man, I think we're jammed up again. I think we're jammed up again.
Yeah.
So
You're only jammed up if you think I'm not sure why you're jammed up, because it's either you believe growth is going to occur, and because growth is going to occur at a very moderate rate, that at some point in time you're going to need the plant, or you believe growth isn't going to occur, therefore you're not going to need the plant. But if there's no growth, there's no fee generated, nothing to build. On the other hand, if growth does occur, you don't want to be sitting here 10, 15 years from now, be the council to kick this can down the road and have the same industry reps coming in here and telling you that the fee's too high. I don't know why this is so complicated. It's simple math. And it's like anything else. If you think and based on population growth, unless something strange happens and everyone goes to Madeira, you're going to have growth. Which is going to be interesting because we're under the SGMA. I got a feeling we're going to have a lot of growth because nobody else has any water. So the only one who has water is us, and the ones who are going to need the plant will be us. So I really don't understand the confusion.
That's the model right there, where nobody comes to the city. Nobody comes. We're good. We are compliant with the groundwater law. We're all good. Facilities are paid for. Rates are good. We think somebody's going to move to Fresno. We just happen to think that's going to happen.
Remember, it was a 1.8% population growth, very conservative, really, really low. So if we grow by 1.8% over the life of the general plan, our water demand will increase by 60,000 acre feet. We have to provide for an additional 60,000 acre feet in our system. The water capacity fee study is what is evaluated how we can provide for that additional water supply. What staff is proposing is a fee that will be sufficient to fund infrastructure to supply 60,000 acre feet. As Tommy said, we were asked by the building industry for specificity of, well, if you collect this fee, what are you going to do with this money? Generally, when you do impact fee, we're not required to provide that level of specificity because we're estimating for a pretty long period of time in the future. We're looking into a crystal ball and saying, okay, we know we need 60,000 acre feet. We know we're going to have some level of population increase. So how are we going to provide that infrastructure? So we're looking at what's in front of us today and looking at the options. Yes.
Steve, can I jump in really quick? And I'm going to tell you what I'm wrestling with, and I can't speak for any of my colleagues, but I'm not wrestling with the fact of the need for a fee at all, and I'm not even sure any of us are. What I'm wrestling with the fact is on one of the nexuses to the need for the fee is for a plant that we're not sure we're going to build. So that's the wrestling point. It's not whether or not we need a fee, but we've tied the price to an event that we aren't committed to. So when we fund impact fees for police and fire and parks, we know that, okay, there are some parks there that have to be maintained. We know there are police there that we know that I can see that. What you're telling me is that we are tying a fee schedule to a nexus that we're not committed to and we're not sure about. That's the wrestle. So I want to really kind of condense what it is. We're not confused about a fee.
Okay, so let me help you. Tommy.
Thank you, Steve.
If growth occurs as you have projected, will you have to increase capacity within the system?
So I appreciate that. And now I'm clear. So look at it the other way. You're going to need another 30 million gallons a day of surface water treatment capacity somewhere. Right now, Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant is the place we've kind of identified because it's been talked about since 1997. It was in the ER in 1997 and said, hey, Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant, 60 million gallons a day. That makes sense. We didn't want to give you the Southwest Water Plant, which you guys just approved in June, but you're going to need 30 million gallons a day of more surface water treatment capacity somewhere in the system. Right now, we've identified Northeast because that's been talked about for 20 years now. But we could very easily say, let's figure out a way to expand Southeast. Let's build a new Southwest. Those are options on the table. You're going to need and to build 30 million gallons of capacity, it's going to be $78 million. We can put it anywhere. Wouldn't put it downtown, but you can put that capacity anywhere. So I apologize that we've kind of identified this. Again, it's been one of those talked about for 20 years.
Steve, you mind if I say? Yeah. And I'll tell you where I would have felt more comfort, Tommy, is if I would have said, hey, are we going to build the Northeast Surface Water Treatment? You said, yes, we are. But that's not, and you're not sure, and I appreciate you being honest because you're not sure if you're going to build it or not, except the fee is tied to the new construction.
Of 30 million gallons.
Right. So what really the fee is tied to is the ability to bring 30 million gallons for capacity. But instead of saying that, what we've been saying is we're going to build this Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility that's going to supply that 30 million gallons. So anyhow, I appreciate that clarity, but I hope you guys can appreciate when we got to talk to our constituents, we need to understand if it sounds like we're voting to approve a fee of a project that we're not sure that we're ever going to do, that's how it's coming across right now. So thanks, Steve. I didn't mean to jump in.
Can I just add one more clarification? I know you mentioned that it's a little bit different than the other impact fees that you adopted 6 weeks ago. It's actually not. It's the same law and the same set of laws. So at the time that you adopt a parks impact fee, when you have adopted parks impact fees, you don't say where those parks are going to be. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. You just say, okay, we're going to adopt a fee that's going to support so many parks per acre within the city. It's the same law. What happens is the industry comes and asks, well, but, this is our money that we're paying and our residents' money. We want to know, how are you going to spend that money? So in the attempt to be cooperative and collaborative with the industry, we are trying to give them some level of comfort that we're not going to just take this very large pot of money that will develop over a long period of time and go spend it on things other than what we're going to say we're going to spend it on. So we try and give them some level of comfort and say, well, yeah, we're going to have to build a surface water treatment plant. We're going to have to do more groundwater wells. We're going to have to do more transmission lines, similar to parks. We have to adopt a parks impact fee. We're going to provide so many acres per, capita of parks. The law, it's the same laws, council members. So I know you say, well, it's a little bit different. It's not. It's the same impact fee laws that cover both topics.
And I appreciate that. In this sense, where it's slightly different is like, I know we're going to hire police. So when we're paying impact fees for police, I know we're going to hire them. As a matter of fact, we talk about how many we're going to hire. We have 5-year projections about how many we're going to hire. We don't have a projection on this. We also know that we want to maintain and build new parks. We know we're going to do that. Those aren't necessarily so uncertain, but the construction of a new plant seem to be more uncertain than whether or not we're going to hire new police or we're going to build a new park. Now, what I do completely agree with is that we are going to bring 30 million gallons per day of capacity. Correct. Which is really what we're talking about, but we haven't been talking about it. So just want to let you know, I can totally see you saying we have to have 30 million gallons of capacity, which is really what you're saying.
Yes.
But you tied it all to the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, which you're saying we don't know if we're going to build it. So that's the nuance of the argument, and maybe you can or can't appreciate it, but again, that's the struggle.
So the only slight thing I would say is that we don't know that we know we're going to build 30 MGD, which is, like you said, is it going to be there or one of the other places? But it's 20 years. It's been on the books. What's been that cost estimate for that? So it's a real number.
All right, Oliver. No, that's actually. I'm going to actually ask Oliver.
I've completely lost control of this meeting.
No, you're running it perfectly. Oliver, actually, I have a question for you. Right now, it's starting to appear to me like we're chasing our tail. I don't know if you feel the same way. Do you think we're going to get to a conclusion today, or I mean, you've asked questions. I've got similar questions. I mean, are we going to conquer this issue today? Do you think we are, or it seems like we're chasing our tail to you? You need more time.
Well, I want to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say. There's a few more list of questions I had, but they almost kind of got answered.
Well,
I have questions about the new homes that are going to be built. The 10,000 essentially homes that are already approved and whatever. So my questions kind of start veering off in that direction. Mm-hmm. So obviously more time would help. Yeah.
So So here's where I'm at. I'm going to make a motion right now that we take the first schedule of fees that everybody agrees on and pass those today. Take the Northeast plant expansion out today, postpone it for another time. Now, Bruce, I don't even want to look your direction because I feel a lot of heat from you. And Georgianne just made a fantastic point. There's actually, I want the industry to know, there's things that these two have said that I really agree with. Now, there's some arch conservatives up here, and even we are willing to pass a fee increase because we know that we can't kick this can down the road and some future payers, their fee is going to be astronomical. It's not going to work. Nobody's debating that. So here's where I'm going. I'm going to make a motion to postpone this item again, and I did it once. I think it was December. When I made that motion in December, a lot of the same people rolled their eyes at me then, and I think Sal Quintero, by the way, seconded my motion, Luis. A lot of people rolled their eyes at me then. They rolled their eyes at me then like, God, Brandau, why are you doing this again? But then from that day, the fees just dropped out of heaven, $2,000 per door. So I'm starting to think we're chasing. Now, I came in that door today with a very open mind. And I've had council members, I've had to say to council members, I've got to wait to hear things. I normally kind of almost know where I'm going. So I've waited. I think we're chasing our tail. I'm going to make a motion to take more time on that second part of the item. And if my colleagues impress upon me, if I get a second, but if my colleagues impress upon me that they believe they need to vote for the rate increase today, I will withdraw that motion. I'm not afraid of withdrawing that motion, but at this point, the only thing I can vote for is a compromise fee increase at $3,900 a door. That's the only thing I'll vote for today. I want all of my colleagues to know that at the same time. If you want to go beyond that, I can't do it, and I suggest we take more time. So my motion is to take another 30 days.
Can we hear from the rest of the people on the screen,
we can.
Steve?
I might die for lack of a second.
Well,
Councilman Caprioli, but I'm willing to listen to other folks.
Okay, everyone. We have a motion. Let's go ahead and hear from Member Bradefeld.
I would like to get some questions answered, and I might second the motion. But on the where you have all the cities listed, Clovis and Merced, all of those are where you have the water capacity fee survey. Any similarities to what occurred here in Fresno in terms of doing these fees without a plant expansion, with the prospect of a plant expansion, and yet CEQA was or was not done?
Oh, that I'm going to have to look to my consultant on. Where's my consultant? You're asking if these fees by these folks included a CEQA.
Yeah, and what was was there? I know a CEQA is, according to our city attorney, is when we're actually building versus just proposing fees.
Yeah, I can't speak to what process every agency went through, but I alone have worked for probably 100 or more agencies. We've updated fees for some of these agencies and worked for any others, and there's never been any CEQA process associated with any fee update that I've ever been a part of.
Were those municipalities then sued for not doing a CEQA?
Never that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, can I ask you, or let me ask you a couple of questions. So go ahead, sure.
It's my understanding the city of Clovis, which I don't want to compare Fresno with Clovis. Fresno's not Clovis. You guys have a different system in place. They did do a CEQA. They floated a bond, built their facility, and now charge new developers the bond service debt associated with that plant. They did it the other way. They went out and raised a bond. They did their CEQA. They raised a bond. They built their facility, and then they know their costs, and they charge exactly what that cost was, including the debt service.
So they did a CEQA in anticipation of building the plant?
Absolutely. And they used bond money to go and build the plant. I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
But one other item is, you're identifying a plant expansion, which your council has told you you don't have a project, but you're raising a fee tied to a project. It's clearly carved out that a plant expansion is a project that requires CEQA. That's one. Two, the other question, and I think Councilmember Brandow asked, or someone asked, was, if we have 10 years of not charging this fee, not charging it, and now we need, I think it was Councilmember Baines, to be honest, not charging this fee, and now we need the plant. Well, now the water capacity that justified those fee was partially ratepayers and partially new development. So you're going to go back and charge the fee to ratepayers, and you're going to charge the fee to new development. You didn't lose out on anything. You still have to raise the money. You didn't lose out on any time. Now you just know when you need the plant. One thing that I'm a little perturbed about is that we've had several different cost estimates. There's been several inconsistencies. There's been dates on drafts, which we pulled off the website when the final report then came out later, but preceded the date of the draft. I mean, this thing, it's smoke and mirrors right now. It's ridiculous. So what the rest of my colleagues are stating is, we agree with the fee. We agree that the city needs a plan for water. But the way that you're going about it, we don't agree with. If you do a CEQA now and wait 18 months, 12 months, I don't know what it would take, establish what that fee would be, do the plans for the facility, bid the facility. I'll be the first one to stand up here and say, I agree your fee. I see it. You need the fee. I'm willing to pay it. But absent that, right now, I can't say that. And Bruce, I think the question was already addressed to you. You're right. The other fees that we agreed to, the fee for the water, the rest of the water fee that's part of this, the $151 million, it's not tied to a project. The $161 million is tied to a project. That's the difference. You've identified. That's how you came up with the fee.
So if I understand you correctly, Josh, if we were to go out tomorrow and we went out to bid for the Northeast Surface Water Expansion Plant, and we identified what that construction cost, and we went and before we went out to award a contract, we came back with a fee adjustment to reflect the cost of the construction and the financing of that plant. You would support the increase in the fee to support that financing of that infrastructure.
The justification for the fee.
So if it comes back at 80,
let
me finish. If it comes back at 80 or 85 million or 65 million, you're willing to support a fee that covers the cost of construction and financing that over a 20-year or 30-year period.
That's right, yes. Yeah, after CEQA, you have to go through your EIR. You have to go through your CEQA. That's California law. It just is. And I understand and I appreciate what Mr. Sloan is stating, but you are tying this to a project. Now you've got yourself in a little bit of hot water because now you're not tying it to a project, but you've identified the project in the exhibit, which you plan to fund, which could go anywhere. But by the way, at Tommy's own admission, if you put this plant as a standalone plant, it probably costs a lot more than the plant expansion. Okay.
So,
right?
Mr.
So
Escueda?
putting it in Northeast and expanding on the plant is probably a cost savings.
Okay.
But go through the proper approvals. I'll be the first one to stand up here and say, I agree with you. You guys need water, right? If you don't have water, I can't build homes.
So
you need water.
Mr. Escueda?
I'm sorry,
Mr.
Councilmember Brett
That was a
Felt.
good question. So, Mr. Escueda, I think we've talked about this because this is kind of a pay-as-you-go.
Pearson, hang on.
Hang on a minute. So I just go because what I'm hearing is the BIA would support whatever fee adjustment would need to be made to finance the expansion of the plant. So if you're borrowing at 3.25, 3.5, 3.75, what do you? And I'm hearing that maybe we need to evaluate what is the cost of financing that over a 20-year period.
Yeah, we estimated on the surface water. So the 161 million is what we would finance.
Okay.
And so the interest at 5.5%, because that's what we were originally. You're probably paying about $200 million in interest. So what I'm hearing, and I'm ready to do it. I go hire an engineer. I go design the Northeast plant. I bid it. All of that cost is only applied to new connections. The existing ratepayers don't pay for it.
How much water do you have in access today?
I have an access.
70,000 acre feet. You have 70. Yes, you guys said it earlier in your presentation before lunch. You have 70,000 acre feet today. How much does that cover of the current city, undeveloped, and sphere?
So right now the 200.
All right, here's what we're going to do right now. We're not going to question one another from the lectern like that. We'll go ahead and I think that we can. I think what I'm seeing right now is there are a lot of unanswered questions that council members have, unanswered questions that our industry partners have. And I think that the best thing might be just to come back on this. So,
Council President Olivier,
and that's just what I think may be the best thing to do. You have the floor.
I do
correct,
have the floor,
Member
and
Bredefeld?
frankly,
okay.
I find this to be helpful because now people are asking questions here in front of us, and we're the ones who are supposed to be making decisions. So I personally find this helpful to have the city manager and Mr. Escueda and Mr. Pearson talking about this, because what we're really proposing is to say we're going to delay this and you guys go do this in a room somewhere and then come back.
I think that's what the motion is.
Yeah, I know, but don't we want to hear what the difference is? That's the whole point of what we're attempting to do.
Well, I think that it's
what I was attempting to do is point out the fact that when you finance something, it's going to be more expensive, and the fee that we're haggling over $300 right now, we're going to be haggling over a number that is a lot larger than just $300.
Yeah, but
what I'm saying is that the taxpayer has an interest in this body getting work done from this dais as quickly as possible, because there are a lot of other items that we have to hear this afternoon. And what I'm saying is that if it's $300, I would support a motion that would send our industry friends and our professional city staff into a room to fix this. Obviously, the floor is yours. If you wish to have them continue to engage, I guess that's your prerogative. But I don't think that this is a productive time or place to have this discussion.
Mr. Speaker, Councilmember Brett. Well, one thing that I did mention, we were all in meetings. The first thing that I mentioned, I think in the last meeting, was I want to come to a consensus on the fee. I didn't want to come here and have a difference with staff, the city on the fee. And I think that's what we worked for in several of those meetings. I think what Councilmember Bredefeld is stating is absolutely true. you're going to get one side from the industry, not just myself. You're going to get one side from the staff, the city manager, and all those details will get fuzzy. To get into the nitty-gritty, to make a decision on such an immense fee is a valuable exercise. I think that is.
One of the things that I thought is important for us to consider, if in fact other cities do a CEQA analysis, then have a number, determine exactly what the payers should be paying and what the fees ought to be, I think that's fairly helpful. Now, I understand other municipalities don't do that. The other thing is, I think, is it not clear that the difference between city staff's recommendation at 42-something and your industry has been about $300-400 difference? Is that right?
It's about $1,000 difference when you looked at the 161 million and you translate that back. I think it's about $1,000. If you pulled out if you pulled out all 161, $1,600 difference. It's I don't know what the other delta is, but it is about $1,600, and I don't think anybody in the industry is stating that they're not willing to pay for some expansion in the future. It's just it's when is it appropriate, how much, and vetting out what that cost is. And everyone that I've talked to, including Granville, Lennar, even the BIA, is willing to pay that fee. That's not what you're hearing today. It's going through the proper channels to identify what the fee is based on, when that's going to come online, doing the proper EIR and CEQA analysis, and then adopting a fee.
Mm-hmm.
So,
other cities that you're building in, what other cities?
We build in 8 other cities.
Okay. In your experience, are they all doing CEQA analysis before they're doing water?
Yeah, I'll be honest. So Clovis did. Clovis passed a bond. They built their facility first, and that's where, coming back to Bruce, you're right, it is more expensive. But a lot of that cost, you would build the plant 20 years from now, right? It would be borne by new development and ratepayers. It's split both ways, and it is more. You're paying for the bond debt, and you're paying for the cost of the infrastructure. To be honest with you, as it relates to California and SGMA, Fresno's on the cutting edge. A lot of the other communities that we're in haven't gotten this far. They're not talking about treatment facilities. Over on the coast, we build on the coast, they're talking about desalination plants. It's kind of a different game. They're not pulling water out of the aquifer. They're pulling it out of the ocean, and they're treating that.
Which goes to Councilmember Bain's point, which is that we may be collecting fees for a plant that we ultimately don't expand because they're new technologies.
There could be. We don't know today.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Brando.
Yeah, Brando.
Okay, I'm finished. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
We have Member Chavez, followed by Member Capriolio, followed by Member Soria. Member Capriolio.
Thank you. Georgiana, could you come up and we've talked at length about water over the last few years of my term as a council member, my new term now. Can you give us a sense of clarity? I get a feeling here, but I'm not sure. Some people don't want to pay and want the benefit, and others want them to pay because they get a benefit. So can you kind of help me out there?
Sure. Really what this comes down to is we have a history of the last, over the last couple decades, we had a UGM geographic-based system for collecting fees. Mm-hmm. We've grown up as a city. We are now proposing a citywide system because of a number of reasons. One, we're not just doing fringe development. We've held our sphere line because of SGMA. So we need to find a way to build a comprehensive citywide system, therefore a citywide water capacity fee. We did a study. We did a Nexus study that set forth a fee level that was brought forward in December of last year. The council asked us to go back and sit down with the industry. We did. No disrespect to Mr. Peterson, it was not 4 or 5 meetings. It was 6 or 7 meetings. And we sat down. We spent a lot of time with the industry. They kept asking for specificity. And unfortunately, I think where we are today is a lot of confusion about the specificity. So it's a little frustrating because in our attempt to be responsive to the industry, to provide more detail and more specificity, we now find ourselves in the situation of there being a lot of confusion because we've been too specific, or we've said this thing here and we've said this thing over there, so there's inconsistency. Well, yeah, because through 7 meetings and through a lot of information requests from the industry, we've tried to be good partners and provide as much transparency and information as we can. So it's a little frustrating that today we sit here and they say, well, on this day, you had this number. And, well, yeah, you had a question on that number. We came back and we provided clarity. And now now there's inconsistency. Well, we did exactly what we were asked to do. We went back. We spent a lot of time with the industry to try and clarify information and provide additional information to answer their questions. So here we are today with a lot of confusion, a little bit of misinformation being worked into the system. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's within the council's discretion to ask us to go back and sit down with them again. And of course, if that's what you want us to do, we'll do. Does anything change? No. 7 meetings. We came to the end of 7 meetings. All the issues that have been brought up by the industry, nothing was new to us. They were all the same issues that have been brought up. It's just sometimes they disagree or they don't like our answers. So I don't know what additional time, once again, if you want us to, we'll do it, but I don't know that changes the number. The number is the number. There's been discussions, I heard Councilmember Brandow say, a $3,900 number. And I was kind of mouthing, where did that come from? What's the basis of a $3,900 number? Because the 4246, if you look at the presentation, it's math. It's really quite simple. It's math. The total cost of the infrastructure divided by the demand equals the fee. If you want to change the fee, it means that another part of the equation has to change. So if you want the fee to be less, it means that the numerator of the equation is going to need to be less. So that means the cost of the infrastructure is going to have to be less. So I just want to make sure that we're not pigeonholing our way into a lower fee by saying that something doesn't need to be built or infrastructure isn't needed when it's going to be needed, because I think Mr. Peterson said it. If we're not doing it now, it will be borne by the ratepayers in the future. And so we're just trying to follow through on the will of the previous council and the numerous public meetings that we had on Recharge Fresno, where when we were tripling water rates on our customers, which is a very, very difficult decision for this council to do, they asked us to make sure that new growth paid for what new growth needed. So that's what we're here before you today, is to with a proposal for new growth to pay for its infrastructure. If we choose not to do that and we choose to adopt a lower fee, which means we're going to have to provide less, we have less capacity, we can't afford to build everything we think we need, so we're going to build less. We're going to build what we can afford to build with the fee that you adopt. At some point in the future, 10 years from now, 12 years from now, when there's growth, and there will be growth, we're going to be deficient in our infrastructure. And it will be Recharge Fresno 2.0. It's just the fact of the matter. Infrastructure needs to be built. It gets built 2 ways, either by impact fees or by the ratepayers. So either new growth is going to pay it via impact fees, or council is going to have to adopt at some point in the future a higher fee on the entire rate base. So, I mean, really, it's a policy decision that is up to you. But where staff is the numbers 4246. We believe we have a very solid fee study. We believe that it accounts for infrastructure needed if new development occurs, and we feel very comfortable recommending that to you today. We can go in a room and we can sit down, and the building industry can say, okay, well, we think that 35% in soft costs on a potential plant is too much. and we can come in and say, nope, we think we've checked it out with a number of national, international construction companies that build plants, and we think it's right on. So
Well, I thought I heard the BIA say they will, I'd like to get this in writing, that they would make a financial commitment to whatever we need in the future. That's the way I heard it.
But once new maps are filed, okay, remember vesting. So once a fee is adopted and a new map comes into the city, they're vested. They are not subject to new increases. So the fee you adopt, a map comes in, and let's say you guys come back with an increased fee 6 months after that, those maps aren't going to pay that. Just like the 100 maps that are vested today will not pay this fee.
Has there been maps filed between November and today's date?
I don't know. I mean, I think I don't know. I think Jennifer would have to speak to the number of maps that have been filed. Do you know, Tommy, if we've had a lot of new maps filed since December? I don't know the answer to that.
Well, whether it's 1 or 1,000, they are not bound by any financial obligations. So my people in District 4 will have to pay for that expansion into the new builds of the vested maps thus far.
At some point in the future, we're trying to plan for the future. I think this body has evolved, this city has evolved. We went through a very robust growth period in the 80s where the economy was going and we were building boom, 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 boom. And there was a lot of complaints at the time that infrastructure wasn't keeping up, that there was all of this outward growth and we didn't have sufficient roads. We didn't have sufficient police and fire stations. And honestly, at the time, we didn't have sufficient water in Northeast Fresno. One of the reasons why the original Northeast Fresno plant got built was because there was so much growth out there that there was insufficient water supply and water pressure. And so that was one of the reasons why the plant got built. So there was a lot of criticism that we weren't prepared, we had to play catch up, and the general fund had to cover expenses at the cost for new development. So we're trying to do what big cities do. We're trying to plan in advance.
We're trying to be prepared so we don't go through the same hurdles we went through in our recent past.
Yes.
And that's under the theory of pay-as-you-go. Because we all need water. We're going to grow. I don't even know why we're discussing that. It's inevitable. And as stated earlier, we're going to be the only city with water. People are going to come back. All the builders are going to come back. There's no doubt in my mind. And we need that capacity. We need to be able to provide that to the builders at a cost that's fair and reasonable, not to the existing ratepayers, my people, because I'm in Midtown. We don't have much new growth. But pay as you go. And that was the critical point from our 215 hearings that I attended. I think I was the only one that attended all those and listened to the people say that over and over and over again. So I'm not sure on a bond rate. Hey, Steve, can I have the city manager for a minute? You guys can sort of listen for a change. Excuse me, that was an inappropriate comment. So on a bonding situation, you had mentioned who pays for that bond? They mentioned something about Clovis and bonding, and I've been through the bonding process.
I guess what I heard from the industry is that what their preference would be, and we can probably come back with the number in a week. We'll come back with the rate as it is today, which is a pay-as-you-go, and we'll give you a rate what it would be to issue a bond and finance an $80 million expansion. And then the industry has indicated that whatever that is, they're more than willing to adopt that rate based on that number. But that's going to be expensive because I'm looking down at my conservative council members, borrowing costs, even if you look at the cost, future costs versus borrowing costs tend to be higher because you're borrowing at a rate higher than inflation. But we can come back with a rate. We'll sit down with our controller and say, if I was going to finance, we were going to finance $80 million, and we had to backstop it, what the rate would be. Now, the danger with that is that if you go out and float a bond and go build this thing and nothing happens, then the general fund's going to be on the hook, which is exactly what's happened before with us with the parks and public safety. But we can certainly show you what that is. Again, we're building a plant without any revenues to back it up, but this argument is very circuitous. It keeps going around. Well, you may not need it. Well, you can make an argument you can need it, but whether or not the revenues are going to come in to cover that debt is still questionable because it's based on growth. So, Council, we can give you this number, but like any other number, such as 3,900, it is based on, at some point in time, you're going to need 30 million gallons a day of capacity. When you build it is at the time in which that you have the money in the bank to go do it. Rather than what we've done before is we go out and build things thinking the money's going to come in the bank and then end up not having enough, and the general fund ends up writing a check to backstop the delta. We end up having to cash flow that.
And we've done that, at least in my tenure. We've stadium, we've got Granite Park.
We've done it with parks. We've done it with public safety. We've done it. I have a police chief who thought he was going to get a training facility, 2 substations, and a new headquarters. He got a training facility. We had projects. We issued bonds, and thank God we didn't issue bonds to cover the public training, the public safety headquarters, because that was $100 and some million project. Based on all these numbers, and that's my point. Now, would the chief like to have a new headquarters? Yeah, he would like to have a new substation sitting over in Olive and Weber area, but he didn't get that. But on the other hand, with fire and parks, we did issue bonds thinking money was going to come in, only to find out that money didn't come in, and now the general fund's writing a check to backstop that debt. So it really comes down to, do you think you need 30 million gallons a day added capacity for future growth, and do you want to do a pay-as-you-go, or do you want to finance it, but the risk of that financing is that if the revenue doesn't come in based on your assumptions, then the general fund's going to write the check until which time that revenue does come in, and then again, the general fund, the taxpayers are subsidizing new development.
So as we kick the can down the road, the almighty taxpayer that we all swore to protect will be stuck for that bond fee through the general fund, and the pay-as-you-go is gone, and we have, well, in my 4 years, I'm not kicking the can down any road, and I think I've made that very clear. So we need to face the issue, do the best we can for those taxpayers, and make these tough decisions for the long haul for those that we've been elected to represent. Thank you.
Member Soria, then Member Bredefeld, then Member Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. So I feel very similarly to my colleague in what he just expressed. I do support the pay-as-you-go theory. I think there's still kind of what I'm hearing and what I'm sensing from my colleagues. I don't know if folks are really ready to completely take a vote on the issue. I think that Bruce mentioned maybe potentially bringing back a comparison, because from what I'm hearing is that you guys are willing to pay for the expansion. And so I would submit to you guys, let's bring a comparison back. We'll compare the 4246 versus the bond, bringing it as a bond, and then we can all make a decision. But I think that we're all in agreement that we don't want, our existing taxpayers to foot the bill. We just took a vote 2 years ago, and it was a very hard decision for many of us to raise water rates, specifically those impacting low-income families. And so I just don't want to be in the same situation to kick the can down the road, and then later whoever comes behind me has to make that tough decision, and then the residents that I currently represent are stuck paying for it. So I would submit that maybe we come back at least within 30 days. Let's put those two things side by side, and folks can make a decision. I think that gives us the opportunity to look at the numbers, and then we can decide.
And Council, I'll preface that fee and the debt on that fee will be based on the average number of homes built on an annualized basis in the city of Fresno.
And is that possible to?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Okay. Because I'm not going to come back with saying that, well, this is based on this many homes being built over the next 30, 20 years, because, again, that's what got us sideways with the parks and public safety. It will be based on the number of homes that over the last 3 to 4 years have been built in the city of Fresno.
Okay, so
Unless I can get commitment from the BIA that they'll build more homes than that.
So that would be my motion, to come back within 30 days, look at that comparison that's presented to everyone, all the stakeholders, and we can go from there. Because what I'm getting is that if we're going to grow, we're going to have to build something. It doesn't matter if it's an expansion. It doesn't matter if it's a new treatment. It doesn't matter if it's recharge basins. We're going to have to build the additional capacity in some shape or form, and so we're going to have to pay for it. And so I'd submit, again, my motion is 30 days.
There's already a motion on the floor and a second.
I don't think he didn't get a
Oh,
second.
was there not a
Yeah, his
second?
motion hasn't been second.
Okay, so do you want to second his motion? I think it's the same thing.
No, I don't want to approve anything right now. I'd rather come back.
Mine's 30 days, but I could add your.
So we wouldn't be we wouldn't, because you threw out a 3,900. I'm not okay.
I said that if you guys want to vote today, that's my cap.
Okay.
My actual motion is 30 days.
Okay, let's do that. With no vote on the fee currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30 days, and then let's bring back the comparison, and we can debate that number then.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Staff, go ahead. There's still a couple of council members punched up. Maybe in light of the bipartisan motion here, we can move to the next item. But go ahead, Staff.
I guess I just wanted to just kind of just make sure I know where we are and just kind of for you guys on the policy. I mean, it's really a policy decision. So the policy decision is, and I can tell you, I'm going to take $161 million, and I can reduce that number to some other number. But when we put the financing on it, you go ahead and add $200 million to that. So let's just say we got it down to 100. We carved but I'm going to debt finance $100 million. It's going to wind up being a $300 million number, and divide that by 800 lots a year. It's going to be a crazy number. I just want to tell you, as your director, I got to tell you, that's what I'm going to come back with, a really, really big number. So here's the policy decision before you as I see it. As staff, we have come back, did hard calculations. It's 4246. So that's staff's recommendation. And they're estimates. These are all based on estimates of how fast are we going to grow. So that's an estimate. How much water people are going to use. That's an estimate. And how much construction is going to be. That's an estimate. So those are all estimates of what it could be. And again, the law allows us to do estimates to come up with a fee. So we're at 4246. The industry has been talking to us 3,900. That's really what your policy decision in my mind is 4246, which is what staff's recommending on the math, or 3,900, which these folks have been kind of talking to us about and asking us about. And I can tell you right now, I could not bring you 3,900 because I didn't have the math to support it. But you as policymakers, that's for you. That's your call. I can tell you, if we get in a room, it's not going to be. I can't give you a 42, something different than 4246, because that's how everything adds up. I have too much data to show me that it's 4246. Industry's thinking 39. That's why we're here. That's for you guys. That's for you guys to decide and make that call. So I can appreciate.
Can I ask you a question, Tommy?
Sure.
And maybe this could be presented when we come back. I guess that $3,900 number is being thrown out. Can someone provide me with a breakdown as to?
Oh, well.
No, when we come back, yeah.
You want to do it in a week? Okay.
One clarification.
'Cause I know
Bruce.
that we
You
want
wouldn't
to.
you wouldn't pass a bond today for something you're going to build 20 years from now. I mean, you're
I
borrowing
guess
money
I
on
can
debt
make- I can make an
You would
argument.
pass a
No,
bond.
wait a
And by the way,
minute. Let me
my
finish. Let me answer your
my first question was,
Yeah.
what do other cities do? That's what you guys asked. And I said, well, Clovis floated a bond. It
Yeah.
wasn't a recommendation on my part, but you would never float a bond today for something 20 years from now. You got 20 years of debt service for money that you're just sitting on. That'd be silly.
Oh, no. My point is that I think we have
You're kind of dragging this out into something
No.
bigger.
Can I finish? Make my point. We have an aquifer that's overdrafted, correct?
Correct.
The sooner we can take advantage of our surface water, the quicker we can provide relief to that aquifer, correct?
Do you have 70,000 acre feet in excess today?
Oh, now we're going to get an argument about.
Well, no,
how
wait a
much-
second. Your question
Do we have
was-
an aquifer?
Here's what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and save this for when you move into an environment where give and take is critical. All right, we have a motion and a second. A couple of council members are punched up, but what I'm going to do is go to our mayor. Mayor, if you would approach the lectern, you have a few things for us to say, or a few things to say to us.
Thank you. Let me start by saying I came here in 2009 at the beginning of a great recession, at the ending of a lot of bonds that were passed a couple of years before, including a public safety bond and a parks bond. And as the city manager said, these bonds were based on optimistic forecast of building. I think they had the biggest building boom in probably a lifetime. And that assumption was built into the model. So it would be a terrible mistake for the city to ever consider a bond at this point in time based on an assumption, whether it's 1,000 homes a year, 2,000 homes a year. We have to go forward. Now, if you guys need 30 days, okay. But I think we need to stick to what we're at right now. And I think I like Tommy's idea of the pay-as-you-go, because that's the best way for the ratepayers. I know this is a complex issue for everybody. It's not something you can put your hands on, but there's been literally 6 or 7 meetings, and I respect everybody here and their point of view. But please take the option, the bond, out of the equation. And whether it's 39 or 42 or 41 or 59, I don't know. We got to move forward, but let's not repeat the mistakes of the past that we suffered for how many years, and we're still to this day paying for garages and bonds that should have never been done. If I can help anybody here get there, any questions, if not, I really appreciate the complexity you guys are dealing with, and hope you come up with a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, Council, we have Member Bredefeld, Member Brandow. Do you gentlemen wish to still
just
speak?
just want to add, in terms of the comparative analysis, can you also bring forward, as part of that other part of the equation, what Mr. Peterson said in terms of a CEQA analysis? And then, because the bottom line is we started at 6,000 something, we've gotten down to 42, 46. The debate is what's the real number, where are we really at? Apparently CEQA, makes the determination in terms of that analysis, and I think the council ought to have that as an option with the second option that Esmeralda said or Steve said, just to include that with it.
I'm going to look to my city attorney here, because the CEQA won't dictate how much it costs to build a water plant. That won't. Those are two different items.
The only way I could see CEQA affecting the cost would be if there was an unmitigated impact that would have to be paid for, or a mitigation that would have to be paid for through a CEQA analysis.
Yeah.
You're saying it's not necessary, and again, the building industry is saying it is necessary.
Well, I think where we are now, and I'm looking to Darius, who's on his phone, 4236, 3900. It's really kind of where we are, because you can lock us in a room for days. You would ask me to change a number that I know is. It's going to cost $80 million to build $30 million of capacity. This is what's going to cost me. It's going to cost me 30. And again, they are estimates. A lot of things going into the estimates there. How much water gets used? How much is construction? How much the other things?
You know what? Member Bredefeld is finished, and Member Brandow is next, and he wishes to speak for the purpose of clarifying his motion. But I just had a question for you. In terms of planning for the future, what role does grant money play in the construction of an infrastructure project such as this? I haven't heard anybody talking about grant money, but as far as I understand, everything we've ever built in terms of water infrastructure has been partially grant funded. And are grants part of this? Are we going out and assessing fees assuming zero grant dollars?
So right now,
and what do we do when the grant money comes tumbling in by the tens of millions of dollars? What happens to those ratepayers who've been paying this fee?
Correct. So this is the cash number that it would take. Grants wouldn't be possible, just like the Recharge Fresno. You would get low interest loans. and low-interest loans have a debt service payment on them. So the
So grants are not even a part of the, and will not be a part of this project.
Right. It wouldn't be something that it's kind of like betting on the come. I hope we get grants, so let me reduce the fee and
But
hope
are
we'll
there
get a
grants
grant.
available?
For surface, if we were doing recycled water, we could probably get something. But for the surface water treatment plant, we got a really good deal at the last time. We got the 1.6% at 30 years.
Okay.
That's probably what we're looking at. And this does not include 1.6% interest payments. This is just the cash number.
Okay. All right, Member Brandow.
You make a great point there. What you're actually saying, if I heard you correctly in that last statement, is that you got to a number based on math.
My engineering experience, all the things I've done, all the things you pay me to do, brought to the table. It's 4246.
Mm-hmm.
The industry has a different perspective. Policy decision for you.
Right here, policy decision.
Policy decision for you.
And Bruce, then what your staff and I think Tommy's universally loved here. We really trust Tommy. So your staff believes that 30 days might be a waste of time.
I have to agree with him. What I would propose is that we'll sit down with the industry reps over the next, we'll go lock ourselves in a room. Some of us may not come out, but nevertheless. And we'll come back in a week if we can strike a compromise, because that's exactly what's going to be. I mean, we're not going to back into any number that's supported by any kind of real nexus. It's just going to be, okay, I'm getting 2 weeks. We'll come back in 2 weeks, because 30 days is just dragging out the inevitable. You're either going to call the ball at what the staff's recommendation is, or you're going to end up accepting something else less than. I want to make sure that my boss doesn't get nervous, because he and I spent way too much time trying to undig the mess that was created by the fact when we did go out and bond on some assumptions.
Yeah.
I make it very clear that it was never my intent to really go out, but I want to project to you or provide to council this whole circuitous argument around, well, you can't do CEQA because you don't have a project. Well, if you want a project, I can go do a project.
Okay.
And if I base it on what the number of homes are, we're not going to be arguing over 39. You'll probably be arguing over $65,000 or $7,000 a door. That was my point. But if council is not interested in that, then I can come back in a week, and we'll try to come back with a number that you are comfortable with. There may be some changes to when we evaluate. It may be based on growth. If growth starts occurring at a faster pace, then it may be sooner than 5 years. But I want to be clear for the pay-as-you-go versus bonding. The bonding was for illustrative purposes only, because council, majority of you have had to deal with what's happened to us as a result of us issuing bonds without really knowing how much income was going to come in. And now there are things that we would like to do that we can't do because we overextended ourselves. So again, we'll come back in 2 weeks. We will work with the mayor. We will work with the industry. And when we come back with a number regarding the pay-as-you-go versus bonding, it's simply for illustrative purposes.
Yeah.
Because I am not about to talk about, and I agree, but people need to understand that at some point in time we're going to need this, and if we don't do it and we do it later, the number, regardless, is going to be higher than what's assumed over the next 20 years, even with the CPI kicker that we've put in. But we'll come back in 2 weeks, and if that works for council, that works for us.
Okay.
Councilmember.
So, yeah. Tom.
I apologize. No offense to city manager. I sat in those rooms like you did, standing in front of those people in those chambers, during the rate plan. And the idea of going into a room locked and coming out with a number, just not appealing to me. It's 4246. They would like 39. I think it's the policy decision to make, because that's what I heard. I know what you guys are going to do. You guys are going to go in a back room. You're going to cut a deal. You're going to come back with something else. And I heard it. They gave it to me over and over and over at those meetings. I'm not inclined to go do that. I would just assume you got two numbers. It's a policy decision. It's a tough one. I agree. It's a tough policy decision. But I would beg that you would.
Okay. Yeah, I get it, Tommy.
Okay.
Let's see. So here's the deal. Josh, I think that the idea of doing the bond thing like Clovis did, or we're in the process of building a $500 million deal. So Clovis, I get it. They did it that way. And I think that worked for them. You know, I've heard some council comments and especially from our city manager. If we do the bond study, which is not going to take that long, by the way, you know, you do the bond study and you add all that debt financing to this project, that number is going to be astronomical. It's going to be a crazy number, probably exceeding the $6,500 number we were at in December. So I'm going to try something, and I have no idea whether it's going to pass council at all. But here's what, and I actually agree the most with Tommy's determination right there. I can't see getting you folks in the room and coming up. I mean, you guys are just going to go back and forth over the table, and you guys are going, I love you, but we disagree. You know, it's just it goes on forever. Now, I will say this. Gary, I actually agree with, look at that, yeah. Gary, I actually agree with you that it worked out that we got some of this conversation in today, because this would have just all happened behind closed doors. They would have still hugged at the end. Council still has to make a crummy decision, and you have people that are several $100s off. Now, I've taken multiple meetings with both sides, so I am modifying my motion. Okay, I'm modifying my motion. I'm going to see if this passes council today, and it might not. And I have total respect from all council members. I took meetings that said the number, Steve, is 4236. That is it. That we already dropped it way down. We can prove this is the right number. Then I've had other people say the number's really about 3,500. So yesterday I said, well, what about why don't we just 3,900? Split the baby or whatever you do. And then so I'm altering my motion, and I have a second here. Esmeralda, you proved your point. The bond financing thing is a nightmare. And both you guys made fantastic point right there, okay? So I don't know if you want to continue being my second or not, but I'm changing my motion to make a motion to accept a rate increase, total package, both pieces of $3,900. That's my motion, because I'm following what Tommy said. Now we've seen some of the arguing. I don't believe going behind closed doors for another month is going to do a darn thing. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Well, we have to see if she modifies her second.
I won't be able to second your motion. I still think that I would like to see the math on that, and would like to see us
so
at
you
least give us
withdraw the
two. I withdraw.
So she's withdrawing her second, Councilman Bredefeld. I need a second.
I will
But
second
if I withdraw my second, can I still make a motion, a competing motion? City Attorney, can I make a competing motion? Because I still like the 2 weeks.
There can only be one main motion on the floor. There can be a procedural motion in addition to the main motion. A motion to continue would be a procedural motion.
So
and then,
I would do that.
accordingly, we would have to vote
procedural.
on that one first, correct? The
have to
procedural
vote on the
motion is
procedural
addressed
motion
I would do a
first.
procedural motion, give us at least 2 weeks, and then come back.
Second.
Okay, so we have a procedural motion by Member Soria and a second to come back in 2 weeks to evaluate this. And then we have the other motion, the procedural motion, of course, trumps Member Brandau's motion, seconded by Member Bredefeld to set $3,900, and then we can all move on. We still have a council member who's punched up to speak. Member Baines, please. But now, of course, we have to remind council that all debate has to be to the point of the procedural motion, and not about the...
No, it doesn't. No, and mine's not going to be to that, but it doesn't have to
The
be.
debate can continue on the main motion because that provides context on whether or not you ought to vote on the procedural motion.
Yeah, no, so I wanted to clarify a couple things about my position, because I stepped out for a minute and maybe the discussion morphed into something else, and I want to make sure that no one up here thinks that I have any interest in going back and negotiating the rates. That's not what I'm interested in doing at all. My main issue was that I need to be able to look ratepayers and constituents in the face and tell them where we're going to spend the money. That I did not have. That's it. So if I would have had, for instance, a menu of options said, yes, we're going to we can build a northeast surface water treatment facility, or we can expand the southeast water treatment facility, or whatever the menu is. But these are the options. I would have been okay today. So just so we all know, I'm not going to support the rate being $3,900 because I have no idea where that came from, and I don't think that that's how we should make policy out here. So I'm okay with the Nexus study, but what I needed to be able to know is what we anticipate that we may use that money for, and all the options available to it, not just one. So I want to be very clear about where I was at. I know we have to bring 30 million gallons a day of capacity to the system, and we have a couple, 3 options that we can do that with, but we weren't necessarily tying this vote to all of those options. We were tying it to one, and I would have liked to have seen the other options that we could have tied it to. So I want to be clear. I'm not quarreling about the money. So maybe some folks are, and I stepped out. Maybe that happened, but just for you, Tommy, and you, Georgianne, and Lee, and Bruce, so you know what my issue is. I wanted to know the menu of options where what we could have done with the money in the event that we do not build the new Northeast plant. What else would we have done? And that was not prescribed out in the staff report to me. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me, Council President.
Okay. The screen is clear, and of course we have 2 motions. Of course, the procedural motion takes precedence over Member Brandau's motion. And so on the first one, we will vote electronically. The motion is to just suspend everything and then come back in 2 weeks.
And that will give us enough time, I think, you can go back and talk to staff to see the different options. Oliver?
Well, yeah, I mean, but I think I need that presented to me. I think the public needs to see that too.
No, and I think 2 weeks they can come back in.
Does your motion include, are we requesting staff to sit down with the industry?
Can we make sure that we do that, Bruce? Staff? Look at the different options to make sure that calculation is presented.
And Councilmember Story, I'm only mentioning that because Tommy said that right there. You gave a menu of options that would have been available that are not outlined in the staff report.
Member Story, I don't understand your motion. Does it include having staff sit with the industry to try and come up with something that's more acceptable to the industry?
That won't be my direction. It's up to them. I think what we want
no, if that's the direction you give, then they have to do what the council says. If we get 5 votes.
That's not the exact direction that I give. The direction I think that would be helpful for us is give us the menu of options in terms of the cost and breakdown, because I think that that's what will help us make sure that 4,200 number supports, if it's going to be an expansion, if it's going to be whatever else, to fulfill that 30 MGD capacity that we will need. That's what I would ask to come back with.
So this is, okay, so your motion is not asking staff to sit with the industry. Okay.
No, but they can do it if they want. I'm not saying that they can't.
Okay, so let's vote on this one electronically, please.
Council, to
yes
be
is
clear, this is a motion to continue. Is that correct?
Yeah.
A motion to continue, but it does not include the instruction to meet with the industry to work something
But it
out.
doesn't preclude them. They can meet if they want.
Well, okay. Yeah. Let's vote. Okay, it was 5 yes and 2 no. So we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you. The next item that we have. Yeah. Oh, city manager, Mayor Brand, you want to do the amendment to the Economic Expansion Act?
Well, given council's last action, I think we're probably going to have to table that along with the previous action. So we would respectfully request council make a motion to table until we come back with the.
Can staff just remove it?
Okay.
Yeah, you can just remove it.
Staff is removing the item.
Staff is removing 1015 number 2. Why? Oh. Okay. Let's go to yes.
Given that this is, yeah. We're going to table the item. I take it back. Yeah.
All right, let me see where we're at. We are all over the place, folks. I know it's there. Okay. Is a representative from League of Cities here yet? From League of Cities they're out in the vestibule? Okay, we'll wait and do that. Let's go ahead and do the 10:30 a.m., the joint meeting with the Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority, and this is the Finance Department. Here he is.
Council, could I point out on this item, before we get to the main item, there's a procedural item to take care of. The JPA needs to elect its chairperson and vice chairperson.
Okay, we can do that. Yes, it is this item right here. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Mayor Brand is a voting member, right?
Yes.
And he just stepped out.
Mayor, Council President, and successor agency chair.
Well, if there's no one that has an objection to the people who are currently on it, Member Bredefeld, you're punched up. Is it for this item?
For the reconsideration that I wanted to, at some point today, reconsider item 1J on the city consent calendar regarding the contract with Bank of America.
Okay, let's go ahead and do, because I've already jumped into this, and Member Brandau's missing. Oh, here comes the mayor. So we have a motion to just retain the same people on the. Okay, I'll go ahead and second that. So this is to reelect the mayor and myself and Member Baines to the Joint Powers Financing Authority.
Council, to clarify, you're already on the board. This is to elect your chair and vice chair among those three people.
Okay. Does anybody want to be the chair or the vice chair? Mayor Brand, you be the chair.
I move that Mayor Brand is the chair.
Do you want to be the vice chair?
I move that Councilmember Soria is the vice chair.
No, she's not even on it.
Has to be one of the three.
You got to be. It's either you or me, pal.
I move that Council President Olivier is the vice chair.
We have a motion and a second so that the mayor and I can be on this thing. Screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Then it passes. Congratulations, Mayor. That's fantastic. And now we move on. Oh, yeah. Do you want to vote, Mayor? Sure. Finance Department. Actions pertaining to unwinding of the prior New Market tax credit transaction.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Mike Lima, Finance Director Controller. Before you today is an item which will unwind the New Market tax credit arrangement that was used to help finance a loan repayment for the former Fresno B building, otherwise known as the Met Museum. Specifically, the item before you today would dissolve part of that arrangement, the FBB Investment Fund. As part of the dissolution process, the FBB will assign the promissory notes and deed of trust on the Fresno B building to the JPFA in exchange for the cancellation of the loan made by the JPFA to the FBB 7 years ago. The New Market tax credit structure for this transaction was created 7 years ago in cooperation with an affiliate from U.S. Bank. At the time the structure was created, the U.S. Bank affiliate was granted an option to exit the transaction after 7 years, which is the end of the compliance period for the New Market tax credit arrangement. U.S. Bank has given notice that they will exercise the option. As part of that option, the JPFA will pay U.S. Bank $1,000 for their share in the FBB investment fund. Once that payment occurs, the JPFA will be the sole investor in the FBB investment fund. In order for the JPFA to be free from the numerous regulations pertaining to the New Market tax credit properties, staff recommends then dissolving the FBB investment fund. Taking that action will result in the JPFA being the owner of the Fresno B building. As the Fresno B building is not used as collateral on any JPFA or city bond, the building could then be sold at the discretion of the JPFA and the city. Staff recommends that Council and the JPFA approve all the various resolutions that are included in the packet. I'm available to answer any questions you might have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And for our JPFA, we go out to the public, correct? Okay, are there any members of the public who wish to address the City Council on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll return it to Council. Member Baines.
I want to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? And that passes by a vote of, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, missing 2. So it would be 6 to 0 to 2, right? 6.
It passes.
6 yes, 0 no, 2 absent.
All right. All of the council members approved it on behalf of the council, and all of the JPA members approved it on behalf of the JPA.
Okay.
Right?
Then there we go. Thank you, City Attorney. All right.
Point of order on the reconsideration.
Yeah, let's do that right now.
So I made a motion to reconsider that item. City Attorney, do we need, on the reconsideration, do we need a second, or do we just reconsider?
Yes, the council rules provide that someone on the prevailing side of any item during that day can make a motion to reconsider it. It requires a second, and then you can take another vote on that item.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'll go ahead and second.
Do you want to do it now?
Yeah, let's do it right now.
Mr. Lehman?
There's no time like the present.
Yes. We spoke.
Wait, do we have to vote before we begin hearing the item, right? We have to vote to bring it back before we can hear the item.
No.
Okay.
There's a motion to reconsider, which means you're taking another vote. You don't vote on the motion whether to reconsider.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the question for me is, I've thought about this afternoon. It bothers me that we're depositing we have $15 million in there. If we don't approve this with Bank of America, the $67,000 fee, if we insist on getting what's more of a standard rate, a higher rate for the deposit, and the council rejects this, then what happens?
Then they charge us the standard rate that you and I would pay going in there to do those fees, which is double what they are, what we are currently getting under this agreement.
Well, you have no ability to say, we think we shouldn't be paying the $67,000. We're depositing $15 million in your bank. We should be getting a 1% return. I mean, we just take what Bank of America says. That's it.
Well, I don't know what kind of checking account you have, but this is basically the city's checking account. I know on mine, I'm not earning anywhere near 0.3% interest on it. This is a very liquid account that moves in and out, and so they are paying actually for a checking account. They're paying a fairly decent rate that's going right now. Now, again, it's a one-year deal. So in a year, we hope to come back with an RFP, which will have a better rate, given that interest rates are starting to tick up. But at this point, yeah, we think that this is a fair deal at this time.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead, Mayor Brown.
In my business, going back years, we weren't at that level, but at a time when they were paying interest rates 10 years ago, didn't cost us anything. Over time, as rates came down to nothing, it's called an analysis fee to process all the checks, the returns. We went up to $30,000. So that's what banks are doing right now, because there's virtually no return. It's so low that they're not making any money off of your money. That's why they're charging fees.
Okay. All right. So you're going to get an RFP, and you think that these numbers are going to improve?
We are very hopeful that they will improve when we come back to you in about a year with this.
All right. Thank you.
So if we don't, Michael, if we don't approve your request today, what happens to the amount of money that's being paid on this account, et cetera, et cetera? What's the impact on us?
Well, as I mentioned, we would be paying the standard rate that you and I would pay when we go into the bank and we set up an account. We would not have the business account that we currently enjoy. So our fees would double, perhaps even triple in some specific instances.
So by approving the earlier motion, it would double the fees. If we support the motion to continue with what you wanted, it's actually better for the taxpayer of the city of Fresno.
Yes, it is better for the taxpayer.
Well, I would be supporting that, absolutely.
Okay.
Doesn't city attorney?
So
does another motion
we don't
need
have
to be
to.
made?
He can withdraw his motion to reconsider, correct?
You can withdraw the motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I do. Just leave it as it is.
All right, thank you. And now we are on schedule for the 3 o'clock item, which is a workshop presented by the League of Cities regarding Prop 64, and that's sponsored by myself and my colleague, Member Soria. Go ahead, start it off.
Perfect. Thank you, Council President. As he mentioned, Council President Olivier and I are bringing this item forward in response to the recently passed Prop 64, known as titled the Adult Use of Marijuana Act. With the passage of this proposition, local cities will need to take action on some type of ordinance posing potential limits and issuance. We'll, I think, as a council, have an opportunity to decide what we want to do prior to next year. We believe that it's critical that this council understand the new law and how it affects the various aspects of the city's operations. The League of Cities has been proactive in providing information to cities throughout California on this new law. We have a league representative, Tim Cromartie, and he's here today to lead us through the workshop. He has covered several public safety issues for the League of California Cities since 2013, with a heavy emphasis on the regulation of medical marijuana. Prior to that, he held a variety of positions in the legislature and state government, including legislative representative for CalPERS Governmental Affairs, legislative director and public safety consultant for the former State Senator Gloria Romero, and field representative for Congresswoman Barbara Lee. So he has a lot of experience in the legislative process and is here to give us an overview of Prop 64 and different options and just how the regulations are going to impact cities across the state. Thank you, Mr. Cromartie, for being here this afternoon and for driving down from Sacramento.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I get started, I have several copies of what cities should know about Proposition 64. I can leave them here for anyone. It'll have a bit of overlap with my presentation. So let's get started. First, I'll cover a summary of Proposition 64. Already having malfunctions. There we go. I'll cover the key differences between the Adult Use of Marijuana Act and the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, which the League of Cities had an active hand in writing, along with the California Police Chiefs Association. Then we'll go into the regulatory components, personal use and personal cultivation, the commercial operations in terms of state licensing and local regulations. Then talk about the taxation issues, allocation of revenues, local taxes and fees, which are a subject of great interest, and state and local sales tax exemptions, then cover local policy issues and field any questions that you may have. First, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act legalized the recreational use of marijuana by those 21 years of age and over, and allowed the personal cultivation of up to 6 marijuana plants. There's a misapprehension in the public that this allows adults to have up to 6 plants. It is actually, the rule is 6 plants per household, an important distinction. Prop 64 also created a state regulatory and licensing system for commercial cultivation, testing and distribution of recreational marijuana, as well as manufacturing of recreational marijuana products. In short, it is meant to be a mirror image of the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, although there are important distinctions specific to issues of 1, local control, and 2, how thoroughly the industry is regulated under both regimes. Next, Prop 64 allows local governments to prohibit or regulate and license commercial recreational marijuana businesses. It took effect immediately the day after the election, November 9th. I guarantee you there were people cultivating in their homes at 12:01 a.m. on that day. So the key differences. First of all is the focus. The Medical Act put a statewide regulatory structure in place for medical marijuana after 19 years of a lot of litigation following the enactment by the voters of Proposition 215. The Adult Use of Marijuana Act put in place a regulatory structure for non-medical or recreational marijuana. In terms of taxation, the MRSA treats taxes. The Medical Act expressly codifies counties' ability to impose excise taxes. It is silent on cities' ability to levy excise and other taxes. That does not mean that cities have no such authority. Quite the opposite. Cities have plenary power to impose excise and other taxes so long as they're not in conflict with the general laws. The fact is, counties are frequently challenged if they impose taxes because they are an arm of the state. They get a great deal of revenue from the state, so they are more likely to be challenged when they levy taxes of any kind. Cities, on the other hand, under the California Constitution, are an independent legal entity, and for that reason, we often levy taxes for various things. They may be challenged, but they're not necessarily considered invalid right out of the gate. So in regard to whether we like to see our taxation authority expressed in statute, cities absolutely do not want to see that. The league has learned over the years that when the legislature is reminded of cities' taxation authority, they tend to want to play with it. They would tend to want to restrict it. And in recent years, we have seen a trend of the legislature wanting to promote the issue du jour. A couple of years ago, it had to do with solar energy and distributed generation, and they want to impose a sales tax exemption. And that very often does not affect revenues going into the general fund, but it certainly affects our revenues. Usually, if you see sales tax exemption legislation, it only restricts local revenues. So we don't like to call their attention to our local revenue streams at all. Next, with regard to we exempt Prop 64 exempts medical marijuana from state and local sales tax completely, so neither the state nor local government can impose sales tax on medical marijuana. The rationale behind that is that if people are using this for truly medical purposes, then it's no different than if you or I go to a pharmacy and get a prescription filled. We don't pay sales tax of any kind on those purchases. The Adult Use of Marijuana Act imposes state taxes on the purchase and cultivation of marijuana. This is an important point that the league is extremely concerned about because the cumulative tax rate the state tax rate is about 25%. There is a 15% state excise tax. On top of that, there is a cultivation tax, which California Normal maintains is equivalent to an additional 10%. So before you factor in any of the local sales tax revenues, which are already wired into any purchase, such as Bradley Burns, you've got a 25% state tax rate to contend with. Now, by comparison, Colorado started off with a 10% excise tax. They were not getting the anticipated revenue. They had a lot of black market activity, which triggered federal enforcement action, as a matter of fact, and they have since lowered their state excise tax rate to 7%. We are starting out at more than twice that. So as a matter of policy, we have not, it seems, learned from California's mistakes. We are urging that legislators, Colorado's mistakes, thank you. We're urging legislators to revisit that issue as soon as possible, even if it requires a 2/3 vote of both houses, even if it needs to go back to the California voters. That tax rate is just too high. We anticipate that it will stimulate black market activity, meaning people will simply stay in the black market, and that we will not yield the anticipated revenue. We're urging both state and local governments to remember that they often will see more revenue with a lower tax rate because you will have more compliance. In terms of local regulations, both are the Medical Act and Prop 64 are similar in terms of local governments having the ability to allow, regulate, or cultivate the businesses, commercial marijuana businesses within their jurisdiction, whether recreational or medical. It's expressed a little bit differently in each, and I'll touch on that later. Your local regulations of whatever type should be reflected in an express ordinance that specifically spells out what is and is not allowed in terms of business activity and the allowed activities under your planning and zoning ordinances. The traditional rule of permissive zoning, whereby you list the allowable land uses in your zoning code and anything not on that list is per se prohibited, you should assume that it does not apply to medical marijuana or recreational marijuana for the simple reason that advocates very often have been extremely aggressive in challenging ordinances or ordinances that are silent on specific activities, for example, deliveries. And if your ordinance is not expressed, they will, I guarantee you, try to push the envelope. They're very fond of trying to find a loophole in local ordinances as well as state laws. So just to protect whatever regular authority you have. If there's a specific activity you are concerned about, it needs to be called out in the ordinance, and the rule, whatever it is, whether you're going to ban it or allow it, needs to be applied. If you're going to allow it and restrict it, it needs to be specific on that point as well. Personal cultivation. The Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act does not alter local authority to prohibit all personal cultivation. So I believe the Live Oak case, where a local authority to prohibit even personal cultivation in the home on the part of a cancer patient who was not attempting to share or sell the product with anyone else, even that was upheld. And the California Supreme Court had maintained that the power to regulate includes the power to ban. That is reflected in the Medical Act. Now, Prop 64, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, has changed that. Now, the law of the land is that locals can reasonably regulate but cannot ban indoor cultivation for personal use. We are free to regulate that, and I'll talk about what reasonable regulation may look like in a moment. Local governments can still regulate or prohibit all commercial indoor cultivation. So personal use, the rules on personal use, it's allowed for anyone aged 21 and over. They can possess, process, transport, purchase, obtain, or give away up to 28.5 grams of non-concentrated recreational marijuana or 8 grams of concentrated marijuana products. Anything over these amounts is still a misdemeanor, and it's punishable by appropriate offenses. However, given all the changes in the sentencing laws, beginning with public safety realignment back in 2011, there may not be room at the end for something as minor as a marijuana infraction or even a marijuana misdemeanor. So local law enforcement are all over the map as to whether they're even enforcing that. It depends on the amount. If it's significantly over, then they just will not look the other way. It would be, I'll note for your edification that in doing the research on the Medical Act, we were very concerned about what would trigger a security threshold for transport. And a child's backpack can be used to, if it's compressed sufficiently, that you can get up to 5 pounds of marijuana in a child's backpack, school backpack. Depending on the strain of marijuana and its potency, that can be worth up to anywhere from $5,000 to $11,000 worth of product, which is why we and the police chiefs were very adamant that threshold be kept low. It's going to be up to the discretion of the Department of Consumer Affairs, but that's a part of the local the state regulations that we will be looking at closely. Adults may smoke or ingest marijuana or marijuana products. They can cultivate, plant, possess up to 6 plants per residence for personal use. Restrictions. There is no smoking in a public place except where authorized locally. The general rule is that if smoking of tobacco is prohibited by state law or local ordinance, then it is smoking of marijuana will also be prohibited. The exception, there's no smoking within 1,000 feet of a school, daycare center, or youth center. However, the exception to that is if it is your personal residence, which happens to be within that 1,000-foot radius, you have an exemption for that. But it's probably a good idea to consume it inside the house. No smoking while riding or driving in a vehicle, and cities can prohibit smoking and possession in any building they own, lease, or occupy. Employers may maintain drug-free workplaces. That was a condition that the Chamber of Commerce insisted upon, or they would have opposed the initiative. Personal cultivation. Local governments may reasonably regulate, as I said earlier, but may not prohibit personal indoor cultivation of up to 6 marijuana plants within a private residence. This includes cultivation within a greenhouse or other structure on the same parcel. However, it must not be visible from a public space, and that should also be secured. There's always the danger of robbery if there's an appreciable amount of cultivation going on, as well as violent crime. Local governments retain the ability to regulate or completely prohibit personal outdoor cultivation. However, there's a clause in Prop 64 that says if the Attorney General, based on a change in the federal law, specifically a rescheduling of the drug, determines that marijuana is no longer a Schedule I substance, then this ability to prohibit outdoor cultivation will go away. That is unlikely in the immediate foreseeable future. So, questions on personal cultivation. Should locals attempt to even regulate? A default approach, because very often we're talking about cultivation that is going to be happening in people's homes, that is going to bump up against comfort levels. There's going to be a lot of angst about whether local government officials, whether it's police or code enforcement, can or should do inspections. Many jurisdictions are going to opt for the default approach of a complaint-based inspection protocol. Complaints are likely going to be based on odors, in which case nuisance laws are going to take effect. They may also be based on foot traffic. If someone is cultivating significantly beyond the 6 plants and it looks like it's in reality a commercial operation where you have people who are customers coming and going. The city, any city, can enact an ordinance requiring inspections for fire safety in terms of use of electrical lamps and for public health purposes due to the presence of mold due to inadequate ventilation. This is important because if a person is cultivating in their home and they are significantly exceeding the 6 plant limitation, they are probably using a number of heat lamps. These plants thrive on heat, and if you're using more than 1 or 2 1,500 watt heat lamps or the equivalent, that our fire chief's department tells me that is a 24-hour-a-day fire hazard, because under those circumstances, those heat lamps are pulling more power off the grid than that house is designed to withstand. So there may be an electrical fire that can break out at any time. That's a reason to do inspection. Also, they need a significant amount of water, and if there's inadequate ventilation, you may have mold or fungus buildup, which is a public health hazard.
Tim, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So we cannot regulate indoor or ban indoor cultivation because that's what the proposition says. However, local jurisdictions can create regulations
Yes, they can be
related to indoor growth. So like if someone's growing indoors, we can say, okay, if you're growing indoors, you will be subject to an inspection.
That's correct.
Okay.
The word reasonable is a key word in the initiative, because if there's any challenges or litigation on local regulations, they will most likely turn on the question of, is this local regulation reasonable under the circumstances? So just city attorneys and city managers as well as council members should be mindful of that.
And I remember it was before you got here, Member Soria, that this council body voted to prohibit the indoor cultivation, and I believe that passed. It was probably like a 5-2 or 6-1 about 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago. So what does Prop 64 do to that existing city law? It renders that...
It renders it invalid.
Is that right? It renders it invalid. So that's now an invalid...
Right. We cannot ban indoor growing, but we can regulate it.
So any ban that was in place prior to the enactment of Prop 64, a ban on personal indoor cultivation, is now, by operation of law, invalid.
So Prop 64 says people can have up to 6 plants in their home. Our thing is now, our existing law is now no longer valid, but we can pass something that says you can have 2 plants, and if you have 4, that's illegal.
No, we have to allow at least 6, but we could say, well, you have to do it within this kind of room, or it's subject to an inspection, that kind of thing.
And it has to be reasonable, right?
That's a lot more inspections.
I'm not saying we have to.
No, I know. It just would be a lot of inspecting. So,
well,
okay.
I'll talk about what a local inspection protocol might look like, I believe, on the next slide. The city could also opt to pursue nuisance abatement actions for any violations. Are there any other questions before we move on?
I don't know if you'll cover this, but in the whole indoor growing, can cities charge or have a fee if you're going to grow indoor? Because it's, as part of the regulations.
You can impose a requirement for a cultivation permit with a reasonable fee.
Okay.
And that can cover cost of inspection.
And I would encourage council, if you have any questions, go ahead and just fire off, interrupt. You don't have to punch up or wait until he's done. I want to foster a good conversation about this. Thank you.
So what would reasonable regulation of indoor cultivation look like? Examples are, again, a local requirement for a residential cultivation permit with an appropriate fee. Cities could decide to require, as a condition of the permit, that the permit holder agree to periodic inspections for checking for the following: cultivation in excess of the 6-plant limitation, as I mentioned earlier, drawing more electrical power from the grid than is safe, and presenting a health hazard due to mold accumulation, using more water than is reasonably related to cultivate 6 plants, and you may want to expressly require, getting at the fire safety issue, that any cultivation is compliant with the fire code as well as the building code. Next, there's a utility user tax issue. If you have a local utility user tax on either water or electricity, you are going to have difficulty pinpointing, and there are spikes in use due to cultivation, for example, spikes in the use of electricity. Cities are going to have difficulty pinpointing the precise parcel that's responsible for those spikes. And you will need the assistance of the local utility for help with that. You may need to have your city attorney get into a dialogue with the local utility, because the utility is not going to freely give up that information upon request. However, it is obtainable. The city of Arcata went through a process whereby they interacted with PG&E. It took the better part of, I think, a year, and they paid out quite a bit, but they made more than made that money back in the form of increased revenue from all the indoor cultivation that was going on. Because it's appropriate to assess a particular parcel that's responsible for a spike in electricity use, for example, with a higher rate. Next, state licensing of commercial operations. All recreational marijuana businesses must have a state license. That license is issued to, cannot be issued to any applicant whose operations would violate the provisions of a local ordinance or regulations. So, if the proposed activity is in violation of local ordinance, the state cannot issue the license. However, unfortunately, the way Prop 64 is written, they did away with dual licensing. Dual licensing on the medical side absolutely required that businesses get local approval first and then pursue a state application. That requirement, Prop 64 expressly states that applicants are not required to submit evidence of local approval with the state application. The way it is written, as a practical matter, unless changes are made, it requires the state licensing entities to go chasing after 482 cities and 58 counties. Please send us your local ordinance. That is not going to happen. The state agencies themselves have told us we will not do that. So the league and the police chiefs have been responsible for language requiring the state to notify local agencies if they get an application from within their jurisdiction, and then the local permitting process can begin. Now, at some point, local governments are going to have direct contact with the applicants, and the more savvy applicants out there know that the local permitting process still must take place, notwithstanding the wording of Prop 64. So the more sophisticated of them are going to submit the local application at least at the same time they submit the state application. They're going to have to go through that process. There's a provision in a proposed bill to reconcile Prop 64 with the Medical Act, which says that the state can unilaterally decide if they contact a local government and have not heard back about a particular application, that they can simply deem that application to be in compliance with local ordinances. There is no timeline whatsoever associated with that language. What we have managed to get inserted into that language is a requirement that the state can't pull that trigger, which is basically a preemption of local regulatory authority, until and unless 90 working days have expired. If they haven't heard either from the local government that it is still under review, or it's in violation of local ordinances, or it's compliant with local ordinances and their permit is approved, unless they hear one of those three things, they can't take action unless the 90 days have expired. If they hear not one of those things after 90 working days, then they can unilaterally decide to deem the application to be in compliance. But we think 90 working days, worst case scenario, even in a jurisdiction that is swamped with applications and has a backlog, 90 working days is sufficient time. State licenses are valid for 1 year, and separate state licenses are required for each business location. In regard to local regulation, cities and counties can regulate or completely prohibit state licensed marijuana businesses, whether recreational or medical. However, cities cannot prohibit the use of public roads for deliveries in another jurisdiction. If you're a city and you have cities on jurisdictions on either side of you, and if they want to use your roads for deliveries that do not, let's say you've got a ban in this jurisdiction, but if a business wants to use the public roads or the highways going through your city and the delivery emanates from a location outside your city and the destination is also outside your city, you can't prohibit the use of the roads for that purpose.
So, question, if I live in Hanford and I set up a marijuana a retail shop in Hanford and I buy a fleet of Ford Transits and Fresno goes ahead with a ban, these Ford Transits from my shop in Hanford can come into Fresno to deliver the marijuana to customers that live in Fresno.
No. By transits, I expect you mean trucks. Some vehicle.
Cars.
No, if you have a ban, and your ban must be specific. In other words, if you want to ban deliveries in your jurisdiction, you must expressly call that out in your ordinance as a prohibited activity. That is a very important point. If you have done that, then
we haven't done a ban yet. But let's say Selma does marijuana and Fresno prohibits. Can the places from can the store in Selma deliver to people in Fresno?
It depends on what your ordinance says. If your ordinance is silent on the question of deliveries, then yes, they can.
Okay.
It's not enough to have a ban on the commercial businesses. If you have a ban on the commercial businesses, but your ordinance is silent on the deliveries, then legally deliveries can occur.
So
Council,
what this says is that what?
If we ban deliveries in the city of Fresno, they wouldn't be able to deliver to somebody in Fresno, but they could deliver to somebody in a county island within the city of Fresno.
And drive
boundaries.
through Fresno.
Exactly.
And we cannot prohibit them from driving through Fresno to get to another jurisdiction.
That's correct.
Is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. We already have couple, 3 dozen delivery services operating in the city of Fresno. But
how do you know that?
You can see how well it's working out for us.
Well, this is where the permissive zoning rule can be applied. Traditionally, cities could rely on permissive zoning to say deliveries aren't allowed.
I wanted to jump in. Councilmember Chavez wants to know how you know about all those delivery services.
I have my fingers on the pulse of this city. I know everything about Fresno.
Hey, I have a question, and it may be more of a legal one. When I'm a little, can we actually ban deliveries, Doug? I mean, does that interfere with commerce? I mean, there are federal laws that regulate commerce. How can we really?
Well, the law as written allows local jurisdictions to ban deliveries. Absolutely, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure because.
But it has to be an express prohibition. You must call out that as a prohibited activity under your planning and zoning ordinances.
I'm wondering, even from a law enforcement perspective,
as a practical matter, though,
how you even enforce
that?
How
do you enforce? Does anyone? I mean,
we'd have to leave that to our law enforcement professionals to figure out a way.
It is very difficult to enforce, and in fact, law enforcement have said that if it came to either delivery services versus brick and mortar dispensaries, they prefer to have brick and mortar dispensaries in the communities because that's a hard location. It's easily identifiable. Deliveries may very well come in personal vehicles or unmarked vehicles, and they'll tell you they have absolutely no way to be certain and to enforce that. Not with any certainty that it's effective.
I have another question. Since I'm thinking about federal law, so help me understand. The federal law still regards marijuana as a Schedule I narcotic. So yes. I know that the last administration really didn't enforce they didn't enforce it from that perspective. This new administration seems to feel differently about that. If we, or any other jurisdiction for that matter, allows commercial operations, commercial dispensaries, could the federal government come in and shut them down?
They would have the right to do that. Whether they will actually do it is uncertain. Mr. Sessions has said, I reserve the right to enforce the law, and the law says that this is a prohibited substance. He's subsequently said that the Federal Department of Justice does not have the resources for, quote, major enforcement activity. That doesn't mean that there won't be any in California. But legally, the fact is the feds could come in at any time if we try to implement Prop 64.
And would the city have any liability for that if we allow that activity in our city and the feds decided to come in and enforce that?
The best answer I can give you is potentially. That is truly a legal question. It has come up on the city attorney's listserv that the league maintains, and there's been a lot of discussion on that point. It is possible. Yes, I don't know how likely it is, but it's possible.
Yes, like you said, it's possible that if the city affirmatively allows something, then there could be some liability there. I think it'd be more likely that they would simply terminate that activity than actually go after the city. But yes, there would always be that possibility if the city is affirmatively allowing something that is a felony under federal law.
Okay. It would be more likely if a municipality had an ownership interest in a business, which is something that has been floated to me as.
But if if a municipality is collecting revenue from that,
well, that's not the same as.
It's not the same as ownership.
It's not the same as having your name on the application that's on file with the state.
Are
the city's name.
Is that happening?
No, not to my knowledge. We've actually cautioned cities against that.
A question for you, sir, over here.
Yes.
You said something about delivery and law enforcement prefers brick and mortar as opposed to delivery.
As the least of the evils. I mean, law enforcement in many jurisdictions is probably going to tell you, look, we don't want this here at all.
Right.
There are going to be problems. But if you have to, if the political winds are such that the council feels like it has to allow something, then it is better to go with a brick and mortar dispensary and prohibit deliveries altogether. Because they are, if they're honest, they'll tell you we cannot effectively police deliveries. We have no way to do that.
Their preference is not to have them, is what you said.
It depends on the jurisdictions. Now, in some jurisdictions, for example, in the Bay Area, they've come to an accommodation with the fact that the winds have changed.
Anything goes in the Bay Area.
But I'm not. I can't speak for the Police Chiefs Association, but many folks in law enforcement would prefer that we not have to deal with these questions.
Yeah, they also shoot up heroin on the streets in the Bay Area, but.
They do it on the streets of my district, too.
Okay, there we go. Now, I just said I'd remind that I believe that the voters in the city of Fresno did approve with the majority Prop 64. So.
Well, that depends on the district. They've also approved Prop 54 and 57, 47. I don't think those worked out very well.
Please continue.
Okay, state standards with regard to health and safety, environmental protection, testing, security, et cetera, are minimum standards. Local jurisdictions are free to enact more stringent standards in these areas in regard to health and safety and public safety regulations. Prop 64 does not require any city to enact a regulatory scheme or prohibition by a certain date. However, there's an important caveat to this. If you decide to, as they taught us in law school, sleep on your rights and not enact an ordinance on both recreational and medical, the state can unilaterally issue a license for a business in your jurisdiction without your input. Because Prop 64 says a state license cannot be issued if the activity would be in violation of local ordinances. If you have no ordinance that says thumbs up or thumbs down whether you allow these businesses in your community, then the local regulatory structure will be deemed to be silent on that question. And there's every likelihood that the state can issue a license, a valid license to a business that applies to operate within the city limits, and it would be completely legal. So it behooves all cities and local jurisdictions, whether it's a special district, a county, or a city, to enact an ordinance stating what the rules are with respect to both recreational and medical. Otherwise, that loophole, you could find yourself in a situation where you've been preempted. The only silver lining in that is, even if that happens, you can still subsequently enact a local regulatory structure. But then you'd probably have to wait for the businesses that were approved by the state prior to the enactment of your ordinance for that license to come up for renewal, and then you can interface with the state about the fact that, look, this is no longer in compliance with our local regulatory structure. The league anticipates that the state will not begin issuing licenses before January 2018. If a city prohibition or regulation is in place before the business applies for the state license, then depending on what that ordinance looks like, the state either will not issue the license or it will be issued subject to local regulations. Now we'll talk about the taxes. There are excise taxes, sales and use taxes. Excise taxes in general, all taxes are either property or excise taxes. The property tax, as you know, is a tax on ownership of real or personal property. It's triggered by mere ownership. Excise taxes, on the other hand, are a tax on the privilege of using or doing something with property. The most common form of excise tax in local jurisdictions, municipalities specifically, is a business license tax. There's also transient occupancy taxes and parcel taxes. In terms of the state and local sales and use tax, the sales tax, which can no longer be imposed on medical marijuana, is a tax on the privilege of selling tangible personal property at retail. The use tax is imposed on the storage, use, or other consumption of tangible personal property purchased from a retailer. Now, Prop 64 provides for the following rules on taxation. It imposes a 15% excise tax, which I've touched on earlier, on the privilege of purchasing marijuana at retail. It also imposes an excise tax, this is a cultivation tax really, of $9.25 per dry weight ounce on the flowers and $2.75 per dry weight on the leaves for the privilege of cultivating marijuana. That is equivalent to another 10%. So just bear that in mind when you're factoring, making decisions about whether to impose a local tax that you anticipate will create a marijuana-related revenue stream. We encourage local governments to look at other taxes, such as Bradley Burns, and to see if there's a way of extrapolating what revenue you will get from that source that's marijuana-related before imposing a new tax, simply because the tax is already starting at 25%. You got Bradley Burns on top of that. It's not long before you get up toward 30%, which people in the industry say is a tipping point that will encourage people to remain with the black market. And I am told we rail against the 15% tax on the excise tax rate all the time. And people tell me, well, you know, we tax tobacco at a significantly higher rate. And I remind them, well, tobacco is not federally prohibited. There is not a thriving black market for tobacco. So it's apples and oranges. Prop 64 does not affect local government's authority to impose tax on recreational marijuana. However, it's not correct here. It does affect locals' ability to tax medical. You can't impose sales tax on medical. However, you can impose an excise tax on medical marijuana, such as a cultivation tax or a manufacturing tax. Exemptions. Marijuana cultivated for personal use is exempt from any cultivation tax. So although there can be reasonable local regulation of cultivation for personal use, you cannot tax it.
Doesn't exclude the permit fee.
That does not exclude the permit fee. It also doesn't exclude a fee that probably should be built into that or separate that covers the cost of whatever your regulatory protocol is for inspections, for example. Medical, as I've said, is exempt from state and local sales tax, but not the other taxes. This is a chart on the taxes and fees. This is just conceptually trying to help local officials and everyone wrap their minds around the different rules. On the left is a smaller box on sales and use tax that applies to recreational marijuana only. That local sales and use tax is 7.25%. So you can begin to see, if you're starting off with 25%, what that sales and use tax does. You're creeping up over 30% right there. Now, on the right is the taxes that will apply to both recreational and medical, the 15% excise tax, as well as the 10% state cultivation tax. So allocation of state excise taxes, where does that money go? 60% has been allocated for youth programs, substance abuse education, prevention, and treatment. Another 20% goes to environmental cleanup and remediation, and a final 20% goes to reduce DUIs and negative health impacts from marijuana legalization. There is a separate pot of money that goes toward the Board of State and Community Corrections. It is ultimately destined to be, those monies are to be funneled into a grant program for local governments. However, Prop 64 is absolutely silent in terms of giving the Board of State and Community Corrections any guidance whatsoever on how those monies are to be given out, how they're to be administered. The League and the police chiefs have jointly sponsored, and we have the support, we anticipate having the support of the fire chiefs as well, a bill that will provide BSCC with some guidance on how they give out that local grant money for local governments. We require, if we can get this bill moving, it will require that the grant monies be competitively awarded with a view toward regional balance, and that priority be given to specific regulatory and enforcement activities that are highlighted in the grant applications.
Tim, on that point, if, say, for example, we ban everything else like dispensaries or brick and mortar stuff, but we allow growth, I know that we can't allow, we can't ban indoor, but we can regulate. But say that for the purposes of being eligible for some of these grants, could the city allow for growth within someone's backyard and that allow us to be eligible?
The way we get a lot of questions about this, and our attorneys have gone back and forth. The way we read Prop 64, a city can either ban cultivation or retail sale and still be eligible for the grants, but you can't ban both. If you ban both, then you're not eligible for these grants at all. Now, that's a significant amount of money. However, I have cautioned local governments that if they want a revenue stream that is marijuana related, they should have one and create one that is under their exclusive control, which money coming from the state will not be. This revenue stream that you're asking about here is going to expire at some point in the future, I think 7 years from now, 2025. Now, that money will eventually just go away. It is better in the long run to have local revenue streams that you have control over, because even if that revenue stream of grant money did not expire, there's a very high likelihood that in the very next economic downturn, the state is going to rate it and repurpose that money for something else. It's happened multiple times in the past, going back to, I think, ERAF in 1991. So there's a history of, which is why the state and local fiscal relationship is so fraught with friction.
Quick question. Excuse me, quick question. So the 20% allocation, it says to reduce DUI.
Yeah.
So is this for driving under the influence of alcohol or driving under the influence of marijuana?
Marijuana in this case. There are monies that will be funneled into research efforts at UC San Diego and elsewhere to try to get toward a legal standard for intoxication for marijuana, which I'm told we are still years away from. And the reason is that there's the fact that this is a Schedule I substance has had a real chilling effect on doing research, getting funding for the research that would give us a legal standard for intoxication. How much THC can a person have in their bloodstream before they're legally too impaired to drive? There was also efforts to enact legislation this year reducing the blood alcohol level required if they have both THC and alcohol in their system. So there's various ways to try to get at that, but ultimately some of that money is going toward getting us toward a legal standard, but we are still a long way from having that standard in place.
So then from a law enforcement perspective, how would that be determined if somebody gets pulled over? There's a gentleman he approached me earlier, and I think I asked him that's right, he's just sitting there. So how is that determined if we can't even establish a threshold for that?
A lot of it is going to rely on an officer's personal observations of how an individual is driving. There's also a plan to acquire as many drug recognition experts as possible and have them located at the strategic points throughout the state. A drug recognition expert is a law enforcement officer specifically trained in identifying impairment, even if there's no legal standard for it. And that would be impairment under various forms of controlled substances, not just alcohol. So there are a number of imperfect solutions that are either being put in place or being developed, but there will be problems. There's going to be a transition period, and it may be a long one.
That was actually at the heart of my question. So we're working through this legislation, adopted to the stage. We're trying to do something locally here, whether that's a ban or some kind of a controlled process. I'm not sure where we land on that, but that's the first challenge I saw with that. Like, how do you establish the DUI threshold for an individual if we can't measure that and there's not solid science behind that criteria? That leaves a lot of room open for interpretation for law enforcement, which could also lead to liabilities for this city police department. I mean, are there other jurisdictions that have established something?
Yeah, the other jurisdictions are working on it. No one has established anything that we can hold up and present as a model or a good regulatory structure that can be used in the interim. And we're very cautious about giving out advice on that specific issue because we know how far we are away from a legal standard. And we know that there are definitely liability issues for cities. Cities are likely to be sued no matter what. Whether if it's not on DUI, it'll be over the fact that you maybe someone doesn't like the inspection protocol you have in place for indoor cultivation. A number of the marijuana activists, recent history has shown, are very fond of the spaghetti defense, where you just throw everything up against the wall in the course of a legal claim and see what sticks. To give you one example, there is language in Prop 64 and the statutory part of Prop 64, which is what really counts, which expressly says that locals have the ability to ban by ordinance. Originally, it said you could only ban by a vote of the people, but the league weighed in with the backers of the initiative and said, oh no, if you leave that language in, we will oppose. But here's what they did. There's a separate section called findings and declarations, which under normal circumstances are not worth the paper they're written on. The findings and declarations still says you can ban only by local ballot. People have actually sued cities over that, and they point to the finding and declarations and ignore what's in the statute. It's kind of ridiculous, but cities in some cases are having to spend money defending themselves when they know the findings and declarations are only important if the statute is unclear or confusing, and it's not at all clear, unclear, or confusing on that point. And yet cities are still having to deal with litigation on that issue. So it's a brave new world.
Question for you, sir.
Yes.
So Prop 64 got enacted, but we have no policies in place from law enforcement, CHP, in terms of determining whether somebody's driving under the influence of marijuana. That's not in place at this point.
Well, I think the science isn't there yet. The police chiefs and the California Highway Patrol are definitely working on programs. Assemblymember Lackey has put forth legislation pertaining to oral fluids, which has recently been gutted and amended. It's been revamped, but he is very much aware that this is a problem, and he's working closely with the police chiefs and CHP on getting something in statute that will give state and local law enforcement some meaningful guidance in this area, even if we don't have a legal standard.
There's nothing there. And then in Prop 64, I understand there's $3 million set aside for research to figure this out. But of course, they're figuring it out while people are driving while under the influence of marijuana. Are you aware of anything that's happened in terms of the state of Washington that's legalized this, or Colorado in terms of driving rates, fatalities, things of that sort? Like, for example, in Washington, traffic fatalities have doubled since they've legalized marijuana and due to marijuana. Do you have any data on that?
There's nothing that I can quote. I do know that anecdotally, drug driving in Colorado has dramatically increased. Mm-hmm. It stands to reason that if that being the case, there's probably been an increase in fatalities, but I can't quote a statistic for you.
Yeah, but I'm sure the governor, who loves to quote all the money they're making, has no problem calling those families that have died from drugged driving. But that's all.
Lee, on that subject, so we don't have a standard for marijuana. In other words, an officer stops an individual, he might smell marijuana, might see a green tongue, which is an indication or whatever, but there's no way to quantify the presence versus the narcotic effect, which is the standard for a DUI.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a psychotropic substance. It's chemically very different from alcohol. The body tends to metastasize alcohol within about 8 hours. Marijuana can stay in a person's system for days. And if you're a habitual user, you may have a higher tolerance, and there's no way to gauge.
Right.
You know,
if you combine that with alcohol, it even makes it more of a speculative.
Yes.
guess, if you will, a hunch by the officer, unless, of course, they do the blood alcohol test and it comes out at 0.08 or greater. But I don't know how. I'm trying to figure out how you can distinguish the alcohol from the marijuana in a quantifiable way. I don't think it can be done.
I don't know. I do know that, as I said, there's legislation acknowledging the fact that people are going to be using both substances simultaneously, alcohol and marijuana, and for that reason, I don't know how far this legislation will get, but it proposes to lower the legal threshold of intoxication on the alcohol side to either 0.06 or 0.04 if they also have THC in their system. So that may, if that bill survives and becomes law, that may help get at the problem of how do we deal with what we know is going to be increased incidence of drug driving out there.
And that goes back to Prop 64, not whether or not there's dispensaries or crossing county lines or anything like that. That's just a fundamental problem for Prop 64. Now that it's been legalized, how do you distinguish the impact on vehicle traffic?
Yes, it's important to recognize that Prop 64 was written for the most part and backed by the industry. It does not represent the kind of detailed regulatory structure that was put in place on the medical side, and that's in part because the league and the police chiefs helped write a great deal of the medical act. We did not write Prop 64.
I wanted to add, your presentation is brilliant, fantastic. Your delivery, your substance, this is fascinating. And I really, really thank you for being here and enlightening us with all the complications and the wherefores and whereases that most people don't even understand. They just see Prop 64, let's ban it or whatever, without realizing. And you just touched upon a few in your publication here. And your comments here tell us how deep and how complicated this problem, our situation is.
Well, I appreciate that feedback. And someone in the governor's office said to me early on, this whole area presents a spider web of policy issues. There's a lot to learn, and we're all trying to climb the learning curve every day.
Well, you're doing a great job educating us, I'll tell you that.
Thank you, sir.
Council, I have a quick point of order and Tim, I beg your indulgence here. Our fire chief is going to be presenting the item about the North Central, and she has to leave at 4:40 or 4:45, right, Chief? And so, we're voting on this today. Sure, Chief. Come on up. And I guess what I'm trying to say is we want to finish. I mean, you traveled a long way, Tim, to do this, and this is obviously a very hot topic in the community. So we definitely want to finish this workshop. And I know council members still have some questions and discussion to do, but I know that this is an item that.
Yeah, I appreciate you kind of jumping in there. I have to attend the North Central Fire Protection Board meeting at 5:30.
Okay.
And I know that this was on the agenda for the city manager's office. So if I can take something back to them, I would like to do that today. And
Okay.
so that would require you to do whatever you want to
So
do with this resolution.
that would require us to take some action, and I'm trying to find where that agenda item is located. Oh, that's at City Council.
440.
No.
Under general admin.
Yes. 440. That's 3F, directing, giving notice of termination. So let me see. That's an action item. Tim, can we take this item right now? And we'll go ahead and do this. Let's take this item right now, and then we'll get back to the workshop. Folks, we've been going out of order all day today due to kind of a special morning that we had, so it's kind of put us out of the routine. But let's go ahead and hear from the chief on item 3F at this time, so we can get you out the door.
And Council President, I think the item can go quick. I just wanted to let you know. And Tim's, I don't think this should take too long for us.
No, it just take a minute.
Tim.
Chief, we're going to hear your item right now. Okay, city manager's going to do it. Thank you.
Okay, so Council, this was the follow-up to closed session last week. For the record, I do need to point out that on page 2 of 3, it says, whereas in October 2016, the city initiated informal discussions. In fact, the first written correspondence was in May of 2016, although there were some informal discussions. with the district prior to that. But nevertheless, Council, this resolution essentially outlines or codifies the issues with this agreement that we have been meeting with the district and trying to resolve this problem for almost a year now. At that time, the deficit was projected to be approximately $1.8 million. That deficit is now projected to grow to $3 million. So not only do we have a deficit, we have an ongoing issue with the formula, which is artificial, well, is kept not artificially, by contract, is a combination of increases in property tax revenue, but that revenue is capped at CPI, so it's basically a combination of property tax revenue or cost of living, whichever of the two is lower. So if cost of living, it comes in at 2.5%, but your ongoing costs of providing the service increase in exceedance or in excess of that, then you end up in a position that we're at now, that over the term of this agreement, this deficit has grown. It will continue to grow, and then some action is taken to mitigate the ongoing loss that we will, as I've said before, inadvertently or intentionally, I guess it depends on how you want to look at, continue to subsidize fire protection service for the city of Kerman in the rural areas west of our community. So, Council, that concludes my comments.
Council President, could I just make a comment very quickly, not related to this item, just to Tim's time? He does have another briefing he has to go to Farmersville for, so just so that we're mindful of the time that we take on this item.
Sure.
Just
What
wanted
time's
to-
your thing in
He has to be there at
Farmersville?
5:45. So that's why.
Council
And it-
President, I'll make a motion to approve.
Well, we'll have a motion to approve and a second. Let's go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll return it to City Council. Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, I just fully support this as I've done before. I'm all for helping other municipalities, but if they don't want to pay for the service, we can't subsidize it. I don't think we have so many firefighters that we're just free to subsidize other communities. I also understand that they haven't been as receptive to your concerns when you've shared them, and so I think they need to understand that we're very serious about this. If they want professional Fresno City firefighters, they're going to have to pay for it, and I don't want to string this out long. I hope they are willing to pay for it and the service can be uninterrupted, but if not, this is the direction we need to go.
Member Soria.
And I'll keep my questions very briefly, but I have three. So just want to know the effective date of the termination, if this is approved.
I'm looking at the Doug, make sure I get it's December 15th would be the effective date?
It'd be 9 months from giving the notice.
Yeah, I believe it's December 15th, given the letter was sent to the district as of last week.
And then how many firefighters are assigned to cover this agreement?
There are approximately 43 firefighters and a handful of civilian positions, but the chief can give you exactly the number.
There are 46 sworn safety and 3 civilians.
And where would these firefighters be reassigned upon the termination?
Well, first
Or
of
what-
all,
or what happens, I guess,
they
to
will
them?
they'll be put into the schedule at a minimum. If we just bring them over, as I shared with you, the cost of absorbing the 46 firefighters and civilian positions, given the number of vacancies or the vacancies currently in the department, is approximately $1.1 million. If there is a decision to deploy them to create or increase daily staffing, then that cost goes up to about $1.8 million. So, as we discussed, bringing the firefighters back will result in an increased expense to the general fund ongoing of about $1.1 to $1.8 million. But on the other hand, we're losing over $1 million a year with this contract.
So, and this may be a budget discussion.
This will be definitely. So at a minimum, if we cannot reach a resolution, the budget will be impacted by at least $1.1 million ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
It's really brief. I'll be voting no on this. I think we should have kept talking to our partners in our surrounding communities, and I don't think this is the right way to approach that conversation, so I'll be registering a no vote.
Real quick, Bruce, is there a way that if this passes today and the city of Fresno now absorbs those 40 firefighters back into the city proper of Fresno, is there any way for council to be involved in the discussion of the use of those firefighters?
Well, you will be as part of the budget.
As part of the budget. And then, but how about the technical aspects of what we use the firefighters for and what position they play? You know, creation of daily minimum staffing, a new company, any of those type of concepts? Is there any?
Well, again, if looking at the budget in totality, we need to weigh the creation of a company, for example, which as I indicated is a $1.8 million ongoing expense. We'll have to weigh that against the other priorities within the budget, such as adding more police officers or other things that come up. We have the general liability expense that we dealt with last week. We have an outstanding ADA lawsuit that we may have to deal with. So there are some options, but we have to weigh those options in the totality of the general fund budget and how it impacts other services that we're trying to methodically restore.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Is clear at this time. Let's vote electronically. The motion is to accept staff's recommendation based upon findings about the city's revenue streams, and this is to terminate the agreement with North Central. Item carries 6-1. Member Chavez voting no. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, staff. All right. In an effort to get Tim out the door and on his way, let's go ahead and pick up the discussion about Prop 64, and I guess try and, because you have to get out on the road. I don't know how far is Farmersville from here.
I was told 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes.
Well, the good news is we're nearing the end. We're in the bottom third of the presentation. Local taxes and fees. The initiative provides that the new state excise taxes are in addition to any other tax imposed by a city, county, or city and county. So it's not meant to preempt local taxes. However, again, the tax rate is so high that it may have a chilling effect on new taxes. New, increased, or extended local taxes require voter approval. 2/3 for a special tax and a majority vote for a general tax. Any marijuana tax you want to entertain should be put on your ballot. It should be Prop 218 compliant. The most common local excise tax, again, is a business license tax. However, you can also impose taxes on dispensing, cultivation, manufacturing, and cultivation. Local government sales tax may not differ from Bradley Burns in either what is taxed or the rate of the tax. That's not allowed. Your business license taxes, and this is an important distinction, they allow revenue to be appropriated for any municipal purpose. So there is, unless there's a tax that's been approved as a special tax. So in general, if you have a business license tax, you pretty much have unfettered discretion as to how that revenue is used. On the other hand, business regulatory fees must be reasonably related to the actual cost of a regulatory activity, issuing license and permits, performing investigations, inspections, audits, and enforcing those regulations, and should be scaled appropriately. Therefore, if you want to impose a regulatory fee, you should there should be a lot of forethought about what your actual regulatory costs are going to be. And I have covered this. I think it's pretty clear that we have a sales and use tax that applies to recreational only, and then you have both the excise tax and the state cultivation tax. In addition, below on the bottom on the right in pink, you've got a city excise tax perhaps, as well as a marijuana business regulatory fee. And again, all of that is going to have to be factored into the overall tax rate, although the fee is not a tax, and it should be linked to your actual regulatory costs.
Tim, on the fee, say we do some kind of permit fee for the indoor cultivation, which we cannot ban again. The fee must just cover the cost of whatever, like inspection, or could that, whatever fees we collect, be used to pay for something else?
No, the fees have got to go toward
To-
funding
yes.
your actual regulatory activity. Otherwise, it's a business license tax, and the business license tax can go for whatever you like. Those fees should be linked to cost of inspection, whether it's if you've got some kind of an arrangement with county health inspectors or code enforcement or law enforcement, or even the fire department to come out and inspect to make sure things are compliant with the fire code. Those costs should be factored into your regulatory fee.
But you can't put a business license tax on an indoor cultivation.
No, you cannot. Okay, exemptions. I think I've covered this. Prop 64 exempts marijuana cultivated from personal use. If it's an indoor cultivation for personal use, no taxation whatsoever. Although you can impose a cultivation permit fee. Medical marijuana is exempt from state and local sales taxes, but not state and local excise taxes.
Can I ask you a question on that, sir? Oh, I'm over here.
Yes, sir.
So that exemption with the medical marijuana, so have we seen how many new cards have been issued for medical marijuana so people can avoid these state local sales taxes?
Not yet. It's too soon to know because the state licensing of the businesses hasn't got up and running yet. We may have a pretty good idea by maybe the second or third quarter of 2018 because the actual businesses will come online January of 2018. We do know that the medical marijuana card program has been in existence since, I think, 2004. And to date, there's only about maybe 50 to 60,000 people statewide that are in that program. And the reluctance has been you've got to have your name in some kind of a database. At least that is the perception. Although the Department of Public Health, which maintains that program and the database, they say that there's a unique identifier and that there's a number is assigned to each individual person, but there's no other unique identifier. They've got behind a firewall somewhere something that links the name to a specific individual so that you know it's legitimate. But they claim that there's no individually identifiable information that would be accessible to the public. And for that reason, it can't be used for enforcement activities. Still, there's a lot of skepticism about that, which is why so few people have been reluctant to partake in that program. That may or may not change once people are looking at perhaps another 25-30% tax on the marijuana that they purchase.
So the reality is that it's generally relatively easy to get a medical marijuana card. I know of teenagers who got them complaining of pain, and they get doctors.
It's very easy.
Very easy to get a medical marijuana card, and as this gets out there that you can avoid state and local sales tax, I suspect that number will double or triple in the state when people fully understand they could avoid taxes simply by getting a medical marijuana card, which obviously is going to reduce whatever taxes people think they're going to get from this drug money.
It may, and we have some potential suggested solutions for that. The other thing to bear in mind, though, is that there's still going to be a great deal of reluctance of people, particularly with President Trump and Attorney General Sessions calling the shots about whether there's going to be enforcement. There's going to be a great deal of reluctance, perhaps, for people to sign up for fear of the fact that their name, address, et cetera, is going to be in a database. We'll have to wait and see how all of that plays out.
Okay, thanks.
There's still a fear of significant enforcement activity at the federal level. To get the sales and use tax exemption, the law now requires that qualified patients not only have a doctor's recommendation, but they must also have the medical marijuana card, which in this case would be issued by the county health department. The administration is put in place for the program by the Department of Public Health, but as a practical matter, people will be getting these cards from the county health departments. So now, in order to get that sales tax exemption, they must produce both a doctor's recommendation and the ID card. And you may want to either have an informal dialogue with businesses in your jurisdiction or impose it expressly a requirement by ordinance that the businesses have to enforce that, both forms of ID, before they can give the sales tax exemption.
Is it easy to get that from the health department and the local jurisdiction, the card?
Yeah, I
do they
believe-
test? Do they see if you have a true medical need or not? Or
No, they are not in that business at all. It's actually very easy to get a card, and there's no real policing of it by the Department of Public Health. Anyone who is willing to provide the necessary information can usually get the card. If there's any real vetting, it's done at the physician level. But again, as has been mentioned, there's a case which illustrates it very clearly. There was an undercover police officer in San Diego, that was not in drag. He was in regular, dressed as a male. He went into a dispensary, claimed that he had menstrual cramps, and he had both the card and actual marijuana within the hour, and he was on his way. So that kind of proves that there's no real vetting. But the health department, either at the county level or the state level, is not going to do any meaningful vetting there. Department of Public Health is required under existing law, again, I think that was SB 420 from 2003, to establish that voluntary card program to qualified patients. County health departments administer it. The ID cards must be supported by a physician's recommendation. We are told by the Department of Public Health that the application card system and database may not contain personal information of qualified patients. They say that there's a unique user ID number. There's still some skepticism about that among the general population. County fees for these cards are limited to $100 per application, and we're told that reimbursement from the state is available. Now, this is a helpful publication put out by the State Board of Equalization. It's intended for businesses, but it's also helpful for local governments that are seeking to regulate in this area. It is the tax guide for medical cannabis businesses, so we recommend that as a resource. Statewide, the top 5 cities that levy a sales tax on medical marijuana, which is no longer allowed, but prior to Prop 64, they yielded, according to HDL Company, $6.1 million. So this can be a meaningful revenue source for cities. City of Oakland alone has a tax of 2% on gross sales receipts, and I believe they net at least $2 million a year from that. That is probably going to increase in future years because they have significantly expanded the number of dispensaries that they allowed. At one time they capped it at 8. They've since, I think, at least doubled that to 16. Offsetting that, the sales tax revenue, because of the requirement for the card, we're going to see what that figure looks like. Cities are going to experience a reduction in revenues starting, we think, in the second quarter of 2017. So how do you mitigate that sales tax revenue loss in the short term? One is just make sure that your businesses enforce it. They've got to have both the card and the doctor's recommendation. So you can either, again, do that informally or require an ordinance that businesses that do this, maybe there's a conditional use permit process where they will have to comply with this if they want to stay in business in your jurisdiction. Physician's recommendation alone is not sufficient. So these are just policy issues you may want to think about. Do you want to take steps to mitigate the anticipated loss of sales tax revenue by the previous suggestions, either interfacing with the businesses informally or passing an ordinance? Do you want to enact business regulations for recreational marijuana businesses? Absolutely. We strongly recommend it. Otherwise, you may find yourself preempted in regard to recreational businesses, and they may start cropping up in your jurisdiction without your say-so. You've got to have ordinances in place, and they must be expressed in terms of what is and is not allowed. We have been advising local jurisdictions, I'm going to skip ahead here, to contact the state licensing entities. Do not wait to be asked. Contact the licensing entities as soon as you have an ordinance in place. Submit your ordinance to them, preferably by email. It should also be accompanied by an executive summary explaining what is and is not allowed under your ordinance. The reason is you do not want a mid-level state civil servant interpreting your ordinance. Bad things can happen. Make it easy for them, spell out to them in plain English in an executive summary what are and are not allowed activities in your jurisdiction. Otherwise, mistakes can happen, and you may very well find yourself not happy with the results. So I'll leave this up at the conclusion of the presentation. We have the contact information for the three major licensing departments: Department of Consumer Affairs, Department of Food and Agriculture, and the Department of Public Health and its Office of Manufactured Cannabis Safety. So that is critical information. Again, don't wait to be asked. Send them your information with an executive summary. And do you want to impose local taxes on marijuana? Probably. The caveat is look at other local revenue streams, other pre-existing taxes, and see if they will yield a marijuana revenue stream before rushing to enact a new tax. Because again, that cumulative tax rate is very problematic until we can get the state tax rate lowered. Local approval in the licensing process, we have been working on that. We've had quite a bit of discussion here today about drug driving and the need for a sobriety test. Banking issues, I get asked about that all the time. What are we doing about banking issues? Absolutely nothing. The banking issues are exclusively in the hands of the federal government, period. The State Treasurer, John Chung, has convened a cannabis banking working group that our executive director sits on. I very often attend those meetings on her behalf. And at a recent meeting in Los Angeles, one of the ideas that's been kicked around that was formally put before some experts that the treasurer convened, including a law professor who used to work at the Federal Reserve, they said, look, this is federally prohibited and these businesses can't bank with any FDIC-insured institution. They also can't bank with credit unions, by the way, for the most part, because credit unions also have federal regulators to worry about, the National Credit Union Administration. So the question was, can the state create its own marijuana bank, or can it create a state-sponsored credit union that's specifically tailored for marijuana businesses? And the answer was, yes, the state can do that. However, it will be in violation of federal law. And to understand that for that reason, the feds can come in and shut it down at any point. So although states are free to do that, they do it at their own peril, and it may not last. One of the problems is that it's an all-cash business. Cities that decide to regulate these businesses have to be set up to take all cash payments. Because if you have, for example, as the City of Oakland does, a business license fee of $60,000 per business per year, what that means as a practical matter is on a certain day, people are going to show up at City Hall to pay that tax, and they're going to be carrying suitcases and or duffel bags full of cash. So you will want on those days, and that should be scheduled in advance, an augmented law enforcement presence as well as perhaps private security to deal with that issue. Because if anyone gets wind of the fact that that's coming in, then bad things can happen. That is an invitation for armed robbery.
Tim, let me ask you a question, and I don't know if you or Doug know the answer to this. So it's the money can't be banked because the way the money's obtained is a federal crime, essentially. So how then can we as a city legally tax that activity and take that money?
Well,
at some point, could the feds come back and require us to give all the money back?
Possibly, but the federal government, dating back to Prohibition, the federal government itself has reserved the right to tax illegal activity. They nailed Al Capone on income tax evasion, not on any of the violent things he did in furtherance of his criminal enterprise. So that's probably a question for your city attorney and some others, but my understanding is, without having delved into the issue, cities are free to enact these taxes. And the question is, are the feds going to care enough to try to intervene on that basis? And we haven't seen any evidence that that's what they're gearing up to do. That doesn't mean it won't happen.
Well, look, we piss somebody off and they tweet about us at 4 a.m. We may find ourselves on the radar. Doug, not yours.
Put it this way, I agree with what he just said, and I think I would advise the council if we were to do that, there's the chance the feds could come in and try to sweep the money that we collected from illegal activities under federal law.
All right.
I have a question for you, Tim. So it's an all-cash business. Do you have any data on those cities that have set up these recreational dispensaries, and have they been targets of crime, robbed, people leaving, coming and going robbed, or the dispensaries robbed? Any data on any of that?
I do not have data. Much of our information is anecdotal. They seem to have a good protocol for security at the dispensaries in the city of Oakland, so I have not heard about any violent incidents in the city of Oakland. However, there are armed robberies that periodically happen in the dispensaries in Los Angeles, for example. One dispensary owner was actually kidnapped, taken out to the California desert, and body parts were removed until he revealed where he had his cache of cash.
Oh.
So there's always the possibility that that's going to happen. So one of the things that we were adamant about in the Medical Act was minimum security requirements for all of these businesses. And we specified in great detail, to the consternation of the advocates in the industry, what those criteria had to look like: a secure room for the product, a secure room for the cash, video cameras, some kind of armed presence, although some dispensary owners are under the misapprehension that they cannot have armed guards on the premises. That is not true. There's no state law, unless there's a local ordinance in their particular city, there's no state law prohibiting that, and frankly, it's a necessity.
So, I mean, it's intuitive that if you have large amounts of cash, there's drug activity going on, it's set for additional crime or robberies or things of that sort, and that's what you're describing. It's happened in Los Angeles.
You need to have a significant deterrent, a visible significant deterrent in place to discourage that.
But again, it brings its own problems, I think.
It does.
Yeah. And are you aware of Prop 64 allowing commercials for television geared for any time that they want to run marijuana commercials? I mean, smoking has been banned for a long time. My understanding is that Prop 64 has allowed that. We've tried to find out from the FCC, but it's been unclear. Do you have any information on that?
The California narcotics officers would have detailed information on that. I have heard that they're concerned about a provision in Prop 64 that links, in terms of, you can't have ads that are specifically targeted to minors. That's very clear in Prop 64. However, you can, there's a threshold of advertising to a general audience, and what percentage of children can be included in that the narcotics officers are concerned about. And I think the standard is, I think, TV advertising for the Super Bowl, and the threshold is 27.5% of the audience, up to 27.5% of the audience can be minors. And that's something that the narcotics officers have highlighted. That's the only statistic I have.
But the reality is that they will be allowed in some instances to air marijuana commercials, and kids are going to see it. I mean, they're going to promote it.
I don't believe television ads are allowed, but
I believe they are.
I know that there's radio and print media are definitely allowed because we see them all the time.
Okay.
Okay. The screen is clear. You've got to get on to your own thing. We thank you for coming.
Thank you all for
very
your
much.
attention.
Thank you. We're going to have a little bit of a discussion here. I know that Member Brandow has someone that he wishes to call forward to speak. At the conclusion of that, Council is going to take a 10-minute break at the end of this item, and then we'll come back and finish the balance of the agenda today.
All right. Thank you, Tim. A very, very well put together presentation. I'd like to... What? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to thank you again, Tim, for driving down and presenting this information. I know that there had been a debate whether to have this workshop before taking other action, and I'm grateful that you came and gave us the wealth of information. I believe that it is really important for us to learn about all the implications to allow us to make the best policy decision in representing the residents that we serve. So again, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tim. I'd like to call up Lawrence Garcia. He's one of our planning commissioners. Lawrence, if you could come up. Actually, I think Lawrence usually sits in your seat, Esmeralda, on Wednesday evenings working on behalf of the city of Fresno. And Lawrence is a... What's that? No, we're hearing from you first. You told me you're just going to be a couple of minutes. We're going to squeeze you in. And so Lawrence is a very successful businessman in our city, and he has got an opportunity for us. I'm going to take him up on a field trip to learn more about cannabis as a business. And so, Lawrence, why don't you tell us about this opportunity?
Sure.
Thank you for having me, guys. I will be brief. It's more of an invitation only. I have set it up with my partner to go visit a large facility up in Northern California for those that are interested. And in keeping with what Tim was talking about, this is about educating ourselves about this issue that's coming to this city, regardless where we stand on the fence on how this is going to go. The city of Fresno, at one point or another, is going to have to make some big decisions that we all know it's coming. But I'm concerned that if we don't make the rules the way it fits best for the city, we're going to end up with some LA type of rules or the Bay Area type of rules that eventually just bleed into our area if we don't start establishing some of the guidelines that we're going to be dealing with. And in order to do that, to establish those guidelines, I think it's important that we go out and see what this facility does, see the professional side of how the business works, see the professional side of all aspects of it, from the cultivation to the making of the oils to making different ingredients for edibles and that type of stuff. Regardless of what we feel about it and how we feel about it, it's coming our way, and it's best that we inform ourselves. And it took a lot to get this. I'd like to say a delegation from Fresno to go to this facility. It's not open to the public. I'm even willing to sponsor on my own an aircraft to take us there and visit the facility to educate us, and then what we do with it afterwards is up to everybody and all the rules and everything that we are trying to establish. But for those of you that are interested, I'd be more than happy to accommodate that. There's not a date set because I don't know who's interested, but as soon as I get that information, I can iron out those details. We can make a day trip out of it, fly up, fly back, and view the facility. This facility is, and I have some stuff to leave with you guys, but the facility is a 60,000 square foot facility. People are walking around in lab coats. It's nothing like you guys have seen before. There's no one around here who's seen something like this, and I would like to offer this opportunity for. It's actually the opportunity is only for the staff. I mean, the city of Fresno. This is not for the public. This is specifically for voting people, voting members. The mayor is more than welcome to come, and that's all my presentation is, or my comment is, just to say who's interested. I've done a lot of work to get it going, and it's here, it's ready to go. If I can get a tally, not in this moment, but I mean a tally within a week or so I can get them on notice that hey, I'm bringing Fresno's delegation of potential. Not potential, but a delegation of decision makers to see what it's like, and then maybe bring whatever we learn at that point back to Fresno, and we can all make better decisions on how this business will affect the city of Fresno. Count you in? Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Brando?
Yeah.
I'm kind of out of order here. Can I just as I'm talking, you guys can just pass these out? The whole thing, yeah. No, thank you. I'm surprised how nervous I am on this side of the microphone.
Different. It's a little different.
What you're getting is just a few pages. It's not a lot of stuff. There's some pictures in there. There's some verbiage. Some of the stuff that the last talker was talking about, we have a lot of information about that stuff. The information that we've gathered come from very reputable places, very reputable industries that talk about exactly what he was talking about, and we have that information for those interested. But I'm done with my presentation. If anybody has any questions, I just wanted it to be quick, and hopefully, it sounds like I got quite a few interested. I would like to see if we can get the mayor to go with us, but I know he's busy running the city, so if there's no other questions.
No.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Okay. No, we're done unless someone has questions. We'll call you back up.
Okay, good. Do I need to leave contact information for you
we'll
guys?
Get it from Steve.
All right, thank you.
So
Thank you
at
for
this
your
time, the screen is clear. Does no one's punched up? I'm assuming that means council members have asked their questions from Tim, and now we're okay to move on to the next item. Excellent. What we'll do then is take. It's 5 o'clock. It's 4:55. Let's be back at 5 5. Let's just take a quick break, let folks stretch their legs, use the washroom if they have to, and we'll do the same, and we'll meet back here in about 10 minutes. Welcome back, Council. At this time, we'll hear item 3A. This is approve amendment number 1 to the Copper River Ranch Water Supply DPU.
Yes, thank you. More water. So staff requests council approve amendment number 1 to the Copper River Ranch Water Supply Implementation Agreement approved by Fresno City Council on November 17th, 2016. This amendment is to reschedule the delivery of a number of projects associated with the water supply implementation agreement we had worked out with the Copper River Ranch development folks. They are currently in default of that agreement. The contract allows for us to let them have a period of cure. They are currently in that period, and they have asked that we extend project deliveries that were supposed to be done March 1st out to August 1st. We've agreed to do that with the and in exchange they've agreed to accelerate one of their payments that was due June 30th. They've agreed to make that payment, I believe it's May 1st, early, and so this is one of those timely ones, time-sensitive ones. The way the contract is written, this is their cure period. If the council elects to not approve this amendment, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, we'll stop issuing building permits and certificates of occupancy for the Copper River Ranch development. Staff's available for any questions.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. This time we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council regarding this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, item carries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, and 2 are absent.
Tommy,
Thank
you
you,
got to
staff.
win. Yay!
Item 3B. This is Department of Public Utilities again. All right.
Do I know how to clear a room or what, right?
Please continue.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Council. Jerry Schubert, Department of Public Utilities. The item I have in front of you is the actions pertaining to the service agreement with Clemens Environmental for the convenience center, proposed convenience center feasibility study. I have a presentation for this item, which I'd like to go through with you real quick. So I think the first thing that we need to classify is that there is an illegal dumping problem that exists in the city of Fresno. So I think if we can get on the same page of that, that would be great. I included some pictures, and what I did with those pictures is that I kind of covered all 4 quadrants of the city. So there's not one particular place in the city of Fresno where we have an issue more than another. All 7 districts have illegal dumping, but these are 4 quadrants, northwest, south, and east, that are dealing with it. And you can see by the neighborhoods what we're dealing with. So let's go through the numbers a little bit. For illegal dumping calls for service, the city solid waste division has had, in fiscal year just 2016, we had 1,998 calls for service. In 2017, so far, there's just the first 8 months, we've had 2,047 calls for service for illegal dumping. Now, whenever we have those calls, that means that crews are pulled away from Operation Cleanup, the litter control programs, and we send people to respond to illegal dumping as it happens in the city. That means we have reduced capacity for the OCU programs. That results in delays for the mapping program that we already have. These are areas that we expect to be on the map, and we're delayed for that. It also has the same delays for the litter control programs that are also mapped out. We know where we're going to be any time of the day, and we see delays for that as well. Currently, the Operation Cleanup is about almost 2.5 days behind, based on our illegal dumping activities. Current illegal dumping response strategy so far, from what we've been able to tell, is not efficient, it's not effective, and it is not operationally or financially sustainable. So, what options are available to us as we discuss illegal dumping and what we think could possibly work? Well, there's a couple of different things. We could enhance the use of Fresgo, which has been kind of a pushing factor in helping us identify where we have problems. Enhancing that would be capturing additional information that could be used to kind of catch illegal dumpers, like putting in vehicle information, license plate numbers, something of that nature. But it can be difficult for law enforcement. The other thing we could do is that we could enhance our camera network of illegal dumping cameras that we have around town. Right now, currently, we've had about 120 citations written by code enforcement for illegal dumping, which they were able to find on camera, so that we know where the hot spots are. They can take pictures of them, and we go after those folks. Now, that's done by code enforcement. And I have to thank Jennifer Clark and her folks as well, because they have given us a great deal of video and some stuff that we've been able to work with that was helpful. But then the last element of this is convenience centers. And these were an element that we were looking at as well. These are facilities that are used by local governments to provide a convenient location for residents to dispose of material where it's in a controlled manner and we know what's coming in and what we're getting. Hey, Todd, I froze. Yep, there we go. Sorry. Okay, so what does illegal dumping look like in Fresno, and where does it occur? Like I said earlier, Fresgo has been an invaluable tool for us to be able to find places where we thought maybe we didn't have waste, but it turned out after we started to really work through the Fresgo app, we have it everywhere. And you can see by the heat map, there's not a place in Fresno that's not touched by it. But it also gave us the ability to get better data to find the spaces and the scale and geographic extent of the illegal dumping. So now we're able to see it, we're able to know it is all over town, and it helps us to identify what we need to do next. So this is remote surveillance video from an illegal dumper. This person was actually cited by the city's code enforcement staff. And I think the important thing to see in this is that not only are we seeing an illegal dumping in action, this is what happens on a daily basis. There goes car number one, who is watching these folks illegally dump on the side of the street in their own neighborhood. They have become so cavalier with this that not only do they dump, well, they're going to make the bed while they're at it. They're going to straighten that right up, make sure it's a nice, healthy, clean pile on the side of the road. They're just going to keep tossing it. And at the same time, we've got cars passing them in the act of doing this. And if you look on the side of the road, you've also got kids walking home from school. It's it's part of our community. They think it's okay to just dump wherever they want. These people were cited. They were cited, yeah. And this was one of 7 videos that, yes.
Is we go to their home and go, you illegally dumped, here's the citation, you're going to pay it, and you're going to pick up, we're going to follow you, and you're going to go pick up this stuff. And they go, oh, it's not us. And we turn around and go, this is you, and this is your license number. And we get a lot of compliance. And if we catch you again, the citation, I think, doubles.
Yeah, I believe it does, yeah.
So we've actually gone and knocked on people's door.
They take an officer with them.
Jerry, what's the first
What's
citation?
the citation?
You know what, Dell, are you here?
500.
500.
It goes to-
Second one's 1,000, right?
1,000.
Yeah, 500 then to 1,000. And they do take an officer with them. Yeah.
I'll have to check to see if I have to do a CEQA analysis.
Okay, I'll get this meeting back together here. So, oh yeah.
We don't.
Councilman, I have it in your district too. I have it everywhere. I have it everywhere. You saw the heat map that I showed earlier.
Can I use my infrastructure funds for armed
Oh,
security?
I'll take any of the infrastructure funds you want to throw my way. I guarantee it. I
Jerry?
probably speak for general fund people too. But
What's the cost of going after like one person?
we have figured that this costs us about, and I pulled a number because I wanted to make sure I was on. It costs us for 2016 fiscal year. It was about 30% of our operating budget. So $890,000. Yeah, and what it equates to is we have to pull off route, send someone over there, and then bring them back, and it's about half the cost of our usual hour. It's about $445 is what we've been able to figure out. So each one of these events where we pull staff away, go send them, because they don't, for the most part, the illegal dumping doesn't happen where we're picking up Operation Cleanup. We do have that as well, but it happens somewhere where they're off the beaten path or they're someplace where nobody cares. And so we have to send crews out to that and then turn around and send them back to Operation Cleanup or litter control so we can stay on task. So it's pricey. So far this year, we're at about the same 30%, and we're only 8 months in. And some of that has to do with the fact that Fresco has started to really catch on. We're seeing more downloads of the application, and people are really getting engaged. So that's a bonus for the application, but it also means more work for the division. So let me get into what a convenience center is, because I think that might help the discussion. The convenience center itself, like I said earlier, was a facility that allows residents to drop off materials in a safe, clean, effective manner without you having to drive all the way out to a transfer station. That's part of the issue with it being a convenience center. There are 3 general types of convenience centers, and we're going to go through each one of them. Convenience center type 1 is containers at grade. So that would be you drive into a facility and all the containers are sitting on concrete, right? They're just you drive up next to it and you throw your material up over the top of the container. And each container contains a different material depending on what it is that you accept. The next location, container or convenience center type number 2, is containers at grade with walk-up ramps. So they still have the graded containers. They're right there on the concrete, but they can walk up a ramp to put their material in. Now, when you throw in a bag of garbage in, it's really not that big of a deal. But you show up with a couch, and you've got yourself, even when it's at grade or in the stage of being able to walk up, you still have to get it up over the top. Some of these convenience centers, they work, they're great, but they also pose issues with regard to ADA, because you have people who are dealing with a disability may have trouble with those. So, and the third one, which seems to be one of the more popular one, is a recess container where the tipping wall is about waist level. So you can get the material out of your car and throw it up over the side without a lot of effort, without having to raise it too much higher than where you would in the midsection. And depending on how you build it would be dependent on what kind of bins you would use and what kind of material you would use to build it. And some of these can be very elaborate. I actually visited one in Texas, and they had, where you see here all of these overheads where the covers are, those were all solar. So the entire location was a zero power sum. They were completely green. So those are the types. Now what we're looking for through the vendor here is a couple of different things. So the proposed work plan looks like this. Task 1 is that we want to do the data collection. We want to figure out what's the current quality, quantity, and the geographic distribution of the illegal dumping is. Some of that material we have in the heat maps, but there's other things that we could get, and some of it could be through the county and other agencies. So we're going to have them do that. We're also going to, in Task 2, define the levels of service requirements for accepted materials and banned materials and figure out exactly what it is that we should be taking. Task 3 would be to develop typical site plan configurations. This is kind of critical because we need them to understand that there's going to be traffic flow issues, disposal and location, types of rolling stock, disposal of containers, how we're going to get in and out. You don't just have public going in and out, but you also have trucks getting in and out to take the material away. Task 4 will be prepare the preliminary operations plan, which is days of operation, hours of operation, staffing requirements, utility requirements, annual operating estimates, all of the hard numbers. And then Task 5 would be alternate site options. What we would be looking for and what we've asked when we reworked this a little bit was to have the vendor look for up to 7 potential sites and then ultimately identify 3 sites that we could fully develop with configuration and layout. And then Task 6 would be to prepare the final report, summary and consolidation of the previously completed tasks. And then an optional Task 7 would be to do some community engagement for the convenience center construction and operation. So we would reach out and talk to people in that community who would have that in their backyard. So, overview of the process is this. We would like to identify 7 potential convenience center sites, and no coincidence that there's 7 of you, and we would like to look at 7 sites, okay? We would develop the detailed site plans for 3, being alternate sites, so any one of those 3 could be the ones we picked. And then we would prepare the capital operations maintenance cost estimates for 3 alternate sites through our vendor. We would optionally meet with those community representatives, including residents, businesses, and industry. So at this point, then we would also engage our solid waste industry because we have long-standing, and you're all pretty familiar with this, long-standing contracts that go, in some cases, to 2024, 2025. So some of these other vendors would be very interested in how we would proceed with this project. And then we would present the findings and recommendations to you, this governing board. And then if acceptable and approved, we would initiate the planning, permitting, and design and construction for Convenience Center number 1. So that is my presentation. I am available for questions as well as the vendor is here and available for questions for you as well. And I will be standing by.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council regarding this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll return it to City Council. We have a number of council members punched up. We'll start with Member Baines, followed by Member Bredefeld.
Okay, and I'll keep my comments relatively short. First off, yeah, thanks, man. This is a good presentation. I remember Bruce and I talked about this maybe last year when you, like, we've got to do this because we don't have a handle on this illegal dumping. And I know our Operation Cleanups really, although well-intended, are really not getting around the illegal dumping. So thank you for bringing this forward. The only real question I have, well, maybe not even a question, a recommendation, is as you're determining the sites, since we're only going to have 3, why did we decide that we're only going to have 3?
3 would be an initial look at some hard locations we could actually get. So
Okay.
we're going to look at 7 total.
Right.
3 we would kind of boil it down to 3 that we could make happen relatively soon, and then pick 1.
Okay. The one recommendation I would have, and not that you guys haven't already thought about this, is I would probably say to have it close to probably freeways. That just makes a lot of sense. I think if
I think we would like to be consistent with also the master plan as well. So those will be areas that our vendors going to be looking at.
And then a quick question, because it may come up. The consultant that we're using to do this, is this something that we can't do in-house?
No, we're
operations
people.
It doesn't seem like we could, but I just wanted to get that on the record. I probably doubt that we have the expertise to.
We could run one.
Yeah,
we got that
sure.
down. But as far as operationally, we're great at operations, and I think we proved it by being able to run to 2,000 of these a year and get them handled.
Right.
But as far as having the time, resources, and availability to actually build the plan and work it, we're going to need an outsider.
Sure. All right. Well, good job. Thanks, Bruce, for bringing this. You always keep your word with me, so I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Member Bredefeld, then Member Capriolio, and Member Soria.
Excellent presentation. I support, obviously, this program and trying to get sites for it. But what's missing, what we talked about last time, where this failed to pass on a 3-3 vote, was about the consultants. And we had a meeting with Tommy and his staff, along with Councilmember Brandow, and it was a very good discussion about is it worth hiring a professional to address some of these consultant work that we need. As Tommy said, yeah, I could do this, but I have a million other things that I have to do, which is absolutely true. So this is an issue for me about the consultant and not about the value of this program. This program is very valuable, and the fact is we have illegal dumping everywhere. We all see it. We know it's a problem. I think we should be increasing the fines dramatically. I think 500 and 1,000 is frankly too weak, too soft, and we need to be dealing with that in a very serious way. But again, I come back to the discussion we need to have about consultants versus is it more cost effective to have a professional engineer? We talked about this in the meeting, that we pay $125,000 with benefits, it's $185,000, as opposed to having consultant contracts. I mean, we just have consultant contracts every week, and I know there's clearly a need for that at various times. I'm not disputing that, but I think there's just a culture in probably our city and probably in every municipality about consultants. I mean, it is an industry that flourishes, and that's my difficulty. And we're talking about $15,000 to do outreach where I think we can.
And that is an optional task as well. As you can see, it's the option at the end of that. Councilman, I understand your position in this. I really do. I would suggest that in a situation like this, having someone who can come in, give us the research and do the background and get us to where we need to be to do the one project, and then separating releasing them and letting them go back to doing what they do as consultants is actually almost more fiscally sound than hiring someone to stay on my staff who may get a project like this every 5 or 6 years, and then paying for retirement and the all of the benefits that come with being a city employee, whereas I only need them for the one project during this time period, and then to release them back to go do what they do and not have the burden of having that person on staff for another 30 years.
So you're saying
I think there's a value to that.
This consultant would never be needed, or you need no other consultant services.
Oh no, I can't say that to you, sir. I can say that I will need other consultant services as we as we go along. I know, for instance, I'm going to be back here with another consultant agreement for a different issue related to our CSW, our commercial solid waste franchise, and our 5-year performance review, which is called out specifically in their contract to do a review by a consultant, and it says it specifically in the language. So there won't be a time where I won't come back to you with that. But having one on staff for various projects that may have different disciplines would be very difficult, because the disciplines sometimes are separated. And in this case, I believe this is a separated discipline. This gentleman who we are looking at, the particular consultant, and he's available for conversation as well, is he's done these convenience centers in other cities. So he has the expertise to actually give us what we need without having to reinvent the wheel and learn it all on our own.
Now, you're saying something about the 15,000 being optional.
That's that optional task.
Is that something that we can do in-house, the 15?
I believe we can. We can. I think that a lot of the research and the discussion we will be having with the constituents in there and the customers out there will be something that we will drive, and it'll be someone like myself or Tommy will be talking to them, and these folks will be adding it to their report.
Okay, so is there some way to amend this, since the staff is saying they don't need to spend the $15,000 for the outreach, that we could approve this without the $15,000?
The two items in the contract actually call for tasks 1 through 6 being 139. The additional option is another $15,000.
Right, you're saying you don't need the
I would rather have this individual prepare that report for you, but I would rather not have convenience centers, because I believe that they're valuable to all of you and to the ratepayer. There's a great deal of value there. So I think that it would be better if it was a streamlined process and they did the whole thing. But I want to get this project off the paper and into build. So.
Okay, so the question I have then is there some way to amend the motion to approve the contract, excluding the $15,000 for the outreach?
Yes, the council could make a motion to approve it with that change.
Okay, I'd like to make that motion and see if the council would support that in light of what our staff is saying.
We already have a motion and a second.
I already have a motion on the floor, and I'm not exactly.
Just for the record, council, I would be in full support of the task 7 being left where it is, and that money being left where it is as well. I'm willing to bend where I have to bend, because I think this project needs to happen. But I'm in full support of the full resolution.
The motion would be to amend the main motion then to exclude the 15,000.
I'm not going to amend the motion.
Okay.
I'm not going to second it.
Okay. Member Caprioli.
Jerry, so it seems to me that this consultant and the things you're asking for today makes it for an effective convenience center, very effective.
Yes, sir.
It's legal. So we don't have ADA issues, we don't have traffic study issues and things like that.
Those things would be called out in the report.
And it sounds like we do need an outside consultant.
I believe so.
It's not duplication of anything in your department. And I don't believe this is just another study. We don't have staff to do it.
No, I do not, sir.
And as my colleague pointed out, you pointed out, which I thought was brilliant, we can hire a consultant, but we have to put a benefits package together. And that's really ineffective use of taxpayer dollars.
I think it's one of the reasons that the Department of Public Utilities has been so careful with everyone's money.
Well, I think in the past, the staff and council perhaps had too many consultants, but this council and the staff that's with the city now, we're very efficient with our dollars. And in my experience, you don't ask for a consultant unless you really need them.
It's rare that I come up here and ask for one. So.
And I think other departments are in the same vein, so I'm proud and happy to second and support this. So thank you for your information.
Thank you.
Member Soria.
Thank you, Jerry, for the presentation. Also, thank you, Tommy, for sitting with me the other day in my office and going through the item. So I agree with what my colleagues have previously said. I believe that this is something that we need to do. I know in my district, I continuously see the illegal dumping happening, so supportive of trying to tackle the issue, thinking about a different way of doing things. I'd also encourage us, I don't know if we've thought about doing a PSA campaign, keeping Fresno clean. Like, let's take pride in our community. I think that it's important that we start looking at, how else, aside from building this convenience center, what else can we do as a community to get the message out? So I would, obviously take that and see if that's something that
Don't trash Fresno. I believe we had it about 2 years ago as well.
So-
we try to get that message out, but it's one you just got to keep going after. And I agree with you.
Don't listen.
And then just a couple other things that I brought up with Tommy, because I noticed that there was an issue with Christmas trees during the holidays. How, if we can have a Christmas tree program as part of this.
I think that if we built a center like this, we would definitely have a place for people to bring that material. I do know that the two green waste haulers or the two green waste processors that we take our material to have in the past offered to receive trees for free as well. But they're over off of Golden State and Maple, and so
Yeah, I think
you got a
again,
little
it's
bit
the
of a drive.
convenience.
It's
So
not
I think
convenient,
thinking about ensuring that this center addresses that. The other thing that I thought about when Tommy and I were sitting and talking about this, also with people that don't have trucks to take their, I don't know if there's
But we still have
an
Operation Cleanup, so they'll still have
Okay.
they'll still have a process, and we don't expect to remove Operation Cleanup. If anything, this will be an enhancement to it. So they'll still have the ability to put something in front of their house and we pick it up, but then they'll have these optional places to go that they can take additional material, so they don't have to store it all year long waiting for their next cleanup.
So what if people are moving, they can't store obviously their stuff, and Operation Cleanup has passed? I guess that's what I was thinking, during the time off when there's no Operation Cleanup, how do we make sure that those individuals that don't have a truck to go throw this garbage?
We actually have, through the master fee schedule and through our operation, what's called a special haul. And they can call the office and schedule a special haul, and then we come out and actually pick up the material in front of their home. There is a cost to it, but it is nominal compared to actually having to rent a truck and do it yourself. So
Okay.
we try to make sure we're
I didn't even
convenient.
know about that. So I think promoting these types of services that are available to the public is key to be able to have them take advantage of the services.
We will work on getting better messaging out.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Certainly.
Jerry, quick question. Do we have a representative here from the firm, from the
We do.
consulting?
We do. Would you
I'd
like
like to ask him just a couple quick questions.
Hello, I'm Chip Clements with Clements Environmental, the
Thank you.
vendor for this project. Glad to be here. I really appreciate it actually coming this morning and hearing the women speak. And it reminded me of this project, actually, if I could just take a moment, about how proud not only you are, but the women in this community and the city of Fresno about their local areas here. And I think this project really addresses that issue because the litter is such a sort of insidious thing. And if we put these centers in, I think it'll really help with that whole issue with the littering and just the feeling that people will have and the pride in their community. So anyway, I'm just glad to be here.
You've been here a
Brevity's
long
not going to
time.
be your friend. Quick question. So just, kind of walk the council through what your scope of work will do, timeline, projects, what kind of research you'll be doing, just to get an idea of that.
Sure, yeah. Jerry walked through the 6 tasks and the one optional one, but it'll take about 6 months overall. So we'll gather data on, what the current issue is with the littering, what types of materials are really the problem. And so one of the first things we want to do is decide, the size and the scope of these facilities and which materials will they take. I mean, typically they take green waste, so things like Christmas trees would be one thing, construction and demolition debris, furniture is one of the big things people throw out, couches and mattresses like you saw, it could be appliances, all those kind of bulky items. But that's one thing we're going to decide is what's appropriate for this facility. You do have good recycling drop-off sites already, so we're probably not going to do typical traditional recyclables. Some of these facilities have that as well. We just did one in Fort Collins, Colorado, that's very similar to this project here, and the city has actually moved ahead and built that, but they included recycling. This one, I don't think we will, and we won't be accepting typical trash at this site either. Some of these facilities are more full service and have this, so these are not taking MSW. These are really for these special types of bulky items. So once we decide that, then one of the key things that we do is look at your city as a whole and decide where these 7 locations are. So that takes a lot of effort. We look at zoning. One of the key things is city-owned properties. In Fort Collins, they actually decided, we found about 15 sites for them. They did decide to move ahead on one that the city owned, and that really speeds up the development. So that's something we'd be talking to you about. Do you have, a couple acres of land in some of these areas that we could possibly use for this? So once we find those sites, we also look for ones that are easily accessible from the freeways and from major streets. We look for more industrial areas typically where we can site these, but these are not big, heavy industrial activities. We worked, for example, on your what used to be Sunset Waste Papers, MRF and Transfer Station down on South Elm. We did a lot of work on that one. We worked with the Balakians on West Coast Waste, and those are bigger, more impactful facilities. These are really just sites where residents drive in with pickup trucks and unload their materials into these bins. So we find those 7 sites. Then we're going to look for what we think would be the first 3 that would make the most sense for you guys to develop, and we'll actually engineer how that site would work, how the traffic flows. If we can get grade separation, it's nice, so we can drop the bins down. It makes it easy for people to unload. So we'll do all that engineering. Then we'll do a detailed pro forma, as Jerry sort of went through the capital costs, the operating costs, manning the facilities, utilities, those things. So you'll have a really good handle on what does it cost to actually run these sites. So we might even talk to Fort Collins and see what was your experience, their experience there in actually running the site that would be, almost identical to what you have here. And then we, prepare a report and make a presentation to you. And we'd also participate in whatever community engagement, whether Tommy's going to lead it, we'd be glad to go along and explain to people what this is. I do think that's important. Otherwise, people have a certain thing in their minds of what this might be, and they're worried it's going to be a dump or whatever, and it's really not. It's something that's very clean.
So let me follow up with that right there. So, Tommy, will we have a community meeting or outreach specifically talking about these sites that we can invite the community at large to come and participate?
Correct. That's the intent. For the 3 that we kind of drill down and think these are the high value, we can get them in and get them developed quickly. We will then spend time with the businesses, the residents, the industries in that area. And we've talked about it before, and I've done these before. You're going to hear about noise, lighting, landscaping, traffic. And so we'll work with them on that, try to understand that. And then with that input, I'll turn and give it to the consultant and say, all right, adapt this. Based on what you heard from the community, go ahead and adapt those, I'll call mitigation measures, into the facility. Because what I don't want to do is come to you, tell you it's a $1 million facility, and then we go back later, talk to the community, try and get with planning to get a CUP, and then find out, got to add all these mitigation measures. Now it's not $1 million, it's $1.25 million. I want to get all that kind of nailed down before we bring it to you, so it's an all-in number that you'll be aware of.
Good. And one of the things I noticed with Operation Cleanup is that folks usually, they'll bring like oil and paint and those kinds of materials. Will part of your assessment cover those kinds of toxic materials?
So our intent is to include that as part of the assessment of the accepted materials. Right now, the only place people can do that is Kerman, and that's not convenient for us.
Somebody goes.
So we'll bring it here, Kerman, but then that'll be a discussion with the county, because the county kind of runs that program. Might be able to get some money from the county. Our tipping fee at the county right now, I think it's about $3 a ton, is for those household hazardous waste type things. Bring some of that money back into the community so we can do. But that makes the footprint a little bigger. Adds to a little bit more traffic, but again, that'll be all part of how can we accommodate all the things we want at that site.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just share with the council. I voted against hiring the consultant. Well, the last time this was before the council, and I wanted to thank Jerry for coming to my office to talk about it. I learned that there are some functions that DPU needs from the consultant that our staff is unable to handle. Now, I agree with you, Member Bredefeld, that it's the right thing to do to be ever vigilant and look for ways that we can find money and save money by not engaging in various kinds of spending, and that includes using consultants too much. So I'm going to join you in the future as you look out for ways that we can send or that we can save taxpayers money, especially by avoiding hiring too many consultants. But I have changed my mind on this one because of that meeting that I had with you, Jerry, and talk about the things that our staff is unable to handle in this case. And that's why we're going to go outside. So I'll vote for it today because I also learned we talked a lot about what we're trying to deliver to our neighbors with this program. And in the district that I represent, we're absolutely buried by illegal dumping, absolutely buried by it. I use a significant portion of my infrastructure dollars every year to pay to go out and pick up this garbage. I was on my way once. I was en route to a community meeting about illegal dumping, and I encountered a guy that was dumping illegally, and I got out of my car and detained this person. So I'm the only sitting council member to actually arrest an illegal dumper.
I actually witnessed that.
People saw that.
Yeah.
No, you arrested a lot of people, but I'm not a cop. So I'm very proud of my illegal dumper arrest from years back. And so, no, it was a grown man. And so it was an adult. And so anyway, I'm going to be voting in support today because, you know what, we should try it. If it's something that we have found that it's proven in other communities and it works to beautify the community, provide an alternate to dumping. I still don't know if people are going to use it because there are ways that people can take their trash. People just don't care. We can do a PSA. People just don't care. So I'm hoping that maybe this is something that works. If it doesn't work, well, then we can get rid of it. And I've never seen a television commercial and said, "Oh, I'm gonna throw that away," or "I'm not gonna, do that today." So I'm skeptical about public education campaigns because I don't know necessarily if they work. But you have my vote today, and let's give it a shot because folks in the neighborhoods that I represent are absolutely crying out for new creative ideas to get the trash up off the ground. So with that, my council colleagues that voted no on it last time, if you could change your mind, I urge a yes vote on this. I think it's the right thing to do. Member Capriolio.
I just wanted to congratulate the no votes for coming to your senses on the use of consultants and staff.
Well, no,
thank you guys.
That's not what we're saying. We'll make an exception. All right, the screen is clear. Let's go ahead and vote electronically on this item, please. All right, motion carries. 5 yes and 2 no. All right, thank you, staff. All right, our next item is, this is item 3C, Department of Public Utilities. Again. Yet again.
Is it April 6th? Are we supposed to be back with the other? Okay. Councilmember Olivier, which item number? Which item number are we doing?
We're on item 3C. 3C.
12 million gallons.
State water
Got it.
loan.
Yep. Got it right here.
The one that should have been done.
Okay, so this is related to what we did earlier. So if you wanted to know what it looks like when we don't have enough development fees to fund a capital improvement project and have to come back later and charge the ratepayers for it, this is what it looks like. So when this plant was originally built, put out to bid in 2002, it came in 18% over the budget, and there was a need to start cutting things. One of the things that they cut was a finished water storage tank. They still put one. They put 1 million gallons. It was supposed to be 5 to 6 million gallons. They cut it out. And operationally, it just makes the plant challenge to operate. When you just got this little teacup that you put the water in and then it's got to get out quick, it's just difficult to operate the plant that way. So a bigger reservoir allows us to modulate the plant a lot easier and accommodate the different flows that are in there. This request in front of you today is to allow us, and in discussions with the state, to allow us to submit an application to the state for $12 million for a low-interest loan to fund the construction of a $6 million groundwater storage reservoir at the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant. And this will follow on the heels of about another $2 million we spent to add a standby power generator out there that also got cut from that plant because we didn't have enough fees to build it at that time. So I'll be available for any questions. We'd like to submit an application to have the state fund this.
Tommy, I had one question.
Really quick, folks in the back who are leaving, I guess we lost some of them. Yeah, are you here for the 4 o'clock item? Okay, I'm going to call that immediately following this. This is going to be about 5 minutes. And with apologies, because it just kind of slipped through the cracks today. We had a very busy day. So come back, please. We're interested in hearing from you. Okay.
Tommy, I had a question. Your last statement was about fees. We couldn't do this before because of fees or something?
Right, yeah, correct.
Can you explain that a little bit more detail?
Yes, so the original plant was built in Northeast Fresno because low pressure, not enough water yield out of the wells. So let's build a water plant to support new growth. Let's establish some impact fees to help fund that. Impact fees weren't enough to fund the full cost of the plant, so we got to start cutting stuff out. So we cut out the finished water storage reservoir. We cut out standby power generation. Some of the modules at the plant are not 30 million gallons a day. They're 20 million gallons a day because we had to figure out a way to cut facilities. And so little by little, we've been asking the ratepayers to fill those gaps that weren't filled when we originally built the plant.
Can't hear you, Bruce. You're not. I'm trying. The reason the impact fees were not sufficient to build the plant as originally designed is because the council at that time listened to a bunch of home builders who thought they knew how to build these plants. And so the fee was adjusted based on what they thought it was going to cost. And lo and behold, it cost us a lot more. And so therefore, we had to value engineer, which means we had to take things out, which means, as we are today, the ratepayers through this loan are going to cover $12 million expense because, again, the home builders thought they knew how to build these things, and they were backing into a rate in order to fit that number that they thought it was going to be. And as history has showed us, they're good at building homes, but they don't know a lot about building plants. But now the ratepayers get to pay the cost of that decision, and therefore, as you said, the power generation is just another example. And there have been 2 or 3 other systems that the ratepayers have got to pay for because, again, we lowballed the rate at that time in order to back into a number.
And those ratepayers come from?
All over the community.
130,000 accounts throughout the city.
Not just District 6, which is directly responsible for
Correct.
this. The ratepayers is another word for taxpayer?
Yeah. It's a different form of revenue that we extract from them, different means.
So hopefully we'll learn a lesson from this and we'll make better decisions in the future. With your leadership and the administration's leadership, I'm sure we'll get there. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second, but let's go out to the public. Is there anyone who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? No. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to the 4 o'clock item. This was item in opposition to Assembly Bill 199. I crossed this off my agenda, basically, and that's why I never heard it earlier. So I do apologize to all of you who've been here for hours waiting. We can go ahead and tackle it right now. So for this, we'll turn it over to the sponsor, Member Bredefeld.
Thank you, and apologies to everyone who was here. I know there were a lot of people here who left. This Assembly Bill 199 basically would expand the types of residential projects that are built on private property and it would subject them to prevailing wage. Now, we know, public construction projects are subject to prevailing wage, but this would basically change that to private residential development. This obviously would have a profound effect. We know that we have a housing crisis. We know California's average housing costs are 2.5 times the national average. We know that any kind of mandated prevailing wage in this particular instance would result in potentially 46% increase in total costs of new apartments, new housing. Currently, the average California home already costs about 250% more than the national average, and the average monthly rent is 50% higher than the rest of the country. This would likely increase potentially homelessness. We would result in state and local governments losing millions of dollars in permit fees, property tax revenue, meaning less money for vital services like public safety, education, and health care. We are trying to help people afford housing. This would certainly price many, many people out of the housing market. So I think it's just important to let Sacramento know that Fresno disagrees with AB 199 for the reasons I've outlined.
Do you wish to
I'll just
add on to the
add a couple
presentation before we
sentences.
go out to the public?
Yeah, I'm co-sponsoring this with Councilman Bredfeld. Councilman Bredfeld, did you make a motion?
I will make a motion to approve this.
Okay, then I'll second that motion. And really, since it's so late in the day, and I know that there's a couple members from the public that want to talk about it, I'm going to read a letter that was sent to Assemblyman Chu, and it's really addressed from looks like about 30 different building trade organizations in the state of California. Many of them are Chamber of Commerce's, and the other ones, many building associations. We might hear from a couple of them today. I know some of them have left, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows these aren't my words, but they're really my sentiments. This measure, one portion of a paragraph says, this measure would have dramatic negative cost implications for newly constructed and privately financed housing in California, and it could not come at a worse time. Another full paragraph, and then I'll close, says, with the current crisis of undersupply, highest in the nation housing costs, and exploding unaffordability ranking at the top of the state's most pressing political, social, and economic concerns, it would seem that a proposal to add as much as 45 to 50% to the cost of a newly built home is ill-advised, as it will definitely hamper housing production in the state and make housing more expensive and more out of reach for an ever-growing number of Californians. And so I'm happy to co-sponsor and make a second to the Councilman's motion.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? Let's go ahead with Greg, and then everyone else just, when he's done, come on up. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greg Terzakis, California Apartment Association. My business address, 516 West Shaw in the city of Fresno. We oppose AB 109 for the very reasons that were enumerated by Member Brandow. This state does have a housing crisis, and it is somewhat interesting to see the schizophrenic way in which our state legislature is dealing with it. We are supporting AB 45, which would help create more affordable housing for school employees and teachers. We support AB 71, also by Assemblymember Chu, to create a funding source for more affordable housing. We support SB 2, we support SB 3. All these are intended to get more money for both market rate and affordable housing. What is confusing is that at the same time, you have the same legislature that is trying to pass something like AB 199, which, as Member Brandow said, is only going to add to the cost of development in this state, which is already high. And so we urge you to support this and to oppose AB 199 so we can create the housing that this city and state needs today, but also we're going to see organic population growth from the current residents of California and also probably an influx of immigrants from other countries and other states. So we need to plan for the future, and the best way to do that is to start building housing stock now. So thank you very much.
Okay. The next one is Nathan Alonso from the Chamber. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll also have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council President Olivier and council members. I think it's all been said already. We have a housing crisis in California, and by mandating prevailing wage in private residential development and in renovation, we're going to further exacerbate this issue. This has been identified by the California Chamber of Commerce and by our organization as a job killer. It will kill jobs in the construction industry, it will create a housing shortage, and it will hinder us from being able to provide quality homes or rental housing for an ever-growing population, which will be happening here in our city, in our county, and in our region. So we ask you to join our organizations in opposing AB 199 and in supporting this great resolution that Council Members Brandow and Bredefeld brought forward. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else who wishes to address this item, please come forward at this time. Just one at a time, and give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ashley Fleenor, and I reside at 4629 West Berkeley Avenue, Fresno, California. Let me start off by thanking Councilmember Bredefeld and Brandow for bringing this topic to the council today. I appreciate that, and I know that there are several other subcontractors and industry, construction industry individuals here who also appreciate that from you. I apologize for my crew of people. I had several subcontractors, actually around 20, 25, who were who came to also support the opposition of this bill. I've been in the California home building industry for the last 15 years, and I currently work for a residential home builder as the purchasing, estimating, and design manager. My primary focus is on establishing and maintaining the costs for construction of new homes and apartments. If enacted, AB 199 will dramatically impact the costs for privately financed housing. In addition to the things that both council members mentioned, what was really telling for me was when I first heard about the bill, I sent an email out to my subcontractor base, which is around 100 or so subcontractors. And I can tell you that when I send bid requests out, I never get as much response as I did when I sent the information out on this bill. I heard immediately from 9 different subcontractors who said, if this bill goes through, I will have to close my doors. I heard from other subcontractors who said that they would retire, this would force them to retire early, and that they would also have to close their doors. And then I heard from other subcontractors who said that this would require them to move out of state. So the impact that this would have on our local economy, as well as our state, would be tremendous. So on behalf of all of those subcontractors, as well as Granville Homes, I encourage you to join with us and oppose the AB 199 being passed. Thank you.
Yes, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You also have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Matt McCauley. I live on 1964 Polson, actually in Clovis. We do a lot of business in Fresno. I do appreciate it also, you guys bringing this up to the council and talking about it, but I own about 5 businesses that all have something to do with construction. About 50% of our business is with the home builders, between my brothers and I and a few other partners. And they've kind of, a lot of people have already talked about some interesting or other things, but I'm just going to cut mine short and just say something that hasn't been talked about. So prevailing wage for my guys, for a guy clearing a trench out or sweeping a little bit, is about $35 an hour. So that put them at about $72,800 a year. That's not including overtime or any other things that we need to include. That would cost me about, or the company, about $94,000, $95,000 a year when you include the 8% that we have to match, or a total of 13% plus workers' comp. Everything goes up because it's all based on percentages. So we're looking at about realistically $100,000 employee to clear trenches and sweep. So that's not really an option. So we would pull out of it, we'd stop, probably sell, move to Texas, I don't know. But it ain't going to happen here. Fresno is obviously not an area where we make a lot of money. A lot of people own businesses. It's just the way it is. Everyone knows it. And this would just, honestly, the $15 an hour employee or the minimum wage increase is ridiculous. This right here it's a game changer. It ends things. Not even interested in being in California anymore. And I'm sad to say that. I was born and raised here, but that's just the way it is. And I'm starting to realize that I'm starting to see the writing on the wall. So anyhow, I would urge you guys to oppose this and definitely join with us. This is a serious thing. This will change our economy dramatically. Already, because we're already going to have hyperinflation just with minimum wage going up.
Mm-hmm.
And some people, what they don't understand is just with the minimum wage increase, say I have a laborer at $15 an hour, what's that cost me? Usually about $16, $15 an hour, right? Well, my foreman, they're going to be up 75, 80% more. Just with that alone, I mean, home building is going to increase 20% at least. And again, we already can't afford homes that we have here. It's hard to make a buck. So anyhow, I encourage you to do it. And again, thank you for bringing this up to City Council and letting me have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Okay, one more. Hi, welcome. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes as well.
John Casey, Lemoore, California, 14066 18th Avenue. Have a sizable business in this area with 45 to 50 employees, about 30 of which work in the Fresno area in single-family home building as well as apartment building. And to just second what the last contractor was stating, that our average carpenter is anywhere between $15 to $22 an hour. We are on another particular project that's single-family housing that is prevailing wage in Marina on Fort Ord, and the rates there are $68.72. So you can see there that the rate quadruples, and the cost, simple economics, the cost of anything is always relative to the cost of the goods and services that are producing that item. And so, for our industry, this would be, not only are we dramatically increasing the cost of the item, we are dramatically decreasing the pool of potential buyers. And so I feel like it could be very, very detrimental to our industry. And like the last gentleman said, I was born and raised in California. I worked in ag, was raised on a dairy, started making $4.25 an hour, and moved from there to construction, where I made piece rate, and seen an opportunity here in California. I've done my best to build a good company that rewards employees for hard work. But I really feel like this is a bill that could dramatically hurt our industry. And I would second the last gentleman's comments that if this happened, I would seriously look at moving to Idaho or another state, because I don't think it could be feasible to operate in the industry that we're in. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Okay, we'll bring it back up to council, and the screen is clear. Before we vote, I just wanted to say a few words, and I'll explain to my colleague, Member Bredefeld, and Member Brandow as well, why I'll be voting to abstain from this item today. I don't like AB 199. I think it's awful. There's some other pieces of legislation that are working their way through right now up in Sacramento. That I went to the Chamber of Commerce website and I pulled up their job killers. Every year they declare some of these bills to be job killers. AB 5 bill would require employers of as few as 10 employees to offer any new additional work to existing employees before hiring additional positions. Job killer. SB 33, the bill would allow employees out of their arbitration agreements and out of contracts they've made with employers. SB 63, job killer. The bill would expand the time in which an employer has to provide health group coverage to an employee on leave. I oppose all that. And of course, I oppose AB 199 that we're discussing right now. There are some others. I oppose AB 1, the gas tax increase. I oppose emotional therapy for inmates, AB 620. I oppose using taxpayer money so low-income folks can stay in beach hotels. That's AB 250. I think that's a bad use of taxpayers' money. I'd like to go to a beach hotel. I don't like, let's see, it says permits for permits. State-mandated union orientation, AB 52. There's one, AB 1236, that would change the term maiden name on the paperwork to birth name. SOTA warning labels, SB 300, I oppose that. And to criminalize fake news, that's AB 1104. And then the worst one, which is AB 838. This is real stuff, folks. This is what you're paying these people in Sacramento to do. This is to require that textbooks be changed to teach that the Russians interfered in the presidential election. So that would change okay, so this is what they're working on up in Sacramento. While we suffer in Fresno with unemployment, while we suffer in Fresno with roads that are in deplorable condition, while we suffer in Fresno with poor air quality and our schools are as bad as they are, this is what they're working on in Sacramento, and I condemn all of it. I condemn everything that they're working on. Thank you. You're very kind. I condemn all of it. They're not even fit to be there, but this is what our rulers in Sacramento do to us on a daily basis. So what Member Bredefeld is here to condemn and has on the agenda to condemn is just one of 40 things that should go down in flames, but won't. All that stuff will be law by this time next year. And so the reason why I'm not going to vote on this item today is because this council could spend hours upon hours upon hours upon hours taking a stand on these items. And I don't think that it's a good use of this body's time. There are state legislators to weigh in on these kinds of things. And as in the one that came forward this morning, Member Brandow, you're my best friend. I voted to abstain on it instead of to put it on the agenda. I did that because I have a new policy. And my policy is that I'm not going to vote on these anymore, whether our Democrat friends bring them or whether my best friend brings them. I'm not going to vote on them anymore unless they're being sponsored by an elected official. So if Jim Patterson comes and says, Clint, I need you guys to support this, then I'll vote. If Member Valadeo or Jim Costa comes and says, I need this body's support on this, I'll vote. But in terms of these things, we could do them all day long. And so just in the interest of time, I'm not going to vote on it unless it's being brought to us by, no matter how sickening it is, which is there's a lot of sickening stuff going on up the 99. So with that, I will be abstaining from this vote. Like I said, I hate the piece of legislation too. I join you in your revulsion to it, and you folks out there as well. But I just don't think we can do these. It makes people angry at one another on this board and divides us. Well, we need to come together to fix the city of Fresno. So with that, the screen is clear. So let's go ahead and vote electronically on this. Two yes, and a record 5 abstentions on this item. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. Item 3D, actions pertaining to the Shields Avenue pavement overlay from Blackstone to Palm Avenue. Public Works.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Merrick Johnson, Public Works Department. We have 2 items for your consideration today. They are actions pertaining to the Shields Avenue pavement overlay from Blackstone to Palm. This is bid file 3518. It's located in Council Districts 1 and 7. Number 1 is to adopt a finding of categorical exemption per staff determination pursuant to Section 15301C of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines for the Shields Avenue pavement overlay from Blackstone to Palm. And 2, award a construction contract with Cal Valley Construction of Fresno in the amount of $661,000 $583 for the Shields Avenue pavement overlay from Blackstone to Palm Avenues, and authorize the
Eric,
public...
I'll go ahead and make a motion. Can you
Second.
just tell me the time frame?
Construction time frame?
Yeah, when you guys are starting the overlay, to do the overlay.
Council, I'm Lal Gunwadi, the Design Services Manager, Public Works Department. Most likely, this will be about another month before they can issue a notice to proceed.
So sometime in April?
Probably it'll be about May by the time they get started on this one.
But this spring, May this year, right?
May this year, of course.
Okay. Excited that you guys are getting this overlay done. If you guys can just make sure you guys notify my office so that we know kind of the time frame when you guys are getting to begin to do the work.
Yes, we'll do that for you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your guys' work and excited to have this overlay that's going to benefit District 1 and District 7.
We have a motion, a second. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to address this agenda item? We'll go out to the public. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Yes? Okay. So then that makes it 7-0. It carries. All right. Everybody still with me?
3E. 3E.
3E. More DPU. Ay, ay, ay.
More consultants.
More consultants.
Consultant agreement. Okay, I need to pull something up.
Council President, I have a motion to approve.
Second.
This is a fantastic. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back up to the city council. And seriously, is there anybody out there that wants to talk about this? Public's important. You guys are important. All right, bring it back. Member Bredefeld, please.
Okay, so this is a consultant contract for $48,000 to tell us. I'm on the wrong one?
No, that's it. It's an amendment to an existing
No,
contract.
did I say it's 3E?
3E.
3E. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Solus Group, right?
Correct.
For the $48,000. And that contract is to tell us that we have local people working on this project.
Correct.
We've talked about it, Tommy. I appreciate it. I'm not going to support spending $50,000 for that information that we have local people working there. Just think it's not a good use of taxpayer money.
Okay. The screen is clear. And we had a motion and a second? Let's vote electronically on this consultant thing because, darn it, we're kind of a wily bunch. Oh, how about they roll the dice with us? Look what you get. It fails 4-3. So we'll move on to the next item. Tough day, DPU.
So
That's right.
council,
Next week, you'll be
council,
better.
with that, the direction to try to capture this data is null and void. Then,
Right. There was an interest. Previous council, there was an interest when we did the project, when we were doing $500 million of work in the city. There was a first consideration was the financing, all the money going to New York City, all of our money going to New York City. We took care of that. We're getting SRF funding for that. So that's staying in town. The next question is, well, if we're spending $500 million, what can you do, DPU, to make sure that local people are getting hired for this work, that we are actually getting benefits for our local residents to do this? To provide that data, can you go to the sheet? So we had the consultant just do a sample report.
All right, do over.
Well, I'm okay with
Let's
it.
do over.
No, I'm okay. No.
Motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider.
All right, so now there's a motion. These are shenanigans tonight. We have a motion and a second. What does that mean? We just vote again?
Well, could I ask why the change?
I'm sorry?
Okay,
Why the
let's
change?
clarify the motion. Okay, here's what we're going to do.
I hit the wrong button.
Oh.
Did you? All right, hang on. Looks like you're going to win. I probably didn't want that.
You'd want to know how many of our local people are working.
I don't want to. know any of that. Are we
And
voting now?
let me just say this,
Good use of our
and I just wanted to just explain on Tommy's behalf. This is a major point of deliberation for this body. During the run up to moving these projects along. I know Tommy and I have worked a lot on it. We still got to do some work on it. It's a big deal. It was a big deal for this body to make sure that our local folks were working on these projects. And it isn't a capacity that we have indoors. So thank you for reminding this body about that, Tommy. Thank you, Member Chavez, for a motion to reconsider.
So procedurally, City Attorney?
Anyone on the prevailing side before can make a motion to reconsider, and then, along with a second, then you would vote again.
I think we had that done already. So vote again.
Okay, let's vote.
Be clear on what you're voting on. The motion to
Oh, what a
reconsider is
day.
to change the vote, unless you want to...
Wait, a motion to reconsider is to change the vote.
Right.
I don't want to change the vote.
Vote no.
Okay,
I
so
voted
a
no.
yes vote would be to... Why don't you just start over? Just read vote. A yes vote is to approve the item.
Which vote is to agree with Tommy?
And which
That
votes
would-
to
just
agree
make
with
that a yes
Gary?
vote. A yes vote to approve the item.
Yes.
Whatever, I'm confused. I just pushed a button. See what we got.
Oh my God.
Well, that changes things.
Can we do it one more time? No, I'm just kidding.
What's the matter with that? Is this what you want?
Yeah, I mean, well,
You're kidding,
it's
right?
what we wanted.
Okay.
Because it's because what you wanted.
Thank you, Tommy.
We wanted it.
Should we shoot for a reconsideration of the water capacity fee?
Moving on.
Thank you very
All right,
For
thanks.
42?
Are you done now, DPU? I think we may be done. Hang on. And we already did unscheduled. The young man with the hat was here earlier. All right, closed session. You guys, let's get in there. Be in there by 6:30, and we
Okay,
should be
closed
out by
session.
7.
Council President, I understanding we're not doing the evaluations today. Is that true?
What's for dinner?
You guys want to do them? All right, we'll do them. If you
Okay,
want to do
so
them.
closed session, we have real property negotiation concerning the listed APNs. We have existing litigation concerning the Rames case. We have existing litigation concerning the Adams family case. And then performance evaluations for the city attorney, city clerk, and labor negotiations for the city attorney and city clerk. I would not expect any announcement afterwards. We won't be coming back out.
No food.
Get a pizza. Come on.
We didn't order food. No, we need to work.